I dedicate this story to you. Volume 1. By Mori Hinata. Translated by Shiru at Hirath Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Editor, Natsume Kotoha. The white curtains in the classroom were swaying in the summer breeze. The regular exams had ended in the morning, and it was time to go home. The atmosphere in the classroom was relaxed, probably due to the sense of freedom after the exams. Some students were happily leaving the classroom while chatting with their friends, while others were leisurely spreading out their bento boxes in groups and talking about their plans for the afternoon. Yuto was also zoning out in that peaceful atmosphere. He had no particular business to attend to, just wanted to avoid the crowd during the way home. He didn't have any close friends, so no one was talking to him. After climbing the long hill to school, quietly attending classes, and watching the other students dedicate themselves to their club activities, he would go home. This had been his daily routine for the past 2 years and 3 months since entering this prestigious school in Gifu Prefecture. In a little over half a year, this routine would end too. Once he entered university, a more detached and free daily life would likely await him. What are you reading? Oh, this. Yuto overheard 2 female students near him talking. He didn't particularly pay attention. However, the title of the book he heard made a ripple in his heart. A dark feeling, as if black ink was being poured into his chest. Yuto suppressed that feeling, which he had forgotten for a while, with a deep breath. He closed his eyes and tried to regain his shallow breathing so that the feeling wouldn't overflow from his heart and paint his whole body black. Oh, I know that one. It was quite the topic a few years ago, right? Yet, the prolonged voice hit Yuto's ears. Don't listen, don't listen. Yeah, the genius middle school writer. Recently, you don't hear about it at all. Well, it was probably just a fluke. Haha, what's that? That means he wasn't a genius. What was the author's name again? That was Fuyu. Yuto buried his face in his desk to block out the rest of the conversation and waited for them to leave. Eventually, the presence of people disappeared. When he finally raised his face, there was no one left in the classroom, and only the sound of cicadas from afar filled the room. He let out a small sigh of relief. When he looked out of the open window, he could see the school gate. A path of asphalt extended downhill through the trees from the school gate, and in the plains beyond, the rice paddies were neatly aligned, with a river running through them. If he looked even further, he could see the deep green mountains. This was the scenery he had gazed at every day for the past 2 years and 3 months at this school. Let's just continue this peaceful daily life. Study moderately, get into a decent university, lead a laid-back university life, get a job at a company where you can leave on time, and live days without any remarkable achievements or major failures, without any ripples, just endless, flat days. A life that no one would remember. He didn't need a passion that would burn his body or scorch his heart. However, the wind always blows suddenly. Hiragi, Yuto senpai. With a whoosh, the curtains fluttered. The papers piled up on the teacher's desk were blown away. Someone's reference book on a desk fluttered open. Yuto turned to face the voice calling his name. And he saw her. A female student with a defiant smile was looking at him from across the desk. Her long bob, slightly below her shoulders, swayed in the wind. Her hair was slightly light in color, softly reflecting the sunlight. Her slender arms and legs extending from her summer uniform were dazzlingly white. But more than anything, Yuto was struck by her sparkling eyes. Who are you? Natsume Kotoha. She grinned. Please let me be your editor, Hiragi-senpai. What? The wind carrying the summer heat blew strongly once more. She didn't even try to hold down her hair being played with by the wind and looked Yuto straight in the eyes as she spoke. Please continue. To write your novel. It was so sudden that Yuto couldn't understand the meaning. Confused by the words of the unfamiliar girl, Yuto waited a full 5 seconds before opening his mouth. I refuse. That was the encounter between Yuto Hiragi and Kotoha Natsume. When Yuto opened the front door, the heat filled with the smell of an 8-tatami mat room clung to his body. The evening sun was streaming in through the window on the end wall. In the center of the room was a rectangular low table, with the reference books and notebooks he had used last night still spread out on it. There were 2 color boxes by the wall, stuffed with textbooks and reference books, and a black box squeezed in with the books on the bottom shelf. Apart from a few storage cases, it was a boring room. "It's hot." As Yuto entered the room, he placed the plastic bag with the convenience store bento on the table and then opened the south-facing sliding window. A cool breeze with the quietness of water blew through. In front of him flowed the Kizo River, shining brightly in the evening sun. The river was about 200 meters wide, and its flow was as gentle as a person's walk. Several white egrets stood in shallow water, aiming for fish. A little downstream, a boat for river tours floated, intended for tourists. A 20-year-old wooden apartment, 3rd floor, 1-room 8 tatami mat room, 15 minutes by bike from the school. Yuto Hiragi had been living alone, apart from his parents in Nagoya, since he entered the school. He didn't do it for a positive reason. He just wanted to escape from everything related to that event. Yuto let out a deep breath. In his mind, the memory of 3 years ago, when he was still a middle school student, surfaced. The event that made him despair at his own incompetence. The event that made him avoid the thing he loved most, writing. Yuto shook his head, trying to shake off what was clinging to his heart. Instead, he recalled the events in the classroom today. What was that about, that girl? The high school girl named Kotoha Natsum, who suddenly appeared in the classroom and declared herself his editor and demanded he write a novel. Judging by her ribbon color, she was a first-year student, yet she boldly entered the 3rd-year classroom and showed no fear toward her upperclassmen, herself. What does she mean, write a novel? Yuto spat out the words. After that, Yuto and the girl who introduced herself as Kotoha Natsum had a childish back and forth of please right no why not just because until Yuto, in frustration, ended the conversation and left the scene. It was oddly humiliating to run away from a younger girl, though. Half a day had passed since then, but the memory of that time kept haunting him. "Please let me be your editor." Her confident words still echoed in his ears. When he closed his eyes, her defiant smile floated before him. Why? Why did she say he should write a novel? Could it be that she found out? Cold sweat formed on his back. As the memories from those days threatened to take over his mind again, Yuto let out a big breath. That can't be. It's okay. Since entering high school, he hadn't told anyone. Moreover, it had almost stopped being a talking point in the public eye. Nearly 3 years had passed since his last work was published. That should be enough time for people to forget. At that moment, the vibration of his smartphone brought Yuto back to his senses. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Yuto hesitated about whether to answer. But as the call showed no signs of stopping, he reluctantly pressed the answer button. "Hello. This is Inamura from Kotoha Publishing." A mature woman's voice hit Yuto's ears through the speaker. Without waiting for Yuto's reply, the voice continued. "It's been a while, Fuyutsuka-sensei." Yuto let out a sigh, careful not to be heard. Memories of that time unavoidably resurfaced in his mind. Haruhiko Fuyutsuki, that was the pen name under which Yuto made his dazzling debut as an author 5 years ago. It caused a bit of a stir at the time. After all, it was a big deal that a first-year middle school boy won the grand prize in a novel contest. Inamura became his editor then. After the award-winning work was published, Yuto received offers from other publishers and began working with several editors. He published numerous books, which sold moderately well, if not as big hits. But 3 years ago, when Yuto was in his 3rd year of middle school, the tide turned. "Fuyutsuki-san, I'm sorry, but I don't think this project will go through." "Fuyutsuki-sensei, I'm sorry, but we can't publish this manuscript as it is." "Fuyutsuki-san, even after all the revisions, I'm sorry, the quality is." The words thrown at him by the editors he had worked with at the time squirmed in his chest. As the editors other than Inamura started to leave, Yuto found himself unable to write novels anymore, even though he had been able to weave stories endlessly until then. Yuto realized his writing ability, his talent had its limits. "Fuyutsuka-sensei?" Called back to reality by the voice, Yuto, trapped in past memories, snapped back. To calm his pounding heart, he took several deep breaths, making sure Inamura couldn't hear, before speaking. As far as I'm concerned, Inamura-san is the only one who keeps contacting a disappeared author like this. And I told you before, please stop calling me Fuyutsuki. Sorry about that. Inamura apologized and then called Yuto by his name. Hiragi-kun. That hesitant call reflected the very struggle of Kaho Inamura, who still believed in Yuto's future. As his editor, believing in the next work of the former genius author, Haruhiko Fuyutsuki. Even as the other editors left, she refused to give up on Yuto. I'm sorry. Feeling guilty for betraying her expectations, Yuto apologized. Deep down, wishing she would stop expecting anything from him. So, what's today's call about? If it's about a new work, as I said before, I'm all ready. Oh, no. I just wanted to let you know I mailed you something today. Mailed? Yuto went to the front door and opened the mailbox to find a brown package slightly larger than a standard business envelope. The sender was written as Inamura. Oh, I got it. What is this? A fan letter that recently arrived. Yuto stood still, holding the package. Hiragi-kun? Thank you. But you didn't have to go out of your way to send it. But I wanted you to know there are people waiting for you. Mind your own business. He almost said it but held back. Inamura did it out of concern for Yuto. To react with harsh words would be too rude. Yuto was mature enough to understand that. Or maybe, the experience from 3 years ago made him so. Yuto returned to his room and silently shoved the package into the black box on the bottom shelf of the color box. Then, on a whim, he spoke. Inamura-san, by the way, you haven't told anyone about me, right? Told anyone about you? Inamura's puzzled voice came through. What do you mean? For example, that I'm Fuyutsuki Haruhiko, the novelist. You haven't told anyone, right? Of course not. Inamura replied firmly. Her tone carried a hint of anger. It's unthinkable to leak an author's personal information. Right. Sorry for asking something weird. Yes, it's unthinkable for someone in the publishing industry to do that. Did something happen? No, nothing. Really? Though she didn't seem convinced, Inamura didn't pursue further. Well then, Hiragi-kun, sorry for calling out of the blue. If you ever feel like writing again, just contact me anytime. I'll be waiting. Okay. Thinking it would never happen, Yuto ended the call with goodbye. A breeze, unusually cool for summer, blew in through the open sliding window. Looking outside, the sun had already set, and the lights on the bridge and houses beautifully reflected on the river's surface. That shimmering strangely reminded him of Kotoha Natsume's eyes. Section. Cheerful music blared from the smartphone, waking Yuto up. He crawled out from between the futon and towel blanket, reached the noisy smartphone on the table, and stopped the alarm. He had studied later than usual the night before, so he was still sleepy. Not to mention, being low blood pressure, mornings were his weak point. After trying to get up for a while but succumbing to the temptation of falling back asleep, he collapsed onto the towel blanket. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, ping-pong, a sound far more jarring than the music from his smartphone, rang out. Startled, Yuto sat up. Could it be a newspaper solicitor or something? But it was just past 7 a.m. That was awfully inconsiderate. Yuto, deciding to pretend no one was home, burrowed back into the towel blanket, but then, ping-pong 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 pippy 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 pipin papin paping. The relentless doorbell ringing, completely inconsiderate, assaulted Yuto. Angry, Yuto got up and headed to the front door. Pippy 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 pee pie. The storm-like ringing showed no sign of stopping. It seemed like they were pushing the doorbell to its breaking point, possibly about to break it. Who's making such a racket? Who? Yuto opened the door and froze. Good morning, senpai. Good morning what? Yuto was bewildered. Only nonsensical words came out of his mouth. He couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. A girl with a long bob in a school uniform was smiling cheerfully. Ha! Did you forget about me? There's no way he could forget. In Yuto's life, she ranked number 1 by far on the most dangerous people list. Even now, she was breaking records by not letting anyone else come close. And Natsum Kotoha. Yuto groaned out her name, and Kotoha smiled happily. Good, you remembered me. And with my full name, too. Why are you at my place? Yuto gradually regained his composure. He told himself not to let her control the pace. As your editor, I came to pick you up for school. Oh, thanks for... Wait, what kind of editor does that? Despite his resolve, Yuto couldn't help but retort to Kotoha. More importantly, how did you find out where I live? Of course, I followed you, just kidding. Hey, you were about to say you followed me, weren't you? It's a joke. I asked your homeroom teacher, saying I wanted to deliver something you forgot. They told me right away. Yuto put his hand on his forehead and sighed deeply. What happened to our school's sense of compliance? So, what is this thing I forgot? There's nothing, of course. I made that up. Kotoha cheerfully laughed. If there is something. Kotoha suddenly turned serious, interrupting Yuto. It's that you haven't given me a good answer yet. I thought I already refused. And what do you mean by editor? Are you from some publishing house or what? It doesn't matter if I'm from a publishing house or not. What matters for an editor is passion. That makes no sense. Their voices must have carried over, as some housewives who were chatting nearby turned to look at them. For the first time, Yuto imagined how they must look from an outside perspective and felt the somewhat nosy stares of the housewives. He raised the white flag. Keep it down. Wait for me at the convenience store down the street. I'll change into my uniform and come. She wouldn't leave even if he told her to go away. If anything, she might barrage him with the doorbell or bang on the door loudly again. Living alone as a high school student already drew curious stares from the neighbors. He wanted to avoid any more trouble. Kotoha's eyes widened, and she took a deep breath before loudly replying, yes, even louder than before. Naturally, this drew even more attention from the people around them. Please, be quiet. Holding his head, Yuto went back inside his room. Section. I forgot to mention, I'm the head of the editorial department. Editorial department. Head. Yes. So, I need writers. We can't do anything if we don't have authors to write, right? Yuto and Kotoha walked side by side. They were on a one-lane asphalt road, with rice fields spreading out on both sides, the green rice plants swaying in the wind. The unique smell of summer rice paddies, a mix of water, soil, and grass, filled the air around them. Even though it was morning, the summer sun was already harsh, and sweat was beading on Yuto's forehead. On the other hand, Kotoha, with her remarkably fair skin for summer, was hardly sweating at all. Probably because Yuto was the only one pushing a bicycle. Since Kotoha, who had appeared at Yuto's place, was on foot, he had no choice but to walk. It would take around 40 minutes on foot since it was a 15-minute bike ride. He would probably make it just in time for homeroom. Of course, if it looked like he was going to be late, he planned to leave Kotoha and ride his bicycle. No, seriously, what do you mean by editorial department? Are you talking about a publisher or something? It was a question asked half mockingly, but Kotoha looked rather exasperated and laughed. Ahaha. A publisher? I'm still a high school student. What are you thinking, senpai? You have no right to say that. Yuto thought but didn't say aloud, instead asking, then what is this editorial department? Despite trying not to get swept up in her pace, he felt like he was sinking deeper and deeper into a quagmire. It must be just his imagination. Surely. It's a club. Like the baseball club or the soccer club or the art club. Isn't it the literature club? Nope. The literature club members usually create their own work or critique others, right? My activity is to support the creative process of writers comprehensively. In other words, I'm a producer. Your activity? What about the other members? At that question, Kotoha fell silent for a moment before a forced smile crept onto her face, and she mumbled. Other members don't matter, do they? So, that's how it is, Yuto thought. He had never heard of such a dubious club as the editorial department since he entered school. He decided to press on and make her give up. It does matter. You need a certain number of members to be recognized as a club. Or is the club thing just a lie? Kotoha fell silent at Yuto's questioning, her eyes darting around. This must be a weak point, Yuto thought smugly. It seemed he could use this as an excuse to refuse. Haha, is that so? If it were an official club, I might have listened, but if not, then no way, too bad. But it can't be helped. Just as he was about to say more, Kotoha, who had seemed flustered a few seconds ago, was now smiling slyly at him. The editorial department was established by me this year. According to the school rules, to give the new club a chance to recruit members, there is no minimum member requirement for the first year. So the editorial department is an official club. What? Yuto didn't know such a school rule existed. However, it was natural not to know the rules about the rare event of starting a club. He briefly considered whether Kotoha was lying, but probably not. It was something that could be easily checked. You tricked me. Tricked? That sounds bad. I didn't say anything misleading, did I? Maybe you misunderstood, senpai. Kotoha said, looking amused, then suddenly became serious, but her eyes turned earnest. Yuto was taken aback by her gaze. I'd be really happy if you would listen. Thank you. She stopped and bowed deeply. Seeing Kotoha, who had been somewhat light-hearted until now, bow so politely, Yuto also stopped without thinking. He let out a deep sigh and spoke. So, what are you trying to achieve? Going to the trouble of creating a club and all. When Yuto asked, Kotoha's serious expression softened, and she gave an embarrassed smile. The change in her expression unexpectedly made Yuto's heart skip a beat. I really want to become an editor in the future. So, I want to build a track record while I'm in high school. Track record? Yes. I want to work with a writer, create a work together, and introduce it to the world. Any genre of story is fine. I love reading books since I was little, whether it's pure literature, mystery, youth stories, fantasy, sci-fi, or horror, all of them. No matter what senpai writes, I will do my best as an editor. So, Kotoha spoke passionately. Yuto could feel that it was an important dream for her. That's why. Why me? Unable to bear it, Yuto spoke. How much does she know about my true identity? Why did she come to me? It was a doubt that had been lingering since yesterday. You could ask someone from the literature club. Why ask an unknown third year like me who isn't even in a club? He hoped his doubt was just needless worry, and that Kotoha would struggle to answer, even a little. That would give him an opening. A reason to refuse. Someone like me, who has run away from the world of creating stories, isn't suitable for her pure intentions. Because you are exceptional. Kotoha looked at Yuto with the same passionate eyes she had when she talked about her dream. Yuto found himself captivated by her expression. I read your work, senpai, Kotoha said, reaching into her school bag. Yuto gasped. So, you really know about me, he was about to say, but quickly closed his mouth. Kotoha tilted her head, looking puzzled. What she held in her hand was an A4-sized yellow booklet. It didn't look like Yuto's Haruhiko Fuyutsuki's novel at all. But Yuto recognized its color and shape. Is that a collection of book reports? He asked, feeling deflated, and Kotoha nodded, yes. It's called Rika. Did you know that this collection has a name? It was distributed to all students every fall as an assignment given during summer vacation. Of course, Yuto had written in it too. I didn't know. But that's not the point. Even if you read it, there's no way. Yes, I read your book report, senpai. Yuto noticed that the Rika Kotoha held was covered with sticky notes. Note, a Rika, or Japanese Student Book Report Anthology, is basically a collection of book reports compiled and distributed in school. You read all the book reports from all the students? Yes. If each person wrote 5 pages, that's about 5,000 pages. That's more than 10 novels. It took me a week to read 2 years' worth. That's absurd. If you have that much time, you should study. It's studying to become an editor. If I want to be a professional, I need to be able to handle that much reading easily. It's not about the quantity. It's boring to read other people's book reports. Even if you read them, That's true. Some are written half-heartedly, some don't even get the grammar right. Some just summarize the plot, some repeat the same thing over and over. Even among the better ones, few have a proper structure. Then why? I was looking for a golden egg. Even in those book reports, sometimes there are ones that shine brightly. I was looking for such people, to become their editor, and create a novel together. And that was me? Yuto asked hesitantly, and Kotoha giggled. No. Are you serious, senpai? Why are you laughing? Given the context, that's a normal assumption. Feeling embarrassed, Yuto defended himself. But Kotoha shook her head and held Rika close with both hands. What I found wasn't a golden egg. As I said before, it was extraordinary. It stood out. No, comparing it to others would be unfair. A treasure chest filled with gold and jewels. What I found was your writing, senpai. Kotoha spoke dreamily. Yuto found himself entranced by her, then snapped out of it and spoke. You're exaggerating. It's just a 5-page book report. Exactly, because it's just 5 pages. In those 5 pages, senpai created a whole story. I couldn't believe it. A book report, you know? In your first year, you did a secondary creation using the characters, making it a suspense story. But you also included your introspection. In the second year, it was a dialogue form where you debated with the protagonist, using rhetoric to make the conversation interesting. I've never encountered such compelling book reports before. It's an incredible talent. That's enough. Yuto's voice came out colder and lower than expected. Kotoha flinched and fell silent, and Yuto averted his gaze out of discomfort. Sorry, but I have no such talent. It's absurd, he thought. I have no talent. That was made clear 3 years ago. And yet, for a moment, I foolishly took this mysterious junior's words seriously, felt happy about it. What? But. No matter what you say, I won't write any novels. He spoke as if to shake off his lingering regrets. Wait, please. Sorry. But since I listened, this is the end. Yuto turned his back on Kotoha, got on his bike, and pedaled. He intended to leave her behind, but there was a grinding sound from behind, and he couldn't move forward. Yuto lost his balance and hastily put his foot down on the asphalt. In an instant, he saw Kotoha also losing her balance. She tried to catch herself by stepping back, but the angle was all wrong, and she couldn't support herself at all. She rolled down the grassy embankment like an acorn, tumbling into the rice field. A splash of muddy water erupted. Section. Excuse me for a moment. Hey. It was during lunch break, hours after Kotoha had fallen into the rice field that morning. Yuto was eating a sandwich he bought from the school store in the classroom when she suddenly appeared and sat in front of him. She then started to unwrap her bento box on his desk. Isn't it okay to have lunch together? I like eating alone. Besides, a first year shouldn't come into the third year's classroom. Don't sweat the small stuff. Besides, Kotoha's voice grew a bit louder. Because you pushed me so forcefully this morning, I got all covered in mud. Don't you feel a bit guilty? I even had to change my underwear. Be quiet. I'm sorry. The stares from everyone around were not just slight, but very intense. She must be doing this on purpose. Kotoha smiled in satisfaction and resumed opening her bento. After Kotoha fell into the rice field this morning, Yuto had pulled her out of the muddy water. It was fortunate that she didn't get hurt since she fell into soft mud. After that, he had seated her on the back of his bike and taken her to the school infirmary, and now here they were. The uniform she was wearing was probably borrowed from the infirmary. By the way, her school bag was left on the road and was unharmed. Otherwise, her textbooks and the bento she was eating now would have shared her fate. So, what do you want? I just wanted to chat while having lunch. I thought I was a bit too pushy this morning. You're still plenty pushy now. Are you sure you want to say that, senpai? Kotoha glanced around. Just that gesture made Yuto gasp. Don't tell me you fell on purpose. Now that I think about it, your stumble was suspicious. Kotoha silently stared at Yuto with a piercing gaze. Defeated by her strange intensity, Yuto closed his mouth. I can't win, what a humiliation, to be bested by a younger girl. Here, take this. Kotoha used the bento box lid as a plate and offered some of her side dishes. Ha! Why is everything she does so sudden? He couldn't understand what the girl in front of him was thinking at all. It's a thank you. For helping me when I fell into the rice field. I was kind of moved. You're unexpectedly a gentleman. I'd feel bad if you drowned. Don't make me fertilizer for a rice field. But if that happened, I'd haunt you. Despite her words, Kotoha smiled. Well, just eat. Only eating bread from the school store is bad for you. Managing a writer's health is part of an editor's job. Never seen an editor do that. About to finish his sentence, Yuto stopped. Close call. I tend to let my guard down around Kotoha. I'll gratefully accept. Please do. Rolled omelette, octopus-shaped sausage, spinach ohitashi, simmered potatoes. It's delicious. For Yuto, who skipped breakfast, ate bread for lunch, and had convenience store bentos for dinner, it was the taste of homemade food after a long time. Right. Kotoha watched Yuto with a triumphant smile. I made it. Against his better judgment, he found himself captivated by her innocent smile. This is bad, Yuto thought. Not the food. The situation where he was being tamed. I'm telling you, no matter how good it is, I won't write a novel. Of course, I'm not trying to bribe you with food. I meant what I said earlier. Though managing your health might be an exaggeration, I can't stand watching you eat like that. I'll make lunch for you every day from now on. If it's not too much trouble, shall I also make breakfast and dinner? That would be too much trouble, so please don't. What? Isn't it every high school boy's dream to have a younger girl come over and cook meals for him? Not if the girl is someone as dangerous as you. Calling me dangerous is rude. Well, breakfast and dinner might be too much, but lunch is okay, right? Wait. Hold on. Yuto recalled Kotoha's earlier question and his own response. Wait, does that mean? Isn't that cheating? Don't hesitate. I'll bring your lunch from tomorrow, so you don't need to buy bread. Kotoha smiled brightly. Yuto's mouth twitched, and he was at a loss for words. Various objections came to mind, but none seemed strong enough to counter her overwhelming determination. It wasn't because he wanted more of her homemade food. Seriously, who is this girl? As they ate lunch, Yuto and Kotoha chatted about trivial school matters. About how studying became harder after entering high school, about how the slope in front of the school was too steep. Mostly Kotoha talked, and Yuto made occasional comments or retorts. One thing left an impression on Yuto. Kotoha was good at finding the positive side of things. Studying has gotten harder since we started high school, but it gives us more opportunities to learn new things. We'd never read a physics textbook for fun, would we? The slope in front of the school is really steep. It's hot, and we get sweaty. But don't you feel happy when you look back from the top and see the vast landscape? The cool wind feels refreshing too. When she put it that way, even the classes he attended out of obligation and the mundane scenery he was used to seemed a bit special. She was a type of person Yuto hadn't encountered much before. Maybe, he thought, if the world were full of people like her, his present might have been a little different. Section. It's been a week since Yuto met the girl named Kotoha Natsum. Hey, Natsum, what do you really want? On the way back from school, Yuto looked at Kotoha's face, illuminated by the setting sun, on the bridge. A clear river flowed gently about 5 meters below the bridge. The sound of the flowing water somehow suited her. Kotoha looked at Yuto and tilted her head. What do you mean? I've been saying it from the start. That meant she wanted Yuto to write a novel, and she wanted to practice being an editor. But all you've been doing is making bento and walking to and from school with me. Over the past week, Kotoha had made bento for Yuto every day as she declared. She also waited in front of Yuto's apartment in the morning and picked him up from his classroom after school. However, she never once urged Yuto to write a novel, instead talking about school events and books she had recently read. Isn't it nice, like a caring girlfriend? No, It's creepy. You mean mysterious? That's way too positive. Kotoha quickened her pace, turned around to face Yuto, and stopped. They both halted. I just wanted to get to know you better, senpai. Yuto was stunned by her words, feeling his heart skip a beat. Seeing his reaction, Kotoha grinned. And I hoped you might be swayed. That's your true intention, isn't it? Hee. It wasn't funny. Given the current situation, it seemed like things were going exactly as Kotoha planned. She hadn't pressured him, only made bento and accompanied him to and from school, making it hard to reject her. Recently, Yuto had gotten used to it and found himself looking forward to her bento before noon. Walking to and from school with Kotoha by his side no longer felt strange at all. This can't go on, Yuto decided. Can you stop this already? Senpai. Like I said before, no matter what, I won't write a novel. Kotoha stared silently at Yuto. He expected her to rush to convince him, so her quiet demeanor surprised him. You said I have talent, but I don't. You do. I'm an aspiring editor, and I'm sure of it. Trust me. That's quite the confidence, Yuto chuckled bitterly. But you're wrong. No one knows me better than myself. A breeze blew across the bridge. The summer evening's warm wind tousled Kotoha's hair. Besides, what's with this editor thing anyway? What do you mean? You're just a high school student not affiliated with a publisher. What can you do? Maybe give feedback on a manuscript you get. But what about planning? Proofreading and coordinating with the printer? Managing the publishing process? Marketing? Yuto knew he was being harsh, but he thought he had to be, or Kotoha would never give up. It's just a hobby, right? I don't have time for that. I'm a college applicant. He was sure his words were tough. However, Kotoha didn't get angry or cry. She just kept staring at Yuto. Eventually, she slowly opened her mouth. The writing I read from you felt like it was screaming. Screaming? It felt like it was protesting, wanting to write stories. His head grew hot. No way. He stopped writing because he realized he had no talent. No regrets, no way. Don't change the subject. Yuto barely managed to keep his composure as he replied. Kotoha nodded slightly. You're right. I'm not affiliated with a publisher or an editing company. I'm just a high school student with limited capabilities. Then, but, Kotoha shouted, I want to support writers. I want to stay close and create stories together. I can help brainstorm and improve plots. If I get a manuscript, I'll read it all night and desperately compile feedback and suggestions for improvement. If a writer gets stuck, I'll work to resolve it. I'll have discussions for hours if needed. If a writer needs research, interviews, or promotion, I'll do anything. Her passion was almost painful. But Yuto couldn't back down here. Anyone can say that. What if a writer asked you to jump off this bridge for a scene? What would you do? Yuto thought it was absurd, dropping his gaze to his feet. She might laugh it off. He needed time to think. But in the next moment, Kotoha's bag fell to the sidewalk with a thud, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, Yuto was speechless. Kotoha was standing on the bridge railing. Bathed in the beautiful sunset, she slowly turned to face him, standing on the narrow railing. Her eyes were unwavering. I'd jump. It was an unreal, terrifying sight, and Yuto was captivated. He couldn't move. His mouth felt dry. What are you doing? Yuto asked, feeling his heart pounding, as he looked at Kotoha standing on the railing. What? This is my answer. If asked to jump off the bridge for a novel scene, what would she do? This was Kotoha's answer. Idiot, get down. There are rocks, and if you hit them wrong, it's okay. Kotoha smiled against the backdrop of the sunset. If you really write a novel, I'm willing to risk my life. And still smiling, she began to fall backward. The event, lasting less than a second, felt like several seconds or even minutes. Yuto's legs froze. Kotoha disappeared from view, and the sound of a heavy splash echoed. Yuto snapped back to reality and hurried to the railing to look into the river. There was no sign of Kotoha on the rippling surface. Yuto ran to the riverbank and climbed down the embankment. Looking where she had jumped, he couldn't see her. Imagining the worst, he heard splashing from the riverbank under the bridge. Kotoha was trying to climb out of the river. "Hey, Natsum, are you okay?" Relieved, Yuto rushed to her side. He reached out and pulled her up. "Thank you. Are you okay?" "No injuries. I'm fine. More importantly, will this scene be useful for your writing?" Yuto was dumbfounded by her question. He couldn't comprehend what she was saying right away. Useful for writing a reference. He had underestimated her, he thought. She could have been injured, or worse, but she didn't care about that. She was entirely focused on writing the novel. It felt like her determination was being shown to him. He had to acknowledge it. At the very least, Kotoha Natsum's passion rivaled that of any professional editor Yuto had worked with. Yuto forced out words with a groan. "I underestimated your resolve." Then, Kotoha's face lit up, and she stepped closer to Yuto. "You'll write it." Being so close, Yuto couldn't help but avert his eyes. "Senpai." Kotoha tilted her head quizzically. "For now, wear this." Yuto handed Kotoha the school-issued tracksuit he had pulled from his bag. "Ha! Oh." Only then did Kotoha appear to realize her indecent state. Her summer uniform, soaked through, clung to her body, revealing the skin and blue fabric beneath. "Blue, huh?" Kotoha took the tracksuit and quickly covered herself. Just turn around and wait." Following her request, Yuto turned his back to her. Sensing her shuffling to change, Yuto began to speak. "I understand your resolve, Natsum. But that doesn't mean I'll write a novel. I should have just straightforwardly and clearly refused you instead of finding faults." Kotoha didn't reply immediately. A brief silence passed along with the sound of the flowing river. "You can turn around now," she finally said. Turning, Yuto saw Kotoha standing there, now dressed in the tracksuit, looking somewhat embarrassed. She's bold enough to jump off a bridge, yet shy about this, he thought, but kept it to himself. Kotoha took a deep breath to calm herself. "I understand how you feel, senpai." Then, just as Yuto was about to ask if she would finally give up, Kotoha interrupted him. "But I have one last request." "A request?" "Yes. Please spend a little time with me the day after tomorrow. I won't ask you to write a novel." Section. Saturday, 9 a.m. Normally, Yuto would spend his time studying in his room or at the library, but today, he found himself riding his bicycle down an unfamiliar path. The streets, lined with a mix of old and new houses, a recently opened cafe, and an old library, were closer to the city center than Yuto's usual route to school. "Where are we going?" "Turn left here." Kotoha's voice rang in his ear, making him flinch. "No, I meant." Yuto, pedaling harder than usual, grumbled, but it seemed Kotoha, sitting on the back of his bike, didn't hear him. This morning, Kotoha had shown up at his place in a light yellow off-shoulder top and navy gaucho pants. Yuto thought it was a very Kotoha-like outfit, though her exposed shoulders were a bit distracting. Despite asking where they were headed, she had dodged the question and led him outside. While two-person biking wasn't exactly legal, they were in casual clothes, and Yuto decided to just go along with it. "Turn at the next corner, not here. The slope is steep." Following Kotoha's directions, Yuto pedaled. "Why on earth am I giving a ride to a self-proclaimed editor and slightly dangerous junior girl, who's not even my girlfriend?" Feeling a bit melancholic at the thought, he decided to shake it off. If this meant she would stop following him around, it would be worth it. He felt a slight pang of loneliness but pushed it deep down. After riding for a while, Kotoha asked him to stop. This place. The sunlit building with a roof shaped like a ship's bow was large. Supported by white pillars, its glass facade gleamed. A lawn in front had children playing. "It's the Civic Hall." Kotoha led Yuto to the largest hall in the city. It housed a grand theater for orchestras and plays as well as a smaller theater. Though Yuto had never been here, he knew of its existence. "What's going on here?" Yuto and Kotoha entered the lobby through the main entrance. The lobby was crowded, mostly with people around their age. "Come on." Ignoring Yuto's question, Kotoha grabbed his hand and pulled him forward. Hey, just follow me. You promised to go along with anything today. I don't remember making that promise. Before he knew it, they were seated in the central area of the Grand Theatre, which could hold about 1,000 people. Kotoha sat beside him. Looking around, he saw about 60% of the seats filled. It feels like a date. Can you tell me what this is about now? Ignoring Kotoha's playful comment, Yuto pressed for answers. She looked a bit displeased. What did she expect me to say? Yuto wondered. You're so cold. You'll never be popular like this. None of your business. Kotoha let out an exaggerated sigh. It's our school's drama club's regular performance. The drama club? Why? Oh, it's starting. Be quiet. Looking toward the stage, Yuto saw a familiar teacher standing there. Probably the advisor. The advisor began the opening remarks. The usual greeting of thank you for coming began, followed by an explanation that there would be a high school theater district competition at the end of September, for which they were practicing daily, and that today's performance was in preparation for that competition. After the explanation ended and the advisor left, the auditorium lights dimmed and the curtain slowly rose. Section. The performance was over in no time. It lasted just under an hour. On stage, the members were bowing deeply, basking in the audience's applause. Yuto also clapped for the members. The script was a straightforward, refreshing youth ensemble drama, with about 10 actors delivering crisp lines for their roles. The props, set pieces, and stage equipment were not flashy but were carefully made, providing enjoyment for the audience. After the members finished their bows and exited the stage, the audience began to leave the theater. Yuto was about to stand up, but Kotoha tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Wait, please." Looking at the door, it seemed still crowded, so she probably meant to wait a bit. What did you think of the play? Well, it was interesting. The acting was great, and the stage setup was well done. Yuto answered honestly. He wasn't well versed in theater, but it seemed to be a strong club. Every aspect was high quality, so even a layman like him could enjoy it. I'm glad. Our school is a regular at the national competition. The national competition? I didn't know. Kotoha gave him an exasperated look. How can you not know that as a third year? There must have been awards during school assemblies. Even if you say that. He couldn't say he wasn't interested. Natsum-san. A male student in a uniform approached the two. Hello, Watanabe-senpai. Kotoha greeted the male student. Yuto didn't recognize him, but it seemed Kotoha knew this Watanabe-senpai. The two began chatting cheerfully. How was our play? It was interesting. The stage setup and direction were impressive, as expected of regulars at the national competition. Thank you for inviting us today. Kotoha smiled cutely and politely, a side Yuto hadn't seen before. Seemingly taken aback by her charm, Watanabe-senpai blushed lightly, mumbling, "Thank you, and I'm glad you think so, Natsum-san." However, Watanabe's expression soon turned serious, and he spoke with determination. What did you think of the script? Kotoha's smile disappeared at that question. Her serious gaze seemed to make Watanabe gulp. Yuto, watching from the side, also felt a bit tense until the next moment. What did you think, Hiraga-senpai? Caught off guard by Kotoha's sudden question, Yuto froze. Should he praise it to smooth things over? He considered it but hesitated when he saw Kotoha's serious eyes. Who is this? Watanabe finally turned his gaze to Yuto, his eyes showing a hint of hostility. From that attitude, Yuto could vaguely sense Watanabe's feelings for Kotoha, whether it was affection or something close to it. The situation couldn't be more awkward. Why am I here? This is Hiragi Yuto-senpai. He's a third year at our school. This is Watanabe Ryota-senpai, also a third year at our school and the head of the drama club. Watanabe continued to glare suspiciously at Yuto. Meanwhile, Yuto had a faint idea of why Kotoha had brought him here. To get feedback on the drama club's script as part of her editorial activities. Normally, he wouldn't entertain such a request. But considering it as her last request instead of pressuring him to write a novel, he could somewhat understand. I'm Hiragi. It was a wonderful play. Thanks. I'm Watanabe, the head of the drama club. Yuto forced a smile, while Watanabe had a sullen expression. To avoid any further awkwardness, Yuto decided to get straight to the point. Kotoha asked me, so I'll answer, he prefaced. The script wasn't bad. It was well put together. Glancing at Kotoha, he saw she was giving him a reproachful look. I can't help it, Yuto mentally protested. After all, what he was about to say to someone he had just met was. But that's all there was to it. Honestly, it was too ordinary. What? Watanabe was stunned, then his expression twisted in anger. What do you mean by that? His voice echoed through the theater. The audience had already left, but some members dismantling the set behind the curtain peeked out to see what was happening. Simply put, the characters weren't distinct, and the story felt familiar. Overall, it lacked excitement, and I couldn't understand what it was trying to convey to the audience or what kind of emotion it wanted to evoke. That's what I mean. As Yuto conveyed his thoughts, Watanabe stepped forward aggressively. You. Watanabe glared at Yuto with angry eyes and grabbed his collar. Hey, wait. Yuto panicked. Watanabe was muscular and tall, lifting Yuto slightly off the ground. How did it come to this? Yuto cursed his misfortune and Kotoha. Senpai, stop. Apparently not expecting this outcome, Kotoha hurriedly stepped between them, separating Yuto and Watanabe. Around 10 drama club members gathered nearby, watching with concern. Watanabe didn't seem inclined to push past Kotoha to get at Yuto again, and he let his gaze fall to the floor. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Natsum-san, do you agree with him? Yes. For the most part, I do. Her response was immediate. Yuto, surprised by Kotoha's blunt and harsh critique, stared at her. Her usual friendly smile was gone, replaced by a serious expression as she looked directly at Watanabe. He seemed unable to look away from her intense gaze. You asked me, as the editor, to watch the play because you were worried, right, Watanabe-senpai? Well, yeah. Watanabe nodded weakly. Then, he opened his mouth to speak with difficulty. Every year, all the members come up with ideas together to create the script. That's how our drama club has made it to the nationals multiple times. But, since the club's founding 8 years ago, we've made it to the nationals, but we've never won a single award there. When Kotoha continued his sentence, Watanabe looked slightly surprised. You knew. As an editor working with you, I did my homework. I see. Thanks. Watanabe seemed impressed by Kotoha's thorough research, but Yuto knew that her dedication to editing wasn't something to be easily impressed by. She had read through an entire collection of book reports, barged into other people's rooms, fallen into rice fields and rivers without losing spirit, and even claimed she'd risk her life for a novel. This girl was relentless. Yuto couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered by his own thoughts. Then let me ask you bluntly, what do you think should be done with this script? Watanabe's desperate voice echoed. Kotoha furrowed her brows a little, looking troubled, then glanced at Yuto. A signal for him to talk. Yuto sighed deeply. He worried if he might get grabbed by the collar again, but he started to speak. Fixing it would be hard. It'd be quicker to write a new one from scratch. I wasn't asking you. Well, yeah, but still. Yuto looked at Kotoha, and Watanabe did too, though timidly. Kotoha remained unperturbed, nodding slightly but firmly. I agree. Even if we fix it, we'd need significant changes to the setting and story. Whether it would be interesting after that is another matter. Watanabe looked dejected, as if he had been hit hard. The difference in his attitude towards Yuto was almost refreshing, Yuto thought, half in disbelief, as he watched Watanabe. At the same time, he felt relieved, thinking his role was over. Around them, some drama club members looked just as downcast as Watanabe, while others glared at Kotoha with dissatisfaction. It seemed about half and half. Why do you believe what these people say, President? This so-called editorial club just started and only has one member, right? A dissatisfied female club member voiced her complaints louder than her expression showed. Other members joined in, whispering, "Who is she, anyway? Is there even an editorial club? Why did we ask them? We can't change it now." In this tense situation, Watanabe's clear voice cut through, "Sorry." The members quieted down and turned their attention to him. He seemed to have their trust as their president. "Sorry for keeping this secret. I asked Natsume-san to watch the play because her insight into scripts is solid." "In what way?" a female club member asked skeptically. "Do you remember showing a play to the new students in April?" "Of course." Natsume-san wrote in the survey then. Her comments were almost identical to what professional playwrights said at last year's national competition. Both the good and bad points were spot on. The complaining members gasped. "But you could find something like that online. Comments on schools that didn't win are not public." This caused a stir among the members. They looked at Kotoha with curious eyes. Could a fellow high school student have the same perspective as a professional? Under their scrutiny, Kotoha looked uncomfortable. "Did you really do that?" Yuto whispered, and Kotoha nodded slightly. "I wrote what I thought in the survey. Then, they contacted me. And that's why they asked you to look at the new script. And somehow, he got dragged into it too. But, President, there's no time to rewrite it." "Right. If we start now, we'll finish the first draft by the end of August. We won't have time to practice during summer break. And there's the cultural festival in mid-September. It's always a rehearsal for the district competition." It seemed everyone thought they had no choice but to go with the current script. That's the realistic view, Yuto thought. But what if we finish it in 10 days? It was Kotoha who said that. "What is she talking about?" Yuto frowned. "Maybe we could make it in time. But writing that fast is impossible." Yuto silently agreed. From scratch, it would be too tough, especially without a dedicated scriptwriter. "We can. Easily," Kotoha confidently replied. Her certainty caused a commotion among the members. Is Natsume-san going to write it?" Watanabe barely managed to ask, but Kotoha shook her head. "No. I'm just the editor. The writer is someone else." Yuto was surprised she had a writer in mind. Maybe it was possible with an experienced writer. But then, why bring him instead of that writer? "Wait. Natsume-san, I trusted your judgment. I don't know who your writer is, but it's risky to leave it to someone unknown. Even if they finish it, I'm worried about the quality." "It's fine. They're skilled. Besides, Watanabe senpai knows them." Yuto had a bad feeling and tried to quietly slip away, unnoticed. But he accidentally knocked into a seat, making a noise. Immediately, Kotoha turned around. "You can do it, right, Hiraga-senpai?" Kotoha smiled broadly, but it was an artificial smile with an intimidating force. This wasn't the plan," Yuto protested, feeling pressured. "I came here to give feedback, not to." "I never said that." Kotoha still smiled, but her eyes weren't. "What?" Indeed, she never explicitly said it. Kotoha only said to come along, and Yuto assumed his role was to give feedback on the play. "But what about our agreement? You said you wouldn't ask me to write a novel." She did say that by the riverside. That she wouldn't ask him to write a novel. But Kotoha casually countered. "It's not a novel. I want you to write a script." "What?" Yuto's mouth hung open. When hit with something unexpected, people really do lose their words and gape like this, he mused. "That's just sophistry." "I don't think so. Novels and scripts are both stories, but they have many differences. Also, what?" Kotoha lost her smile and stared intently at Yuto. "After giving such harsh feedback, are you going to stay in a safe place?" Those words froze Yuto. He recalled what he had said to Watanabe earlier. That's right. Thinking his role was to give feedback, he had arrogantly criticized Watanabe. Criticism is a thorn. It hurts when received, and it lingers as anxiety. After hearing such words, even if they rewrote the script, the drama club members wouldn't have the confidence to face the competition. One should only give such harsh criticism if they can take responsibility for the work. It's not something to say and walk away from. Kotoha had trapped him. But he had known and still spoke irresponsibly. Even if someone led him to it, it didn't matter. This makes me just like them. The unpleasant memory from 3 years ago, the faces of irresponsible people he didn't even know, flashed in his mind. Senpai. Kotoha looked directly at Yuto. You can't believe in your own talent, right? Yeah, that's why. He was about to say he couldn't write when Kotoha took his hand. If you can't, I'll believe in it for you. What? So please, believe in me. That should balance things out, right? It was an absurd reasoning. But Kotoha's sincerity gave it an odd persuasiveness that left Yuto speechless. Or can't you trust me? No, that's not. Sure, I used a deceitful trick to get you here. But I would never lie about creation. That was probably true. Over the past week, though Kotoha had followed him everywhere, her genuine passion for creation was evident. She was even willing to risk her life for it. I'll do anything if you write. If you can't believe in yourself, let me believe in you. Her passion felt like a burning spirit. There's no one else for me. Ever since I read your writing. Her fiery words thawed the frozen corners of his heart. So please, write. Kotoha bowed deeply. It was a straightforward plea, without any pretense. Ignoring the drama club members' stares, her words shook Yuto's heart, causing his first moment of hesitation. Can I write it? Should I write it? Such doubts. Is what Natsume-san said true? Watanabe asked quietly. What? Is your ability as good as she says? Can you write something better in 10 days? Watanabe scrutinized Yuto. That's... Yuto faltered. He had no confidence. He had stopped writing because he realized his talent's limits. But he couldn't say that. Because, believe in me. Kotoha's earnest words were directed at both Yuto and Watanabe. Watanabe widened his eyes, thought for a moment, then sighed deeply. Right. I trusted Natsume-san's judgment in making this request. If she believes in you, I should trust that. Yuto looked at Watanabe in surprise. You're going to entrust this to someone like me? Like I said, it's Natsume-san's recommendation. I don't like you, but I can separate my feelings from your work. Watanabe's eyes were serious. Around them, the other members also watched Yuto. Some had the same serious expression, some looked worried, some were doubtful. But they all shared one thing. They were genuinely concerned about their play. That realization made Yuto bite his lip. He had sworn never to write again. Because 3 years ago, he realized his talent's limits. And because he had a sin to atone for. But, senpai. Kotoha's clear voice reached Yuto's ears. Please write your story. I'll do anything for that. Since their first meeting, she hadn't hesitated to cross the boundaries Yuto set. She tried to pull him from his quiet, dark place. Forcefully, but earnestly. He couldn't win. Against her passion, her resolve. And maybe, just a little, he wanted to respond to it. Sorry. He prayed silently to those he had hurt back then. Just this once, let me write. Yuto turned to Watanabe. Taking a short breath, he spoke. I'll do it. Let me. All right, I'm counting on you. Watanabe nodded briefly. It was a simple exchange. But for Yuto, it was a significant decision. When he looked at Kotoha, she was staring at him in a daze. What's with that face, Natsume? Huh. Oh, really, you're right? Yuto chuckled. No one could have predicted that after all her confident persuasion, she would be so flustered once he agreed. Yeah, I said so. Pull yourself together, editor. At Yuto's words, Kotoha's cheeks flushed, and she seemed to shine with joy. Why yes. Thank you very much. Chapter 2, Drama. The wind coming through the screen door past midnight was gentle. When he lived in Nagoya, the heat rising from the asphalt made it impossible to leave the windows open at night. But here, even though it was hot during the day, the night brought a breeze carrying the scent of the mountains and the coolness of the river and rice fields. The loud chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, which had surprised Yuto when he first moved in, quickly became background noise. They felt more familiar to his ears than the noise of cars and trains he had grown up with. Yuto looked at the sticky notes and report sheets scattered across the table. All of them were covered in hastily scribbled writing. It was a strange feeling to be facing the act of creation again after 3 years. At first, he was anxious about whether he could do it again. But once he started creating the story, ideas and words flowed endlessly. And then he would snap out of it, recall the past, and his hand would stop for a while. It was a cycle. But now, he couldn't afford to stop. After all, there were only 10 days left. No, 9 days now that it's past midnight. Even if he had lost the ability to weave stories and was just squeezing out the dregs, he had to do it. As he tried to rearrange the sticky notes with scenes written on them, something unexpected happened. The doorbell rang. Yuto looked at the door, surprised. A visit at this hour was unthinkable. But a suspicion arose in his mind, and he stood up. Peering through the door scope, he muttered, seriously, and then slowly opened the door. "Good evening, senpai. Sorry for disturbing you so late." Standing there was Kotoha. She wore a white linen shirt that was slightly see-through, paired with a floral flared skirt and stylish sandals. The summer night breeze played with her hair, and her eyes held an unmistakable intensity. Maybe it was the time of night, but Kotoha seemed more alluring than usual, and Yuto averted his gaze slightly as he spoke. "What are you doing here at this hour?" "I'm here for a script meeting, of course." Hearing that, Yuto felt more resigned than surprised or angry. He sighed internally, realizing he had grown accustomed to Kotoha's recklessness. "All right, let's have the meeting in the room then." "No, that's not okay. A girl entering a guy's room this late at night is just wrong. Are you planning to do something weird, senpai?" Kotoha stiffened, giving Yuto a slightly wary look. "I wouldn't do that." When Yuto hastily denied it. "Then it's fine," Kotoha said as she entered the room. Watching her back, Yuto sighed deeply, feeling that trying to argue would be futile. He cleared the sticky notes and papers from the table, poured some barley tea, and then sat across from Kotoha at the low table. It felt strange. It was the first time he had let someone into his room, and it was a younger girl. Moreover, it was past midnight, making him feel like he was doing something wrong. He hesitated to even make eye contact. Kotoha, sitting properly in Caesar, placed her hands on the table and bowed her head. "Thank you again for taking on the script." Her tone was filled with joy and excitement. "How many times are you going to say that? It's enough already. Besides, you tricked me." Sorry." Kotoha raised her head and smiled mischievously. Seeing her act the same as always made Yuto feel foolish for being tense. He exhaled softly, feeling a bit calmer. "You don't seem sorry." "Well, even if you had a plan, it's true that I gave a half-hearted critique back there. Treat me to a breaded pork cutlet sandwich from the school store, and we'll call it even. Is that all? If senpai thinks that's not enough, I can kneel in front of everyone at school and apologize. I think what I did warrants that much." "Don't do that. You're not going that far, and definitely don't kneel." Having a girl who, at least in appearance, was attractive kneel in front of everyone would be beyond embarrassing. Yuto wouldn't be able to live out the rest of his high school life normally. "I realized something after getting home from the theater today. I don't have your contact information, senpai. So you came here directly." Yuto groaned. "But I don't use messaging apps or social media. Is phone and email okay?" Even when he was active as a writer, if in-person meetings weren't necessary, he would send manuscripts by email and have meetings over the phone. Kotoha looked surprised at his response. "I have an unlimited calling plan, so that's fine. But you don't use X or Instagram or anything?" "No. It's a waste of time." Yuto exchanged contact information with Kotoha. He didn't mention that she was the first contact he had added since entering high school, thinking it might invite pity. "So, let's get started. Do you have any ideas for the script, senpai? If not, I have some suggestions. I wrote a plot." "Of course. So, the first suggestion is..." "Wait, what?" Kotoha stared at Yuto. Did you say you wrote a plot? Yeah, here it is. But I haven't used my printer in a while, so I'll email it to you. Yuto placed his laptop on the table and woke it from sleep mode. 2 hours ago, he had finished the plot draft. It was 5 pages long and would run about 50 minutes. He had been refining it until just now. Let me see. As Yuto opened his email software, he heard Kotoha's trembling voice. More importantly, she had somehow moved right next to him, so close their bodies were almost touching. Hey, wait. He understood. It was easier to see an A4 plot on a laptop than on a phone. But that wasn't the issue. Is this it? Here, right? Kotoha pressed against Yuto. Her soft touch and sweet scent made him dizzy for a moment, but seeing her intensely focused on the plot cleared his head. Yuto straightened his back and moved slightly away from Kotoha, holding his breath as he waited for her to finish reading. The plot consisted of a simple table summarizing the characters, a brief outline of the story's setup, development, and conclusion, and a detailed breakdown of these elements into scenes, known as a hakogaki. Note: hakogaki is a term used in Japanese screenwriting and novel writing that refers to the process of breaking down a storyline into detailed scenes. Essentially, it involves creating a scene-by-scene outline, which helps in organizing and structuring the narrative. This method allows writers to visualize the flow of their story and make adjustments before beginning the actual writing process. This had always been Yuto's style, even when he was a writer. Some authors might start writing with just a few lines of summary, but Yuto preferred to finish a detailed plot first. Eventually, Kotoha's fingers left the touchscreen display. She had finished reading. Yuto waited patiently for her words. But she didn't start speaking right away. She seemed to be deep in thought, her eyes closed tightly. The meaningful pause made Yuto feel a bit anxious, tightening his chest. Suddenly, Kotoha let out a deep sigh. Unable to bear it, Yuto closed his eyes. Maybe it wasn't good after all, he thought, feeling a bit discouraged. It might be the same as 3 years ago, when the stories he had written with all his effort were all rejected by editors. He had thought it was a decent piece, but having someone capable review it objectively was the best way to judge its quality. And Kotoha probably had the necessary skills for this role, also he thought. Maybe I should rework it from scratch. Unable to wait for Kotoha's response, Yuto spoke with a hint of resignation. However, what? To Yuto's surprise, Kotoha's voice was filled with confusion. What do you mean, There's no need to rewrite it. I thought it was good. It's a classic tearjerker with a touch of fantasy. It's quite interesting. As expected of you, senpai. Yuto lowered his head in relief and let out a small sigh. You really are confusing. What was that sigh about earlier? Did I sigh? Kotoha looked puzzled. Did you do it unconsciously? So basically, the direction is good, but it still needs some fixes, right? Yes, that's what I think. She answered immediately. But Yuto wasn't discouraged by this. Having worked with professional editors before, he knew that receiving criticism was a daily occurrence and necessary to improve the story. As long as the foundation wasn't entirely flawed and the story was engaging, it could be revised. Where do you think it needs fixing? The plot Yuto shared with Kotoha was as follows. There were 2 main characters. The protagonist was Ren, a novice Shinigami. The heroine was Hiyori, a high school girl suffering from a terminal illness. Other characters included Ren's superior Shinigami and Hiyori's classmates. The story was essentially a classic terminal illness drama with a fantasy twist involving Shinigami. Ren, the protagonist, disguises himself as a high school student to approach Hiyori and escort her soul to the afterlife. Hiyori, aware of her impending death, drags Ren around to all the places she wanted to visit. As Ren grows closer to Hiyori, who remains cheerful despite knowing her fate, he finds himself unable to complete his mission to take her soul. Another Shinigami then appears to take Hiyori's life in Ren's place when he fails to do so. The drama club's script also featured Shinigami, but the character settings and story were entirely different. Well, the biggest issue is that the Shinigami aspect of the protagonist isn't fully utilized. Yuto hummed and waited for Kotoha to continue. The first half focuses on Ren and Hiyori bonding, right? Kotoha pointed to the plot displayed on the screen, and Yuto leaned in to look. He felt their shoulders brush slightly, but it didn't bother him. The section Kotoha pointed out was indeed where Yuto felt the work was weakest. This realization drew Yuto's focus back to the creative process. This part feels like a typical high school friendship. There's no necessity for Ren to be a Shinigami. There is. The story explores Ren's internal conflict as a Shinigami, the guilt of hiding his identity and the fear of growing attached to Hiyori. But what they're doing is just everyday high school stuff. It feels weak. You're right. Yuto quickly agreed with Kotoha's comment after a brief rebuttal. He wanted to convey his original intent to align the story's direction and gauge Kotoha's confidence in her opinions. Hence, he had intentionally rebutted. Utilizing the Shinigami element, Yuto fell silent, pondering. Various options floated in his mind. Creating a story was like choosing one path from countless branches. It meant discarding all other possibilities, no matter how appealing they seemed. After a moment of contemplation, Yuto found a direction. We'll reveal Ren's identity as a Shinigami at the first plot point. By the first plot point, you mean a quarter into the story? Yeah, that's right. You know your stuff. Just the basics. Kotoha blushed slightly. The plot point, as defined by American screenwriters, is a turning point in the three-act structure. The story is divided into 3 acts, with the first plot point at the end of the first act, where the story begins to take off. Kotoha's reference to this being a quarter of the way through aligns with the typical 1 to 2 to 1 ratio of the three-act structure's length. Kotoha looked down at the table, then nodded slightly. That sounds good. I thought hiding the Shinigami element until the end of the second act, the second plot point, was a bit too much. Revealing it at the first plot point will add excitement and make it easier to use the Shinigami element in the second act. What should the second act be about? Maybe Ren and Hiyori working together on Shinigami tasks. Yeah. Yuto couldn't help but smile. They had only been discussing for a few minutes, but he already felt Kotoha's competence. She didn't just provide accurate feedback on the story, she could also collaborate with the writer to create it. And she did so with remarkable precision. Yuto had worked with several editors before, and this feeling was similar. Thinking this, a shiver ran down his spine. It was a joyful premonition that creating with her might lead to weaving another great story. However, if the story they created turned out to be a failure, what would become of him if his lack of talent was pointed out again? Senpai, is something wrong? Noticing Yuto's unusual behavior, Kotoha tilted her head quizzically. No, it's nothing. Let's continue. For now, just for now, he decided to focus on the creation in front of him. He told himself he couldn't hand over something half-baked to the drama club members. They continued their meeting, organizing the story, characters, and setting. Regarding the characters, Kotoha had prepared some materials. Seeing the contents, Yuto let out an astonished groan. Did you make this yourself? Yes. Kotoha responded in a cheerful tone, pleased with Yuto's impressed reaction. So, how is it? Is it helpful? Yeah, it's helpful. When Yuto answered, Kotoha fell silent. What's with the sudden silence? No. I was just surprised that you thanked me so straightforwardly. I thought something might be up. Don't make it sound like I'm rude. It's just that your actions are usually too unexpected, and I don't get the chance. Really? Is that so? Their meeting continued in that manner, occasionally going off track. By the way, did you read the recent Naoki Prize winner? Oh, the one about the watchmaker. Yeah, I read it. Although his reading habits had diminished from his peak, he still read major award winners and popular new releases. So, what did you think? I quite liked it. I thought it was good. The calm atmosphere throughout the work was captivating, and the protagonist's dedication to watchmaking was admirable, as expected of a Naoki Prize winner. Though, I felt the romance with the childhood friend was unnecessary. What? That part was great. It's absolutely necessary. During their meeting, Such digressions frequently occurred. Conversations about recent news, favorite novels, dramas, movies, and manga. These seemingly idle chats became more analytical and in-depth, likely because they were in the midst of the creative process. Talking like this, senpai, Kotoha, sitting beside him, fidgeted. What? Don't say anything weird. It's not weird. It's just. It feels kind of what? Embarrassing. Yeah. He understood what she meant. From their conversations, Yuto could sense Kotoha's preferences in story development, character creation, settings, and props, essentially her creative habits and quirks. And likely, she sensed his as well. Having your creative habits exposed is like revealing your fetishes. Senpai, that's sexual harassment. At first, Yuto didn't grasp what she was implying. No, that's not what I meant. I was talking about creative tendencies, not. I meant. Just kidding, Kotoha laughed. I understand. You mean personal quirks and tendencies, not sexual preferences. Give me a break. And don't say sexual preferences so casually. They continued their meeting. The two of them, shoulder to shoulder, solely focused on creating a single story. This heated, feverish time ended when sunlight began streaming into the room. Oh, it's morning. Yeah, it is. Yuto stretched his arms above his head to loosen his stiff body. He felt exhausted all over, but his mind was burning with ideas. It's been a while since I watched the sunrise. Same here. He squinted against the brightness as he responded. The sun rose, painting the mountains orange, with a hint of night still lingering in the sky above. Watching the dawn together feels like a poetic scene, Kotoha joked. A cliched situation. It is. Does it need rewriting? No. Stories need their tropes. Kotoha laughed softly. She might have been a bit delirious from staying up all night. But Yuto felt a bit off himself, sensing that this cliched situation was something invaluable and possibly unrepeatable. Kotoha stifled a yawn and rubbed her sleepy eyes. I should go home now. I might fall asleep here. Are you okay? I'll walk you partway. No, I'm fine. You should get some sleep too, senpai. No, I'm going to start writing the script now. Though they hadn't typed out the revised plot, it was all in his head. He just needed to write it down. Starting now? You should get some rest too, senpai. We don't have time. Besides, my mind is active, and I want to write while the ideas are fresh. Kotoha fell silent for a moment, then, hee. She laughed joyfully. It was an innocent, somewhat fleeting, and childlike laugh, which seemed unlike the usually forceful Kotoha. It might have been due to fatigue and sleepiness. Then, Kotoha started coughing. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? No, I've just been talking all night, so my throat hurts. Upon hearing that, Yuto realized his own throat felt a bit sore. I see. Go home and get some sleep. Okay. I'll send you the script once it's done. I'm looking forward to it. Her expression and voice conveyed genuine anticipation, making Yuto chuckle. Why is she so eager for my story? The question, which had been a lingering doubt, grew slightly. Hey, you. Yes. No, never mind. She couldn't possibly know. Fuyutsuki Haruhiko was a pseudonymous writer, and his personal information, except for his age, was kept secret. Asking her anything now might just open a can of worms. Yuto braced himself slightly, worried she might pursue the conversation since he had cut it off halfway, but Kotoha said nothing. However, he soon understood why. He felt a gentle weight on his shoulder along with a sweet scent. Surprised, he looked to his side to find Kotoha had fallen asleep, leaning on him. Hey. Flustered, he sighed at her peaceful, defenseless sleeping face. Yuto reached over to the bed, grabbed a light blanket, and gently covered Kotoha with it. Then he turned to his laptop, ready to turn the story in his head into a script, and placed his fingers on the keyboard. In the dawnlit room, the sound of typing, clickety-clack, echoed with a gentle rhythm, almost like the sound of soft breathing. Section. A week had passed, July had ended, and August had begun. The sound of cicadas seemed distant in the drama club room on the 4th floor of the school building. It was 11 a.m. The club room, an unused classroom, had no air conditioning, and the stifling heat made everyone sweat. The occasional breeze through the open windows offered only a slight reprieve. With a total of 20 club members, plus Yuto, combined with the sets, props, and costumes, the room was unbearably hot and dusty. Yuto uneasily watched the members scattered on chairs and the floor. No one said a word. They occasionally wiped the sweat from their foreheads. All of them were focused on the A4-sized stack of printed scripts in their hands. It was the script Yuto had printed using the school printer this morning. He had finished writing it yesterday. After a night of revisions and an unexpected event or two, he had contacted Watanabe, the club president, to gather the members to read the finished script. This was the first time anyone other than Yuto would read it. Even Kotoha hadn't read it yet. Moreover, Kotoha wasn't present at this meeting. Despite eagerly awaiting Yuto's story and serving as the editor, Kotoha had caught a cold and couldn't attend today. To be precise, Yuto had ordered her to stay home. Section. Last night. How's the manuscript? It was a progress check email from Kotoha. Something felt off. Given her personality, it wouldn't have been surprising if she called or visited directly. Yuto, having just finished the first draft, immediately called Kotoha, who would likely have her smartphone at hand. But contrary to his expectations, the call didn't connect immediately. It took 10 rings before Kotoha finally answered. "Hi, what's up?" Her voice sounded artificially light and hoarse, and Yuto immediately knew. "Do you have a cold?" he asked. After a pause, Kotoha reluctantly replied, "Yes. But I'm fine. How's the manuscript?" "It's done. As expected of you, senpai. Send it to me." "No." Yuto could sense Kotoha's stunned silence on the other end. After a moment, her voice, now subdued, spoke. "I told you, didn't I? I'd risk my life for my editorial work. It's just a cold. Get well soon. I'll show the script to the drama club first and get their feedback. You can read and revise it after that. But I can't trust someone who's not at their best to read it. Just rest." Yuto's firm response left Kotoha weakly agreeing, "Okay. Sorry," and then the call ended. He felt he might have been too harsh, but otherwise, Kotoha would have pushed through her illness to read the script and attend the meeting. Section. A sudden noise brought Yuto back to reality. Looking up, he saw a female club member hurriedly leave the room. The script she had been reading was left on her desk, flipped over. Had she finished reading? What was that about? Did she just go to the restroom? She seemed awfully rushed. Could she have left in anger over the script's quality? Yuto felt a pang of anxiety. Despite the president's request, to the club members, Yuto was an outsider who had criticized their script. If the new script he brought was bad, their anger would be justified. Yuto knew he would be angry if he were in their position. Sweat that wasn't due to the heat trickled down his back. Then, another disturbance occurred in the club room. 3 female and 2 male members left the room in the same hurried manner. Yuto thought this might be really bad when, amid the cicadas' chorus, he heard sniffling and faint sobs. Yuto looked around the room and gasped. Some members were staring blankly at the last page. Others were covering their faces with their hands, shoulders shaking as if holding back something. Some were hiding tears. They were all trying to suppress their emotions, but like a boiling pot with a lid on, their efforts only made the emotions overflow. Yuto could only watch them in a daze. Even during his time as an active writer, he had never seen someone read his story right in front of him. So while he understood what was happening, it didn't feel real. But there was no doubt. His story had moved them deeply. Eventually, when the members who had left the room returned and everyone was present. "Everyone, listen up." Watanabe's voice echoed. The members looked up at Watanabe, who was sitting at the back near the window. He didn't seem to be holding back tears or overwhelmed with emotion, but his expression was serious, causing everyone, including Yuto, to straighten up. "What did you think of the script?" Without expressing his own opinion, Watanabe spoke. Feel free to discuss it. That prompted the members to start sharing their thoughts with those nearby. What did you think? It was so moving. Hiyori was adorable. No way, Ren was the best. The supporting characters were great too. Did that guy write this? What's going on? It's practically professional. He wrote this in a week. Unreal. I've never cried just from reading a script before. The room buzzed with their reactions. They couldn't help but talk about what they had felt. However, a few members remained silent, their gazes fixed on the script. These were mostly the ones who had left the room earlier and returned with red, swollen eyes, revealing the reason they had left. A female club member who had been silently looking down raised her face. "Excuse me." Her words were directed at Yuto. "For the role of Hiyori, is that supposed to be me?" It was a probing question from the vice president. Yuto, feeling a bit hesitant, opened his mouth. Having been tense and silent while observing the members, his mouth felt dry. "Why do you think that?" "While reading, I felt this character was just like me. I'm not sick or anything, and I've never met a Shinigami, but if I were in that position, I think I'd say and do those things naturally." Her words made Yuto exhale in relief. "That's good to hear." "What?" She looked puzzled, but Yuto said nothing more. The truth is, Yuto knew that female club member. Her name was Shoko Hikawa, a third year and the vice president of the drama club. She was a talented actress who often played lead roles. Yuto remembered some of the productions and roles she had taken. It was said that her gentle yet reliable personality matched her roles well, resulting in excellent performances. He also knew about her family structure and her likes. "Me too," another club member spoke up. "While reading, I felt like I was Ren. I couldn't imagine what it feels like to be a Shinigami, but the idea of carrying the souls of the dead and Ren's feelings for Hiyori just made sense to me." Yuji Togawa, another third year. He often played lead roles as well. Despite his somewhat flashy personality, he was apparently better at portraying serious, quiet characters. Other silent members also started mentioning the characters they felt most connected to, discussing why they found them so captivating. Yuto thought highly of Kotoha. The trick was simple once revealed. That night during their plot meeting, Kotoha came prepared with materials detailing every actor in the drama club. That's why Yuto knew the names and past roles of these members, and he could tailor characters to fit the actors, called writing to type. This was Yuto's first time doing writing to type, but considering the limited time the drama club had, creating characters that matched the actors was crucial. Indeed, the script Yuto wrote seemed to resonate especially with those for whom he had written to type. At least enough to make them step out of the room to cool their heads. Realizing the importance of writing to type was thanks to Kotoha bringing those materials. Yuto wondered how much time and effort she had invested in gathering that information. She must have interviewed many people, probably not just the actors and drama club members, but also classmates, maybe friends from other schools, and even family. She likely watched countless recordings of past plays repeatedly. Her passion for becoming an editor was genuine, and she seemed to have the talent for it. Yuto had to acknowledge that. "President, I want to do this play with this script." "Me too." When Shoko Hikawa and Yuji Togawa said that, the other actors nodded and looked at Watanabe. He quietly observed their resolve for a while. "We don't have much time for practice. We could stick with the current script." Some laughed lightly, while others glared seriously at Watanabe. "President, don't say things you don't mean," Shoko Hikawa said, exasperated. "After reading this, how can that be an option? Don't underestimate us. We won't compromise." "Exactly," Yuji Togawa smirked. The others, actors, directors, costume designers, props managers, set builders, lighting techs, and sound operators had the same determined expression. Watanabe closed his eyes and remained silent. He slowly opened them, stood up, and looked sharply at Yuto. "I appreciate the effort, but this script has many issues." Yuto's eyes widened at Watanabe's harsh words. The other members also looked shocked. "The staging is elaborate and doesn't fit our budget or schedule, and the content exceeds the time limit," Watanabe stated firmly, continuing to glare at Yuto. A heavy silence filled the room. The distant sound of cicadas was all that could be heard. The air felt stagnant, stifling, as Watanabe began to speak again. But on the flip side, those are the only issues. What? Yuto stood there, mouth agape. Those are the only reasons. I think you can fix them quickly. Watanabe exhaled and looked at Yuto with even more seriousness. Please. I want to do this play with this script. Let us do it. Yuto watched in astonishment as Watanabe bowed his head. He had thought Watanabe didn't trust or even liked him. Seeing Watanabe bow was unbelievable. But then he reconsidered. Watanabe probably hadn't trusted or liked Yuto and maybe still didn't. And Watanabe understood that Yuto sensed this. That's why Watanabe bowed his head. Looking around at the watching members, Yuto saw they understood their president's character and was smiling wryly. Raise your head. No, but I wrote this script for you all to perform. If it makes the play better, I'll fix it as much as needed. I see. Watanabe slowly raised his face. Well, Before he could finish, someone from the drama club spoke up. President, stop being so difficult. What? Watanabe turned to the voice. You should just say thank you, we appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, the other members cheered. Watanabe struggled but then sighed heavily. Thank you. And, we appreciate it. Yeah, same here. Yuto responded, unable to hold back a chuckle. The members laughed too, and the room filled with lively voices. Yuto sighed in relief and took out his smartphone. He needed to inform that silly editor who had caught a cold at such an important time. But just as he was about to press the call button, "Hey, Hiragi-kun, right?" A whisper only Yuto could hear. Shoko Hikawa stood in front of him. She looked slightly troubled, her eyebrows furrowed. What is it? Well, I wasn't sure whether to tell you, but actually. Section. What are you doing? Don't talk to me right now, I'm reading. In the air-conditioned infirmary, a female student on the bed kept her eyes on the stack of A4 papers. It was Kotoha Natsume, who was supposed to be bedridden with a cold. Moreover, Yuto had ordered her to stay home. Shoko, the vice president, had received a message from Kotoha when she left the clubroom after reading the script, asking her to bring the script secretly. Apparently, Shoko and Kotoha had kept in touch via messages since Shoko had attended the meeting where Kotoha was asked by President Watanabe to review the play. It's pointless. Natsume-san hasn't stopped reading since I talked to her several times. Just wait, the school nurse advised with a resigned look on her face. All right then. Yuto sat on the chair next to the bed, waiting for Kotoha to finish reading. About 10 minutes later, Kotoha finally looked up. Ha! Senpai, why are you here? I called out to you earlier. What? Really? Yuto sighed deeply. What are you doing? I told you to rest. I am resting while reading in the infirmary. Your eyes are wandering. Kotoha muttered. Traitor. Shoko-chan. Hikawa-san has nothing to do with this. Don't trouble her. But I really wanted to read it. Hearing Kotoha's excuses that weren't really excuses and seeing her downcast and dejected expression, Yuto felt a pang in his heart. I understand how you feel. What? It must be hard to see the manuscript being shown to the members without going through the editor. The thought of having his work read by someone without his involvement was unimaginable. Even though the schedule made it unavoidable, it was a fact that Yuto had made Kotoha feel that way. However, Kotoha responded from a slightly different angle. Am I really an editor? What? Well, yeah, aren't you? Am I your dedicated editor, senpai? That's what I've been saying. Yuto answered, still confused, and Kotoha beamed a smile so pure it was almost embarrassing to look at. What's making you so happy? He muttered, looking away. Hee. Is your cold better now? Yes, I'm fine. So, how was the manuscript? When Yuto asked, Kotoha's expression turned serene. If her earlier smile was like the bright summer sun, this one was like a cool breeze on a hot day. It was interesting. She spoke softly, her voice like the rustling of leaves, and continued. I was moved by Ren's struggles, Hiyori's desperate attempts to hold on, and their love. It was all so poignant. Especially the scene where Hiyori takes her last breath. It made me cry. You didn't cry, Yuto pointed out. He had watched her read the script and didn't see her shed a tear. But knowing Kotoha wasn't one to say things just to be polite, her words puzzled him. I read it twice. Twice. The first time as just a reader. The second time as an editor. I held back my emotions to analyze it. But it was hard. Really? She hadn't had an hour to read the script. Reading it twice in that time. Weren't the drama club members moved as well? Yeah. Well, to some extent. To some extent. Kotoha grinned. Come on, pretending to be calm, you're really happy, aren't you? Who knows? There's still more revision to do. You're not being honest. Kotoha, still sitting on the bed, poked Yuto's shoulder with a grin. If you two are going to flirt, do it somewhere else. The school nurse spoke irritably. Section. After Kotoha recovered, they revisited the drama club members for feedback. Using that feedback, Kotoha and Yuto spent time at a nearby family restaurant until around 9 p.m., drafting revision ideas. Yuto then returned to his room and started revising the script, finishing by the next morning. He sent the revised script to Kotoha and then fell asleep, exhausted. The sound of his smartphone ringing woke Yuto up. The clock beside his bed showed it was almost noon. The room was hot because he had forgotten to turn on the air conditioning, and his shirt was damp with sweat. She's already read it. Assuming it was Kotoha, he answered without checking the caller ID. How was the manuscript? He asked right away, but he heard someone gasp on the other end. He could hear other voices, phone rings, and general office noise in the background. Realizing it wasn't Kotoha, Yuto's mind snapped awake as if splashed with cold water. Seeing the caller ID, Yuto gasped. Inamura-san. Hiragi-kun. Manuscript. Did you say manuscript? You did, right. Even after pulling the phone away to look at the screen, her clear voice still rang out. It was indeed Inamura, Yuto's editor. Inamura-san, what I meant was, are you writing? She seemed to remember she was in an office, her earlier excitement toned down, but her voice still quivered like a small flame. Yes, I'm writing. For a moment, he considered lying. But after 3 years of waiting and believing in him when everyone else had left, to lie to Inamura would be too dishonest. A long silence followed. The noise of a bustling office tickled one ear, while the incessant cicada calls assaulted the other. Thank goodness. What she managed to say in a strained voice was just that short phrase. It wasn't what Yuto had expected, but he could tell it was genuine. Therefore, knowing the next words might disappoint her, Yuto felt a bit down. But it's not a novel. What? Not a novel? It's a script. I'm helping the high school drama club. A script. Inamura muttered, sounding somewhat dazed. Sorry if you're disappointed. But as for novels, I still can't. No, it's fine. Hiragi-kun, if you're making stories again, that's all that matters. Sure, as an editor, I'd love for you to write a novel someday. But right now, as a fan, I'm just happy you're creating again. Hearing Inamura's increasingly emotional words, Yuto felt his own eyes well up and blinked several times to clear them. Inamura-san, you're a bit much, aren't you? Hiragi-kun, that's mean. Just kidding. I'm sorry. Yuto laughed, somewhat embarrassed. You seem a bit different. Really? Yeah. I can't quite put it into words, but you seem a bit more open. By the way, who did you confuse me with? Yuto hesitated, and Inamura laughed softly. Normally, you'd just play it off as someone from the drama club, right? Don't underestimate a persistent woman. I'm really sorry. So, who was it? From your reaction, it doesn't seem like anyone from the drama club. A junior. She's aiming to be an editor. Yuto briefly explained how he ended up writing the script. Inamura responded with a mixed sounding both understanding and skeptical. What? I've been asking you for years, and you wouldn't do it. But when a younger girl asks, you do it. I did say she was a junior, but I didn't mention her gender. I can tell. Don't underestimate a persistent woman. Persistent indeed. So, what's the story about? I can't say yet. Inamura lightly laughed at his response and said, That's fine. You trust her, don't you? Why do you say that? Because if you had any doubts about the script, you'd talk to a pro like me right now. The fact that you're not means things are going well with her. Well, I do think she has talent. Frankly speaking, it felt a bit embarrassing to admit it, so Yuto answered that way. A high school student aspiring to be an editor, recognized by you, Hiragi-kun? She must be something special. Yeah, you could say that, in many ways. Yuto muttered, recalling all the times Kotoha had caused chaos in his life. I bet she'll actually become an editor someday. Given that the high school he attended was a prestigious one, most of his classmates were focused solely on the immediate goal of university entrance exams. He hadn't met anyone like Kotoha who had a clear vision of their future career and acted on it. He naturally felt that someone like her would achieve her dreams. After what felt like a long silence, Inamura quietly muttered, I see. Maybe one day, I'll get the chance to work with her. Then Inamura let out a small sigh. Well, that's enough for today. Sorry for bothering you when you're busy. It's fine, but what did you need? Well, call it a hunch. I just felt like checking in. And when I called, sure enough, you were writing again. You really are persistent. Inamura didn't seem like the type to act on whims, but Yuto let it slide. Kotoha might be calling to discuss the script now. Yuto exchanged a few more words with Inamura and ended the call. Immediately, his phone rang again. Checking the caller ID this time, he answered. How was the script? He asked as soon as the call connected. There was an air of dissatisfaction from the other end. The first thing you say after finally connecting is that. What am I to you, senpai? Just a convenience. No, you're my editor. After a moment of silence, Kotoha let out a soft giggle. You just wanted me to say that, huh? What's making you so happy? Yuto sighed. And no, that's not it. By the way, who were you talking to? I wanted to discuss the script. A friend from middle school. Was it a girl? Kotoha's tone seemed to cool, but he wasn't lying. What does it matter? Well, it doesn't, really. Kotoha stammered, unusually flustered. Let's talk about the script. We don't have much time. Yeah, you're right. Though she sounded a bit discontented, Kotoha seemed to realize now wasn't the time for such a conversation. The points we discussed yesterday were perfectly addressed in the second draft. The story and characters are much better than the first draft. But, Kotoha paused, choosing her words. I'm not entirely sure yet, but we might need more alignment with the drama club. Are the actors and characters not matching? Kotoha fell silent, seemingly pondering, which surprised Yuto. In their meetings, Kotoha had always voiced her opinions clearly. This was the first time she seemed uncertain. Maybe, but I'm not confident. After reading it so many times, I might have lost objectivity. Kotoha murmured an apology. No need to apologize, Yuto replied. But, I get what you're saying. It's better than staying silent. If we're unsure, we can figure it out together. That's what writers and editors do, right? Yuto realized he might have spoken out of turn. Kotoha didn't know he had once been a professional writer, but on the other end, he heard a soft laugh. What? It's just surprising to see you being considerate, senpai. I thought it might rain. He was relieved she took it that way, and he let out an exaggerated sigh. Back to the point, I agree on aligning with the drama club. Ideally, I'd let the manuscript sit and revise with a fresh mind, but we don't have that luxury. The drama club has only read the first draft, so they'll have a more objective view of the second draft than you or I. Once they decided on that, things moved quickly. Kotoha messaged Watanabe, the drama club president, explaining the situation. From the next day, Yuto and Kotoha attended the drama club's readings, direction meetings, and rehearsals. Before they joined, Kotoha had said, "Don't make changes based on the members' feedback. Focus on observing them." She intended to sort through the feedback herself and only keep what was truly necessary. Yuto was surprised. He had thought aligning meant incorporating their feedback. Is this about editorial pride? No, Kotoha answered immediately. If we listen to everyone, the work will become safe. I know it might sound unconvincing after saying I'm not confident. But I want to see a work written with your unique touch, senpai. Even if we created a great script based on the drama club's feedback, that's not what I want. It's not just about being good. You sound pretty self-centered as an editor. Yuto felt flustered, glad this was over the phone. But then again, you've always been self-centered, Natsum. I forgot. Isn't that a bit harsh? When was I ever self-centered? Well, you barged into my classroom demanding I write a novel, showed up at my house unannounced, fell into a rice field, jumped off a bridge into a river. What? Wait, did you not realize you were being self-centered? A silence hung over the line, and then Kotoha cleared her throat theatrically. Anyway, you don't need to worry about anyone. Don't listen to anyone else's opinions. Not even yours. If you can't trust it, discard it. If not having me around helps you create better work, that's fine. That's... Yuto was about to say it seemed irresponsible but stopped. He could hear Kotoha's shaky breathing. She was supposed to be gaining experience to become a professional editor, seeking out writers. She shouldn't withdraw now. But Kotoha said it was okay to be discarded. Despite her passion for creation. Understood. But I trust you as my editor, Natsum. Yuto said, and... Okay. Kotoha's genuinely happy voice echoed in his ears. The revising process, while participating in the drama club's rehearsals, went smoothly. They made minor adjustments to the characters' personalities, added or removed episodes to better convey their essence. Though they couldn't make large revisions since rehearsals had already begun, the script steadily improved. Yuto didn't expect to be roped into voice exercises and running drills under the pretext of getting to know the members better, but it turned out to be a new experience for someone who had never joined a club in middle or high school. Once the revisions were mostly settled. Why am I at an aquarium? More precisely, Yuto found himself at a large park with an aquarium. The park included cafes, souvenir shops, and even a Ferris wheel. The park was quite bustling in the summer morning. I told you, senpai. It's a break. I didn't ask for this. Last night, Kotoha had sent an email with just the time and meeting place. Despite knowing better, he had come out. Come on, don't worry about the details. The drama club has a break today, and the script is almost complete. Indeed, the script only needed minor tweaks. The stage sets and props were already decided, and the drama club was progressing well with their production. Though he considered mentioning that he was technically a college applicant, he decided against it. One reason was that he had been working intensely on the script recently, and a break seemed okay. Another was that he didn't want to dampen Kotoha's cheerful mood. They bought tickets and entered. I didn't know this place existed. It's my first time at a freshwater aquarium. It was a rare aquarium that housed freshwater creatures. It's my first time too, though it's apparently quite well known. Wow, this is amazing. Stepping into the building, they were greeted by a lush forest modeled after the source of Nagara River. As Kotoha said, it was fairly crowded. Many families with children, groups of friends, and couples on dates. From an outsider's perspective, they might appear as a couple, although they kept a bit more distance than typical couples. Yuto walked beside Kotoha, pondering. Wow, what's this lizard-like creature? That's a giant salamander. You answered so quickly. You know a lot, huh? I read it in a book when I was a kid. Oh, it's so cute. Senpai, look, it's an otter. Surprisingly, Kotoha was quite excited. It reminded Yuto of visiting the zoo with his younger sister long ago, making him chuckle. What is it, senpai? Nothing. Oh, look, an ayu sweetfish. Looks tasty. That's taboo in an aquarium. They continued through the aquarium, seeing eels and catfish stuck to the tank bottoms, as well as snakes and ducks on display. It seemed anything living by the water was included. I thought freshwater creatures were dull, but this is actually interesting. It's not just fish. Yeah, I quite like freshwater fish. They make me feel optimistic. Optimistic. While he understood people placing aquariums in their rooms to enjoy and relax with colorful tropical fish, he didn't see the appeal in Japan's plain freshwater fish. With the body, talent, and environment given to them, they live earnestly. They don't need to shine brightly by emulating others. That's what I think. Watching Kotoha's side profile as she gazed at the gobies in the tank, Yuto saw a quiet determination and a hint of fragility. He couldn't look away from her. Ah! Kotoha's sudden exclamation startled Yuto. What is it? The sea lion show is about to start. Let's go. Aren't sea lions marine creatures? Details, details. Hurry up. Details, hair, Yuto thought, bemused. The profound words earlier seemed almost wasted now. They watched the sea lion show, explored other exhibits, had lunch at a park cafe, and spent time debating whether Kotoha should buy a giant Mekong catfish plush toy. It was a relaxing time, a stark contrast to the hectic days before. It was, indeed, a good break. Yuto realized he didn't dislike spending time with Kotoha. In fact, he found it quite pleasant. They were on the same wavelength as story lovers. Although her pushy methods initially made him wary, he didn't feel that way now. Shall we head home? Kotoha, having decided against the catfish plush, happily attached a small Ayu keychain to her bag. Yeah, let's go. They had seen most of the park, fulfilling their break's purpose. Oh, can we do one more thing? Kotoha led Yuto to the park's Ferris wheel. The gondola slowly ascended towards the sky. They didn't speak, but it didn't feel awkward. Watching the view, Yuto noticed the sky around 2 p.m. was overcast and hazy. It might rain soon. Senpai. As they neared the top, Kotoha spoke. Why don't you write a novel after finishing the script? Kotoha, that's... No one was around to overhear, and there was no escape. Yuto had a feeling this was coming when Kotoha suggested the Ferris wheel. Her words didn't surprise him, but they left a bitter feeling in his chest. I can't. The script was a unique exception. Kotoha's expression clouded, resembling the sky outside. Knowing he caused that expression made Yuto feel uneasy. You said you don't write because you lack talent, right? Yeah. That's strange. Strange? How? Finishing an engaging script in just 10 days and making readers cry is something only talent can achieve. That was a fluke. Kotoha shook her head vigorously at his weak response. No way. Your script's writing and structure were meticulously crafted. That comes from talent and relentless practice. So why do you think you lack talent? Why won't you become a novelist with such skills? Is there a reason? Kotoha's voice was earnest. That's... Yuto bit back the words he was about to say. He thought it would be easier if he just told her. Maybe if Kotoha knew about what happened 3 years ago, she'd give up. But... it's nothing significant. Kotoha's eyebrows furrowed with sadness at Yuto's reply. You won't tell me. She didn't press further. The Ferris wheel descended slowly under the heavy clouds. Section. Ha! Natsume-san. Someone called out as they were silently walking side by side toward the park exit after getting off the Ferris wheel. Both Yuto and Kotoha turned to see a girl about their age standing there. She wore a short denim skirt and had makeup with well-defined eyeliner, giving off a slightly flashy impression. Oh, it is you, Natsume-san. Tanaka-san. It seemed Kotoha knew her, but her expression was somewhat gloomy. Yuto found it surprising. Despite their earlier exchange on the Ferris wheel, Kotoha wasn't the type to show a sad face to someone else. Wow, it's been a while. You're better now? Oh, yeah, well, that's good. We came from Nagoya today too. Although she said that's good, there wasn't much emotion in her voice. Kotoha looked away awkwardly, glancing at Yuto. Tanaka's gaze followed, landing on Yuto. So, is he your boyfriend? What? No, his. Just a senpai. The just a senpai part implied he was more than that, and Tanaka seemed to pick up on it, scrutinizing Yuto. Really? I didn't think you were into romance, Natsume-san. I thought you only cared about books. That's not true. Isn't it hard being her boyfriend? Natsume-san used to just read books all the time in middle school. Apparently, This Tanaka girl knew Kotoha from middle school. He's not my boyfriend. But, wow, Natsum, you were a bookworm, huh? What? So, you didn't know? Is she different now than in middle school? Yuto's comment was meant as an observation, but Tanaka interpreted it differently. So, you gave up on that, huh? Gave up on what? Becoming a novel editor. Natsum-san used to always say that in middle school. But everyone advised her to give it up because she was so weak. You know, being an editor is tough, with all-nighters and stuff. Tanaka seemed quite satisfied with herself, and Yuto felt a faint sense of disgust. The way she spoke about others' dreams without care and the relief she felt at someone else giving up, whether she realized it or not, struck a chord with him. Then he looked at Kotoha and saw she was clearly hurt, staring down at nothing with a hardened expression. Yuto was confused. Kotoha usually shrugged off such petty remarks, so why did these words from Tanaka hurt her? To Yuto, Kotoha was a strong, radiant person with an endless reservoir of energy, someone who could easily brush off words like Tanaka's. But then he realized. She had looked sad in the Ferris wheel when Yuto rejected her. Of course. She was more sensitive to others' careless words because he had just hurt her. That's none of your business. He found himself speaking. His voice was cold and firm. Kotoha looked at him, eyes wide with surprise. Tanaka hesitated but quickly countered Yuto. How is it none of my business? I care about her. That's just peer pressure. You didn't like that Natsum, who has less stamina than you, had a clearer goal and was working hard for it. Don't hide behind everyone. It's your own inferiority complex. Maybe it was too late to protect her now. But he couldn't just leave it alone. What? And Natsum becoming a novel editor isn't just a dream anymore. Yuto paused before saying, it's a plan. It's not a vague dream. He wasn't just saying it to protect Kotoha, it was his genuine belief. Kotoha had spotted a writer who had given up, inspired him to write a script for a play. Her methods were forceful, but her passion made it possible. But it wasn't just passion. Her knowledge and intuitive guidance for creating stories were on par with professional editors. That's what made the script possible. If Natsum gets hands-on editorial experience, she'll become an excellent editor in a year. She already has that level of talent. That was remarkable. Editorial skills are different from writing novels. Considering the readers, shaping the story, analyzing and guiding the manuscript, refining it into a product, and figuring out how to deliver it to readers, these are producer skills. It takes a broad knowledge base and perspective, not just an enjoyment of stories or even writing them. How do you know that? Because I'm a professional novelist. He said it. Almost impulsively, but he didn't regret it. He couldn't bear to hurt anyone again, especially not Kotoha. She looked up at him, mouth agape. Tanaka was stunned, unable to process that the nondescript boy with Kotoha was a professional writer. Yuki, what are you doing? A voice called from a distance, and Tanaka seemed relieved as she turned. A group of her friends was watching. Oh, sorry, nothing. I'm coming. She turned back to Kotoha, looking slightly embarrassed. I didn't mean to. Well. Tanaka started to speak but stopped. She looked down, thought for a moment, then looked at Kotoha again. No, he's right. I probably did feel some relief thinking you had given up. I'm sorry. Kotoha stared back at her, somewhat dazed. Tanaka-san. Sorry for making you feel bad. See you. Tanaka began to walk away. Ah. Kotoha's voice made Tanaka stop. What? Hesitating, Kotoha looked determined as she spoke. I will publish a book someday. I'll be the editor. When that happens, I'll let you know. Please read it. Tanaka widened her eyes in surprise, then glanced at Yuto before nodding slightly. All right. See you. Tanaka took a few steps, then turned back. I'll look forward to it. Kotoha raised her eyebrows in surprise but quickly smiled and nodded. Tanaka scratched her cheek, blushing, and walked back to her friends. Senpai. Kotoha's voice trembled slightly, but she was looking down, so Yuto couldn't see her expression. Thank you. I was really happy. Yeah. He understood, sort of. Kotoha had probably been sick often. She had likely faced different pressures to give up her goal of becoming an editor. Yuto wasn't sure if he should ask about it. He didn't know what kind of relationship allowed him to delve into what was likely a very sensitive part of Kotoha's heart. And that hesitation made Yuto realize he barely knew anything about Kotoha herself. What kind of life she had before high school, why she wanted to be an editor, how she developed her skills, he didn't know. When he first met her, he didn't care. But now, he wanted to know. As Yuto kept silent, Kotoha looked up, amused. "You're such a wimp, senpai." Realizing she saw through his hesitation, Yuto sighed again. Just kidding. You were really cool just now." Kotoha laughed and then walked ahead, turning back slowly. "So, senpai, will you tell me what happened?" Kotoha looked at Yuto with a mix of anxiety and hope. Yuto knew he couldn't avoid it any longer. Let's change places. It might be a long story. Section. Rain started to fall, creating countless droplets on the cafe window. It was a hidden cafe in an alley off the main road by the station. Aside from the elderly master behind the counter, it was empty. Yuto and Kotoha sat at the most secluded table in the jazz-filled cafe, drinking coffee and tea. Kotoha seemed to be waiting for Yuto to start, silently gazing out the window. Yuto took a small breath and began. "I was a novelist. My pen name was Fuyutsuki Haruhiko." The words came out lighter than expected. Kotoha looked straight into Yuto's eyes. He couldn't tell if her gaze held surprise, doubt, or something else. But she nodded clearly. "Yes. Do you believe me?" Yuto asked, and Kotoha answered, "Yes," just as firmly. She genuinely didn't seem to doubt him. "Fuyutsuki Haruhiko debuted in middle school, right? You'd be about this age now. Plus, your storytelling skills are on a professional level, so it's not surprising." "Is that so?" He didn't expect her to believe so easily, and her faith left him bewildered. "As far as I know, Fuyutsuki Haruhiko published nearly 10 books in 2.5 years before stopping 3 years ago." She knew a lot. It was impressive that Kotoha, who had read countless books, remembered a writer who hadn't published in 3 years. That fact both pained and pleased Yuto. "That's what you were hiding?" "Yes." "Tell me. What happened 3 years ago? Why did Fuyutsuki Haruhiko stop writing?" Yuto sighed. Anxiety and fear seeped from old wounds, clouding his heart, but Kotoha's earnest gaze eased it somewhat. Yuto began speaking slowly about what happened 3 years ago. Section. Thinking back to those days still pained him. Remembering what he could have done differently or avoided filled him with regret, and a dreadful compulsion to escape consumed him. He had already fled long ago, with nowhere left to run. To Yuto, those memories were like that. "I lived in Nagoya with my father and my younger sister. My mother died of illness when I was in kindergarten, so I barely remember her. But I know she loved books. Our house in Nagoya was filled with her books, which both my sister and I read. Their father was busy with work, so Yuto often read with his sister. When they ran out of books, Yuto started making up stories for her. Initially, they were poorly cobbled together tales full of inconsistencies. But his sister loved those stories, so Yuto kept going. Over time, he got better at it. By the time his sister started elementary school, Yuto's storytelling skills were genuine. He received praise from teachers for his essays and was often asked to create impromptu stories by his friends. It made him proud and happy, but his main motivation was always to delight his sister. "When I talk about it, it sounds like I have a sister complex." Feeling embarrassed, Yuto looked at Kotoha, who shook her head. "It's admirable. I think I understand a bit more now." "Understand what?" "At first, I thought you were a logical creator. You make detailed plots and know a lot about storytelling. But sometimes you're very intuitive, almost instinctual. I think I understand why. You grew up trying to make your sister happy, researching and refining your storytelling skills. That's why you're both logical and instinctual." Kotoha smiled, but it pained Yuto. But that story ended up hurting her. Yes, the stories meant to make her happy. Kotoha gasped at Yuto's words. My story hurt my sister. Kotoha looked at Yuto with an anxious gaze, seeking clarity. When I entered middle school, I submitted a manuscript under the pen name Fuyutsuki Haruhiko for a new writer's award. It won the grand prize. You might have read that book, Natsum. Kotoha nodded. I've read it multiple times. The novel became a hit, selling over 100,000 copies, partly due to the appeal of a middle school author. The name Fuyutsuki Haruhiko spread, and Yuto received offers from several publishers, releasing nearly 10 books in less than 3 years. Writing wasn't too difficult for Yuto, who had been creating stories daily since childhood. Your sister must have been happy, right? Yes. His sister was ecstatic, asked for his autograph, bragged about him at school, and read his novels until they were worn out. Then what happened? Do you know what ego surfing is? Looking up information about yourself online, right? On the internet, social media, and such. Exactly. I did that, though I shouldn't have. Searched my pen name and book titles. Originally, he created stories for his sister, but as he published more works, he became curious about their reception. There were various comments, including negative ones, but most were positive, so he wasn't deeply hurt. But there was one comment I couldn't tolerate. Couldn't tolerate? Do you remember the content of my last book? Yes. It was about a child growing up with parental abuse, finding solace in music, a kind mentor, and a rival, and then rising again. It was a story vividly depicting child abuse, which was a social issue at the time, and it garnered attention and won several awards. Someone wrote that the abuse scenes were based on the author's real experiences. Of course, it was a baseless rumor. But to Yuto, it was different from standard criticism. That's terrible. Kotoha seemed to immediately grasp the implication. It suggested that Yuto's father or his deceased mother had abused Yuto and his sister. I couldn't let it go. So I, as the author, protested online. I said it was a lie, not true. That's understandable. Anyone would do that if such lies were spread. But it backfired. My direct rebuttal drew attention to the original post. The rumor and my rebuttal spread together, reaching people who hadn't read my books and had no connection. It became unclear what was true. Then the worst happened. Yuto looked out the cafe window. Rain was now pounding harder, with thunder rumbling in the distance. There was a rumor at my sister's school that she had been abused by our father. It happened when his sister had just started middle school. Initially, she laughed off the rumors. But it wasn't just a rumor. People said it to her face, and it became a topic in her class's group chat. She was subjected to stares filled with pity and curiosity, and as a newly entered middle schooler, she was hurt daily. Still, she went to school without telling Yuto or their father, trying not to worry them. Then, she couldn't walk anymore. What? One day, Yuto, who had left home a bit late, saw his sister standing at a crosswalk. The light changed from red to green, blinked, turned red again, but she remained standing. She had probably been standing there long before Yuto noticed. When he hurriedly called out to her, she turned pale and collapsed, shaking. It was conversion disorder, where psychological stress manifests as physical symptoms. In her case, her legs stopped working. That's terrible. Kotoha muttered in shock. In the end, the stories I created for my sister ended up hurting her. But it wasn't your fault that she got hurt. It was my fault. If I hadn't responded to the rumor, if I hadn't ego surfed, if I hadn't published books, no, if I hadn't written novels at all. Kotoha gasped as if she had been the one insulted. What happened to your sister afterwards? She didn't go to school for the rest of middle school, rarely went out, and occasionally went to counseling. She was tutored at home. That was a decision made with his father and sister. He used his royalties to cover the considerable cost. His father reluctantly accepted his help because it felt like the right thing to do. But he never felt it was enough to atone for what had happened. But this spring, my father told me she got into a correspondence high school. Your father told you. So you're not in contact with your sister? We haven't been in touch since I left home. Why not? Despite her sister being hurt, he left home and didn't stay in contact. It was natural for Kotoha to question that. It was to avoid causing more harm. After that incident, my sister couldn't read novels anymore. Turning a page reminded her of what happened, making her unable to think. To her, I and novels are inseparable. If I were around, she'd never recover. It was the first time he explained his departure to anyone. He hadn't told his sister or father the real reason, just that he wanted to attend a particular school. I hurt my sister, made her unable to walk, and took away the stories she loved. Stories were their shared memories, cherished heirlooms from their late mother's library. He ruined that. Leaving home was to protect his sister, but also an act of self-punishment. I should have quit being a novelist right away after what happened. But I had ongoing projects with several publishers. I felt I had to see them through. But the guilt haunted me, and I couldn't come up with ideas. The manuscripts I forced out were all rejected. That's Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's works? There must be some mistake. Kotoha's disbelief was evident. Avoiding her gaze, Yuto looked out the window. Torrential rain pounded the alley, and flashes of lightning illuminated the grey world. It's true. No, blaming guilt is just an excuse. I never had talent to begin with, Yuto said, as if convincing himself. That's not true. Kotoha's voice echoed through the cafe, and she quickly fell silent. The cafe owner glanced over but resumed polishing dishes as if nothing happened. The novels I read by Fuyutsuki Haruhiko were all masterpieces. They were vivid, dynamic, tender, and left a lasting impact. They were unique and irreplaceable. Kotoha's voice trembled with emotion. Thank you. But I can't be Fuyutsuki Haruhiko again. Yuto took a breath and continued calmly. So I can't grant your request to write a novel, Natsum. Of course, I'll finish the drama club's script. But that's it. Yuto stood, leaving more than enough money on the table. Senpai. Sorry, I just remembered something. I'm leaving. Stay here until the rain stops. But what about you, senpai? In this rain? Before she could finish, Yuto rushed out of the cafe. The sound of the pouring rain assaulted his ears as he opened the door. Stepping out from under the awning, the heavy rain quickly soaked him. Going to Gifu on a business trip, is it to see that boy writer? Inamura Kaho, who had been fiddling with her smartphone in the office past 10 p.m. during a break from editing work, looked up at the somewhat mocking words. A colleague, holding a coffee cup, was standing there, looking at her. Behind him was a whiteboard with the team's schedule. Under tomorrow's date, September 15th, it simply said Inamura, all-day business trip, Gifu. Yes, I'm going to see Fuyutsuka-sensei. Inamura only said that, then returned to her work. Oh, Fuyutsuki-kun. You're still hung up on him? He's a washed-up writer. Wasting time and money. He's not washed up. Inamura interrupted without even looking at her colleague. She continued, as if convincing herself. We can't let him be washed up. As someone involved in bookmaking, I can't stand by and watch such talent go to waste. Fuyutsuka-sensei's novels give people the strength to live. I'm one of those people, she whispered to herself. Though she had landed a job at a major publishing house after graduation, she was overwhelmed by the workload, cried over unreasonable bosses and authors, and had increasingly morbid moments when she found herself staring at the train tracks while waiting for the express train. It was during that time, amid a mountain of submissions for a new writer's award, that she found Fuyutsuki Haruhiko, Hiragi Yuto's novel. That story saved her worn-out heart, and she was shocked to learn he was a middle school student. As a newcomer, she insisted on being Hiragi Yuto's editor and won the position. That experience thickened her skin in a good way, making her less fazed by unpleasant work incidents. You have a lot of faith in him. But didn't he quit writing because of some trouble on social media? Besides, wasn't that incident with a book from another publisher? You don't have any obligation to him. It doesn't matter if it's another publisher. Everyone involved in his book's publication should have protected him. He was a precocious genius, but he was still a middle schooler unaware of the world. And now, you're trying to make up for that mistake. Say what you want. Her colleague took a sip of coffee, wearing a bitter expression mixed with mockery and helplessness. So, do you think you'll succeed? You've been in touch, but it hasn't worked, right? I don't know yet. That's why I'm going, Inamura said, then glanced at her smartphone. The messaging app was still open. We have a performance at the upcoming cultural festival. Just to let you know. Section. From inside the school bathroom store, Yuto could faintly hear the bustle outside. He let out another sigh, losing count of how many times he had done so. The uncomfortable sweat running down his back wasn't just due to the September heat. Today was the cultural festival. The drama club's performance was scheduled for right after lunch. Despite this, Yuto had been hiding in the bathroom since he arrived at school this morning. His stomach didn't hurt. His script was being performed. He thought it was good. The drama club members had said they liked it. But the idea of it being seen by uninformed students and outsiders made him more nervous than when his novels were published. The thought of his story being judged by others terrified him. But this is the end. He had written the drama club's script. After today's trial performance at the cultural festival, it would be time for the actual competition. All that remained for Yuto were minor adjustments. He had mostly let go of it. Finally, with her too. The face of his editor, who had pushed him into writing the script, floated in his mind. Yuto hadn't seen Kotoha in nearly a month since their visit to the aquarium. By then, the script was mostly finished, and both had reduced their visits to the drama club, as there was no longer a need to discuss revisions. That was one reason they hadn't met, but if it were the old Kotoha, she would have still pestered him to write a novel. However, she hadn't contacted him. After hearing his story at the cafe, she must have given up. He felt relieved but also a hollow sense of something missing. This was the right thing to do, he told himself. Kotoha should find someone else who would write novels, rather than wasting time on him. Just then, someone knocked on the stall door. Yuto flinched but responded with a knock. After a few seconds of holding his breath and listening, he realized it was just someone needing the bathroom. He felt guilty, but then a loud bang echoed as if someone kicked the door. Ah! Yuto couldn't help but scream. Senpai! Are you in there? What are you doing here when the drama club's performance is about to start? Come out. A familiar yet slightly nostalgic voice called out. Yuto, confused, opened the stall door and stepped out. Kotoha. This is the men's bathroom. The editor goes wherever the author is. Kotoha said knowingly. Despite not seeing each other for a month, she acted as if nothing had changed. Even if we assume editors go anywhere, they don't enter the men's bathroom. And author. You. Yuto realized the implication of her words. Could it be, she still? Not now. We don't have time. Kotoha cut him off, continuing. Let's go. The play is about to start. Yuto looked away, then slowly shook his head. No. You go without me. The play can go on without the scriptwriter. Kotoha smiled slyly and peered at Yuto. Ah, so you're scared? That's why you were hiding here. I am not scared. Kotoha stared at him, then suddenly grabbed his hands. Her unexpected action made Yuto's mind go numb as she watched him up close. The faint scent of her perfume only intensified his disorientation. But a certain sensation from her hands helped clear his mind a bit. Kotoha, you. Kotoha smiled sheepishly, like a child caught in mischief. My hands are trembling, aren't they? Why yeah. And they're sweaty. You didn't need to mention that. Kotoha protested but didn't let go of his hands. I'm scared too, about today's performance. It's purely about whether the play is entertaining. It's more nerve-wracking than the upcoming competition. Surprising. You get scared and nervous too. Of course. What do you think I am? And this bathroom is scary with all the bugs with too many legs. Yuto thought she was being childish. Not Kotoha, but his own attitude of trying to obscure his feelings with light banter. He chuckled at the thought of her being scared of bugs, perhaps centipedes. What do I think about Natsum? Well, she's pushy, doesn't listen to others, and is very stubborn. That's harsh. But she's full of passion for creating stories and has the skills to do it. She'll definitely become an excellent editor. He didn't call her his editor in charge. He couldn't say it. But even so, Kotoha smiled innocently. Give me more compliments. Like genius, ace, oh, and the cutest editor ever. Don't get carried away. Yuto sighed lightly and looked at Kotoha. For now, let's forget all the complications and see how the story we created together turns out. Her smile conveyed that intention. Shall we go? When Yuto took her hand, Kotoha nodded, yes. Section. Haneda Mikey, a classmate of Natsum Kotoha, wandered around the cultural festival with 2 classmates. She remembered that Kotoha had mentioned helping out with the drama club. Come watch if you can. The script is truly amazing. She recalled those words. Although her relationship with Kotoha was limited to occasional conversations due to their close seating, she was always struck by how Kotoha was always reading. So, Mikey was a bit intrigued by a play that Kotoha spoke so highly of. Plus, the idea of watching a play in an air-conditioned room sounded appealing after wandering in the heat. So, hey, want to go watch the drama club's play? She suggested to her 2 friends. Oh yeah, our school's drama club is strong. I'm okay with going. Strong? It's not a sports club, Mikey thought, amused. I'm not really into plays, said the other friend. Come on, it's just for a bit. We're tired of walking anyway, and if we get bored, we can just slip out quietly. Fair enough. Was it really okay? Leaving in the middle of a play seemed like poor manners, but since it was a cultural festival, it might be acceptable. Maybe. When they reached the gym, it was almost full. As they looked for seats where they could sit together. Oh. Mikey caught a glimpse of Kotoha being led backstage by a male student. Judging by the color of his tie, he was a 3rd year. Kotoha looked both happy and embarrassed. From afar, it might have been her imagination. Mikey found it unexpected. Kotoha was cheerful and sociable, yet she seemed to avoid getting deeply involved with others. Mikey had the impression that Kotoha avoided becoming too close to anyone. At least in their class, she didn't have any particularly close friends. They don't look like a couple though. Mikey, what are you doing? Come on, hurry up or it'll start. When she noticed, her 2 friends had already moved further away, waving for her to join them. Mikey tucked away what she saw in her mind and quickly moved to join them. A few minutes after they took their seats, the play began. The lights dimmed, and a spotlight shone on the stage. Section. The next scheduled death is Shirakawa Hiyori. A high school girl, right? So young. Murmurs a young man dressed in black, who is soon revealed to be a Shinigami named Ren. The job of a Shinigami is to visit humans and animals nearing their death and smoothly guide their souls to the underworld. On the orders of his senior Shinigami, Ren disguises himself as a high school student and visits Shirakawa Hiyori, who suffers from a disease causing her blood vessels to become fragile and is expected to die in a month, to peacefully escort her soul to the underworld. You're a Shinigami, aren't you? However, Hiyori catches him sending the soul of a cat that died in the street to the underworld. This violates the rule that living humans must not know a Shinigami's identity. Are you here to take me? I see, it's almost time. Okay, I won't tell anyone. Not even the other Shinigami. But I have one request. Aware of her illness, Hiyori seems to accept her impending death. With a mischievous, yet earnest expression, she makes a request. Let me help you with your work. Caught off guard, Ren can't refuse and reluctantly lets her help. The 2 visit people nearing death, guiding their souls to the underworld. While Ren tries to handle it matter-of-factly, Hiyori delves deeply into their lives. She talks to them openly, laughs and cries with them, and tries to connect not just with their regrets but with their lives. Because everything lived up until now is packed into death. When Ren asks why she goes to such lengths, Hiyori responds. Ren realizes that smoothly sending souls doesn't mean avoiding all commotion. Section. Amazing. During a break in the play, Mikey sighed in relief. Glancing at her friends, she saw them intently watching the stage. The stage lights reflected tears in their eyes. Other audience members were similarly engrossed. The acting, stage setting, sound, and lighting were all remarkably well done for a high school play. But the script is truly amazing. Mikey loved novels, manga, and movies, But if the story was weak, the piece would feel inferior, losing her interest. But this play was different. She realized half the performance had already passed without her noticing. She was that immersed. This story had intensity. No, that might not be the right word. The conversations, monologues, and actions of Ren, worn down by guiding many souls, and Hiyori, who tenderly and desperately connected with others as she faced her own death, as well as the souls they saved, the entire narrative was sometimes as gentle and warming as spring sunshine, and sometimes as deeply settling as snow. No, this stage wasn't just raw intensity. It had a depth that evoked the sense of seasons and times of day. And the script supported all of this. Is there an original novel or manga? But Mikey had never heard of a title called Shinigami ni Taizetsu na Koto, things important to a Shinigami. Could it be an original? Suddenly, the image of Kotoha and the third-year boy from earlier popped into her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. There's no way a high school student could write such a script. If anyone could, it would probably be. Section. The story reached its climax. Moved by Hiyori's way of connecting with people, Ren began to understand and incorporate their lives and feelings into his work, becoming more thorough. At the same time, he grew fond of Hiyori, becoming aware of his desire to see her live longer. A month passed, but Ren couldn't bring himself to let Hiyori die. A fellow Shinigami, noticing the delay, confronted them, heightening the tension. Breaking the rules for a girl like this and disturbing the order. If one soul is missing, another life that should have been born will not. You know that, don't you? It's not too late. If you can't do it, I'll guide her soul. In a panic, Ren fled with Hiyori. During their escape, they were pursued by Shinigami from the underworld and eventually cornered. Hey, Ren. I was scared of dying. I didn't want to die. So, when I found out you were a Shinigami, I thought if I got close to you, you wouldn't kill me. Ren was shocked by Hiyori's confession. She had seemed to accept her death, but in reality, she had been terrified. Her deep involvement with the dying was a reflection of her fear. Ren decided to fight the Shinigami to protect Hiyori. It was a hopeless battle. Section. Leaning against the wall at the back of the gym, Inamura watched the play, sighing like the other audience members. It's beyond my expectations. It's incredible. It was worth the sleepless night and taking the first train from Tokyo to Gifu. It's truly a Fuyutsuki Haruhiko story. The way it absorbed viewers into its world, making a fantasy feel real, filled with emotion and well-drawn characters. Likely written to suit the actors, it showcased the unique strengths of a play. But reading it would have been just as breathtaking, making one forget to breathe. He may not be fully recovered, but he has a good editor. She felt some resentment that she wasn't the editor, but more than that, she was genuinely happy, as a fan, to experience another of Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's stories. Inamura looked around the gym. It was no longer just a gym, it felt like a single narrative world involving the audience. The boundary between reality and story had blurred, and the audience felt Ren and Hiyori's emotions firsthand. Some bit their lips in anger, while others shivered in fear. If she weren't an editor, Inamura would have been one of them. Now, how will the story conclude? Section. But I'm not scared anymore. I've met many people and seen many deaths. And, Hiyori continued, everyone was so peaceful and happy at the end because of you, Ren. So, she wasn't scared anymore, Hiyori said. That's because you were there, Hiyori. I couldn't have done it without you. Thanks to you, He wanted to say he had changed. But Hiyori shook her head. You were kind from the start. You could have ignored my requests. I just gave you a chance to be yourself. So, my last request to you, who is so kind. Hiyori smiled. Ren held his breath. I want you, Ren, to send me off. Not some Shinigami who doesn't know me, but you. Ren looked at Hiyori for a moment, then answered in a trembling voice. All right. Ren finally decided to guide Hiyori's soul to the underworld. As Ren placed his hand on Hiyori's forehead, she lost all strength and collapsed. Ren caught her and sank to his knees as well. Her lifeless face was peaceful. I'll come see you someday. When your soul is reborn, I promise. Even if you don't remember, Ren whispered, and he thought he heard a faint yes. Thus, the story ended. Ren was about to be severely punished, but the souls he had sent with Hiyori were all exceptionally healthy, and he received only a light warning. Ren became renowned among the Shinigami for his skill. Years later, Ren saved a high school girl who resembled Hiyori from being hit by a car. They exchanged a few words and started walking again, but the girl turned back, looking curiously at Ren, as the curtain fell. The hall fell silent, not even a single clap. Yuto, watching the play from the side of the stage, felt a cold sweat running down his back. But soon, the sound of clapping, like raindrops, began to spread from the audience. The small claps quickly grew louder, turning into a thunderous applause that filled the hall. When he felt a tug on his sleeve and looked next to him, he saw Kotoha with a triumphant smile. She seemed to be saying something, but the deafening applause drowned her out. "I can't hear you. What are you saying?" "I asked if you can hear this applause." "Of course, I can hear it." Yuto almost stumbled. However, he understood what she meant. Kotoha's eyes were wide open and sparkling. She seemed genuinely happy. Yuto was happy too, but more than that, he felt a strong sense of relief. The endless applause was a call for a curtain call. The actors stepped out from the side of the stage to the front of the curtain. Each time they stepped out, cheers erupted from the audience. This is the first time it's been this exciting. Watanabe, who hadn't been on stage, patted Yuto on the shoulder. "In the 3 years I've been in this club." "No, perhaps since its founding." Watanabe then peered into the audience. Maybe he was thinking about the upcoming competition. Suddenly, he turned to Yuto. "What are you doing? You should get on stage as the scriptwriter." Despite providing the script, he was still an outsider. It felt weird for someone who wasn't an actor to go on stage. As he hesitated, "Hurry up and go." Watanabe pushed him, and Yuto stumbled out to the front of the stage. In front of him was a crowd of standing, applauding spectators. Some were looking at him curiously, noticing he wasn't an actor. Yuto, bewildered, looked back at the stage wings. Watanabe, Kotoha, and the backstage crew were grinning at him. "You're the hero of this play. You're not an actor, but give a proper greeting. Senpai, go show them what you've got." "I'm not good at this," Yuto thought, sighing. But now that he was out there, he couldn't just retreat. "Show them what?" Yuto walked to the front of the curtain and stood at the end of the line of actors. But Ren's actor, Togawa, and Hiyori's actor, Hikawa, took his hand and led him to the center. Yuto resigned himself to the situation. "This is Hiragi Yuto, a third-year student who wrote today's play, Shinigami ni Taizetsu na Koto." The announcement caused a stir among the audience. Most of them had assumed the play was an adaptation of an existing work. Learning that it was an original script written by a high school student shocked them. Yuto, feeling detached, bowed. He glanced at the audience and saw a woman leaning against the back wall of the gym. Though it was dark and far, her sophisticated, adult aura, unsuitable for a cultural festival, and her slender silhouette were familiar. It was editor Inamura. Did she come all the way from Tokyo? That's a 3-hour trip one way. It's really heavy. Yuto chuckled, then bowed deeply again. Section. Kotoha greeted Yuto as he returned from the stage. "Good job," she said with a mischievous smile. The applause hasn't stopped yet. Watching the hall from the stage wings, Kotoha's eyes sparkled with joy. Her genuine happiness made Yuto smile too. Despite everything, he felt glad he had taken on the scriptwriting. "So, where are we going?" "Going? Where to?" Yuto was puzzled. He thought Kotoha, being sociable, would share the joy with the club members and help with cleaning up the stage. Yuto, having contributed nothing to the preparations while hiding in the bathroom, planned to help with the cleanup at least. Kotoha exchanged a glance with Watanabe, who nodded understandingly. "We'll handle the cleanup. We'll send the details of the after-party later. You two can go." Before Yuto could question this, a few drama club members ran up to Watanabe. "President, look. Our play is trending on social media. Everyone who watched it is praising it." We've got interview requests from the newspaper and TV. People leaving the hall are all talking about the play. Some were so moved they couldn't lift their heads. It was a huge success. The excited members overwhelmed Watanabe. Yuto listened in surprise, realizing the play's unexpected success. At this moment, Kotoha bowed slightly to Watanabe and the members, saying, "Please take care of the rest." "Let's go, senpai." Kotoha led Yuto from the backstage to the side of the audience. They walked past the still excited crowd. "Hey." Yuto tried to ask where they were going, but the noise was too loud for a proper conversation, so he followed her lead. They reached the control room at the back of the hall. "What are we doing here?" Before Yuto could finish, Kotoha opened the door. Yuto froze at what he saw inside. "We have a special guest today." Kotoha's words barely registered. Inside the room sat a girl in a wheelchair. Yuto couldn't believe his eyes, but there was no mistaking her. Haruka. He forced out the name from his dry throat, calling his sister's name. "Nii-san." Haruka's voice was faint and trembling. Silence filled the room. The distant noise from the hall sounded like the quiet rumble of waves, echoing in the control room. Before he could wonder why Haruka was here, the guilt he had harbored for the past 3 years resurfaced vividly with the memories of that time. Haruka looked more mature than he remembered. Her pale, lifeless face seemed to have regained some vitality, or maybe it was just his wishful thinking. However, she was in a wheelchair. It was a lingering reminder of Yuto's guilt. Should he bow his head to the ground and apologize? Or should he wait to be scolded? He felt like a criminal awaiting judgment. As Yuto hesitated, Haruka spoke hesitantly. Nii-san." "Ah, yes." Yuto clenched his fists to endure the pain in his chest. In contrast, Haruka, as if making up her mind, spoke again. "The play was really good." "Ha!" Yuto let out a foolish sound at the unexpected words. "The play?" Haruka nodded and continued, though still hesitant. What moved me the most was when Hiyori, who tried to escape death, finally accepted it, and the Shinigami Ren guided her soul. I couldn't stop my tears. And well, it felt like your story, Nii-san." Haruka smiled shyly, then noticed Yuto's dumbfounded look and tilted her head anxiously. "Nii-san? What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" "Everything. How are you here? Have you been well? How's your health? Are you okay coming all the way here? Did you come alone? Did you watch today's play? Are you okay with stories now? What have you been doing these 3 years?" There were so many things he wanted to ask and say that he couldn't get the words out. At that moment, Kotoha spoke up. "I invited your sister." "Invited? But you didn't have Haruka's contact info." He hadn't given it to her. He hadn't even told her Haruka's name. "I asked your homeroom teacher." Kotoha casually told the bewildered Yuto. At her words, Yuto's shoulders slumped. He remembered when Kotoha had shown up at his house. The information source was also the homeroom teacher. "How did you convince them to give you family contact details?" "That's a secret." Kotoha laughed with a mischievous grin. Yuto didn't even feel like joking back. "She first sent me a letter, Kotoha-san," Haruka added. "Then we started emailing. Kotoha-san even came to Nagoya once. That's when she told me she was working on a play script with you, and I asked if I could watch it." "What?" Yuto choked on his words. He hadn't been in contact with Kotoha for almost a month, and during that time, she had done this. But more confusing was, "Why do you want to watch it?" "Why? Why wouldn't I?" Haruka tilted her head in puzzlement. Yuto hesitantly voiced his doubts. "Because 3 years ago, you were so hurt because of my novel ended up in this state. I thought you wouldn't want to see any story, especially not mine. Don't you hate me for it?" There was no immediate response to Yuto's strained question. The stillness of the now empty gym seeped through the glass. "No, Nii-san." Haruka's clear words broke the silence. She looked at Yuto with unwavering eyes. "Yes, 3 years ago, I heard baseless things at school, couldn't walk due to the stress, and couldn't read novels or watch movies. Then, you still, driven by guilt, Yuto tried to speak, but Haruka shook her head to stop him. But that's not your fault. The people who spread those rumors are the ones to blame. Unable to meet Haruka's gaze, Yuto looked down. Even so, my novel was the trigger. You have every right to hate me. I don't deserve to write stories anymore. Even though I want to read them. Haruka's words made Yuto look up in surprise. Hey, Nii-san, I've always been waiting for your stories. Both then and now. Suddenly, a memory from their childhood resurfaced in his mind. A room filled with books. A slightly sweet, vanilla-like scent of old books. Yuto and Haruka sitting against the bookshelf, bathed in the sunset. In that cramped space, they had an infinite world. Hey, Nii-san. Haruka smiled without a trace of worry. I never hated you or your stories because of what happened 3 years ago. I never thought you hurt me. But then why haven't we been in contact these 3 years? At Yuto's words, Haruka puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Because you left suddenly, without explaining anything to me. Then her tone softened. I thought you found me a burden. That's why I didn't reach out. But if leaving helped you write again, I thought that was better. Haruka's voice grew hoarse, and her eyes filled with tears. As the tears threatened to fall, she looked up to hold them back. Yuto could only watch her in a daze. He felt stupid. Not Haruka, but himself. He had never imagined it. Haruka, who had been hurt, unable to walk, and couldn't read her favorite books, didn't hate him at all. Instead, she had been concerned for his future as a writer. I didn't say enough. No, I said far too little. I'm truly sorry. His voice trembled as he apologized. For 3 years, he had run from writing and lived aimlessly. He avoided facing Haruka, convincing himself she hated him. He didn't realize that was a terrible insult, causing her more pain. I should have conveyed my feelings in words too. I'm sorry for making you suffer. No, it's not your fault, Haruka. It's my fault for leaving without saying anything. No, if I had communicated better. All right, enough from both of you. Just as they started apologizing to each other, Kotoha interjected. A simple thank you is enough. You both acted out of concern for each other. Kotoha then realized something and looked startled. Sorry for butting in. No, it's fine. Actually, Kotoha was right, Yuto thought. To resolve 3 years of misunderstanding, simple words might be best. Thank you, Haruka. Yeah, thank you, Nii-san. Haruka smiled softly. Yuto hadn't expected to see that smile again, and it made him incredibly happy. That's why I came today, to say everything properly in words. Everything? Yuto tilted his head. Nii-san, I heard you think you don't have talent. Yuto choked on his words. Kotoha must have told her. That's what I think. I ruined several projects 3 years ago. As Yuto said this, Haruka sighed in disbelief. So, you think you don't have talent because of the guilt you feel towards me, right? But, Nii-san, you couldn't use that as an excuse. You're kind and stubborn like that, trying to take all the responsibility yourself. But then, Haruka continued. It's impossible that you don't have talent, Nii-san. I've known that more than anyone because I've been listening to your stories since I was little. Your talent is amazing. Haruka spoke with a gentle smile, and Yuto found himself at a loss for words. It was like peeling off a scab, as his self-deception slowly came off with a slight sting. Do you know? Each word in your novels, they touch the reader's heart. When they're happy, it multiplies that happiness, and when they're sad, it gently comforts them. When they're struggling, it gives them the strength to move forward. Yuto felt embarrassed to hear such high praise. No, that's a bit too much. No, it's not. It might be even more than that. Look. Haruka said this and then moved to get out of her wheelchair. Wait, Haruka? Yuto panicked at her sudden action. But Haruka, ignoring Yuto's concern, broke into a slight sweat and gripped the armrests of her wheelchair. With a short breath, Haruka stood up on her own legs. She spread her arms for balance, taking one shaky step after another towards Yuto. Though unsteady, she slowly walked to Yuto. Haruka, you can walk now. Yuto grabbed Haruka's arm as she neared, steadying her. Yeah, through rehabilitation, I've been able to walk a little. And like today, I can watch plays and read novels and films again. Haruka, you worked hard. Yuto was at a loss for words. He couldn't even imagine how hard it must have been. Treating and rehabilitating a psychosomatic illness is different from handling physical issues. It requires patience and careful attention since the symptoms are hard to see or measure. Yeah, I worked hard. Haruka nodded. But I was able to do it because the many stories you told me, Nii-san, supported my heart. My stories. Yuto muttered, dazed. Normally, he couldn't imagine his stories having such power. But Haruka's sincere words resonated in his heart, making him believe it might be true. Hey, I've found a dream. A dream? Yeah, while going through rehab, I've been thinking a lot, and watching your play today made me decide. Haruka's eyes sparkled with determination as she looked at Yuto. I want to become a scriptwriter. Yuto's eyes widened. Hearing such words from Haruka, who once couldn't even handle stories, filled him with emotion. And knowing that it was his script that gave her that final push made it even more so. But Haruka's next words caught Yuto off guard. While I want to write original scripts, I also want to adapt your novels into scripts someday. Haruka, that's... So, I want you to write novels again. Haruka's serious eyes made it clear her words were no joke. At that moment, Kotoha, standing beside them, looked at Yuto with a joyful smile. A request from your cute little sister, you can't refuse, right, senpai? Shut up, stop grinning like that. Yuto didn't know how much of this Kotoha had planned, but everything had gone her way, which was annoying. However, well, yeah. It was clear that resolving the misunderstanding with Haruka was thanks to Kotoha. So, he might as well grant her wish. It aligned with Haruka's request too, so there was no reason to refuse. Really, you'll write again? Kotoha's voice echoed with excitement. Yeah. I can't promise it will be good. Yes. Thank you so much, senpai. Her joy was so palpable that it was almost embarrassing to watch as she jumped up and down like a child. Let's first turn this play into a novel. No, that won't work. It's a work commissioned by the drama club. I already got the permission from Watanabe-senpai. Yuto was startled by Kotoha's response. Permission? When did you? When I first got the script commission, I secretly negotiated it. That was the time when Yuto's harsh critique of the drama club's play led to him taking on the scriptwriting task. Yuto was more amazed than surprised by her thoroughness. Haruka chuckled softly. Nii-san, I'm looking forward to your novel. Yuto nodded. Haruka, shouldn't you sit back in the wheelchair now? You must be tired. Yeah, you're right. I might be a bit tired. Supported by Yuto, Haruka walked back to her wheelchair and sat down. Thank you, Nii-san. Feeling like a burden had been lifted, Yuto nodded. It felt like time had finally started moving again. Yuto thought, if Kotoha hadn't found him and pushed him to write the script, this moment wouldn't exist. Yuto sighed, turned, and spoke. Kotoha, can you help me again? Kotoha looked at Yuto with wide eyes. Do you mean I can be your editor for Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's novels? That I can work with you on your novels? Yes. I've realized your talent. I'm counting on you. Will you do it? Of course. I'll do anything. Should I jump off a bridge again? Kotoha clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking emotional. No, please don't do that. Yuto said with a wry smile when suddenly, Kotoha's body swayed. Like a marionette with its strings cut, she collapsed. The next moment, a dull thud echoed as her body hit the floor. What? Yuto could only watch, unable to react. Kotoha lay on the cold wooden floor, motionless. Yuto stared in shock, unable to comprehend what had happened. Just moments ago, she was happily celebrating. What had happened? Blood flowed from Kotoha's head, spreading across the floor. The bright red was so stark that everything else seemed monochrome. Kotoha-san. Haruka's scream brought Yuto back to reality. He rushed to Kotoha, who lay on the floor. Kotoha, are you okay? He called her name, placing his hands on her shoulders. But Kotoha only breathed heavily, with no response to his calls. Her face was pale, and the blood kept spreading. "Hey, Kotoha. Hey. Damn it, we need an ambulance." Yuto fumbled with his smartphone, his hands shaking and stained with blood, making it difficult to operate. "I'll call an ambulance." "Oh, please. Kotoha. Kotoha." Yuto desperately called her name, but his voice only echoed emptily in the room. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 3. For Whom? In a room in the city's general hospital. She slept on clean white sheets. Watching the blanket slowly rise and fall with her breathing, and her long eyelashes occasionally quiver, Yuto felt relieved. From the hospital room window, he could see the mountains embraced by twilight. It had been almost a full day since Kotoha was rushed to the hospital by ambulance. Yuto had gone to the hospital with a teacher last night and returned home once in the middle of the night. After that, he came back to the hospital, but Kotoha still had not woken up. He recalled the conversation he had with Kotoha's mother, who had rushed to the hospital the previous night. "Are you Hiragi-kun?" While Kotoha's mother was worried about her daughter, her expression and voice carried a strange calmness. It wasn't the calmness of being reassured. Rather, it was the opposite, like someone accepting something beyond their control. That calmness deeply disturbed Yuto. At that moment, he heard a faint groan and snapped back to reality. Kotoha had slowly opened her eyes. "Kotoha, are you okay?" He struggled to keep his voice down, trying to ask quietly, but there was no response. Kotoha slowly scanned her surroundings before focusing on Yuto. Gradually, her gaze became clearer. "Senpai. Wait a moment. I'll call the nurse." Yuto reached for the nurse call button. However, Kotoha placed her hand on his, gently stopping him. "Kotoha, what's wrong?" Kotoha stared intently, and Yuto found himself looking away. "I collapsed at school, didn't I?" "Yeah. I'm sorry. I caused you trouble." "No, it's all right, but how's Haruka-chan?" After that, her father picked her up, and she went back to Nagoya. "She was worried about you." "I see. I feel bad. She came all this way. I wanted to talk more with her." The conversation paused, and a heavy silence filled the room. Kotoha looked out the window at the early autumn mountains. Seeing her so naturally in the hospital room struck Yuto deeply. "Why?" Yuto struggled to find words, and Kotoha looked at him curiously. Clenching his teeth, he took a deep breath and forced out his words. "Why? Why didn't you say anything?" Kotoha's eyes widened in surprise, then her expression softened. "You heard, didn't you?" Her voice was quiet yet firm. Yuto nodded slightly. "Yeah, I heard." Hearing his response, Kotoha sighed deeply and looked up at the ceiling. Free from her gaze, Yuto felt a small sense of relief. "From my mother?" "Yeah. How is she now?" "She went to get a change of clothes. She said it might be a long hospital stay." "I see. So it'll be long?" Kotoha muttered, her voice mirroring her mother's. A tone of loneliness and resignation. As Kotoha stared at the ceiling, Yuto wondered what she was thinking. He couldn't tell. Is it true? It's true. Unfortunately, Yuto recalled what he had heard from Kotoha's mother as he watched her profile. Kotoha is ill. There's an abnormality in a part of her brain. The calm confession from Kotoha and the trembling voice of her mother overlapped. It was discovered when she was about 10 years old. There are hardly any cases worldwide, and without any effective treatment, it's been slowly getting worse. Her body suddenly loses strength, and she gets fevers. Right now, she's just barely. She can still go to school, but the doctors say it wouldn't be strange if she couldn't anymore at any time. From the moment he first heard it, he couldn't believe it. Even if he understood it in his head, his heart refused to accept it. But hearing it from Kotoha herself made it an undeniable reality. Why did you push yourself so hard in such a condition? Since they met, Kotoha had always been free-spirited and full of energy. She barged into the third-year classroom, fell into rice fields, jumped off bridges to persuade Yuto, pulled all-nighters for script meetings, and ran around preparing for the cultural festival. But now he understood. Her free-spiritedness and energy, they were drawn from burning her life. I wanted to achieve my dream. He remembered meeting Kotoha's former classmate at the aquarium. Becoming an editor. Kotoha smiled vaguely. I was happy. When we met that former classmate at the aquarium, you said becoming an editor wasn't just a dream anymore, it was my plan. But I still think so. Yuto interrupted Kotoha's words. He didn't want to hear what followed but. So, now, focus on your treatment without pushing yourself. If you do that. She said surgery could cure it. Kotoha's voice dropped a tone, filled with quiet anger and frustration. Did my mother say that? Why yeah. Yuto nodded. Medical technology has advanced over the past few years, and now there's a possibility the surgery could cure her. It was a rare disease, but an effective surgical method had been developed, her mother said. And if she didn't have the surgery, the illness would only worsen. Yuto recalled feeling uneasy about the word possibility back then. However, the success rate is 80%. Right. Sure, there's a 20% risk. But, it's better than dying, he was about to say but couldn't. It was too insensitive. And speaking of death scared him. He understood that a 20% risk was significant for the person involved. But an 80% success rate seemed better than he had imagined. He thought it might be worth hoping for. Of course, it wasn't his place to decide. Kotoha sighed softly and looked out the window. When they found the illness around the age of 10, I started losing the ability to do things. I was told not to do anything strenuous. No playing outside, no PE classes. Slowly, I lost friends too. It was partly because I couldn't play, but also because I became an outsider due to my illness. Children are sensitive to differences. Kotoha spoke calmly. Yuto could tell it was because she had suppressed many emotions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. I found solace in books during that time. I already liked them before, but I started devouring them. Only books could heal my loneliness. It was the same, Yuto thought. Kotoha, like him, was saved by stories in a lonely world. But for Kotoha, it was even more critical. Only stories gave me the strength to live. She needed them to live. That's why she dreamed of creating books. In that case, shouldn't she choose to live, to continue reading books and creating stories? Just as Yuto was about to voice this thought, Kotoha shook her head. My illness is here, she said, pointing to her left temple. I've heard the brain has different functions in different areas. Do you know what's located here? No, I don't. Kotoha smiled sadly at Yuto's response. The language center. What? Yuto knew it was the area of the brain that controls language, but he couldn't quite connect it with the word illness and Kotoha's current condition. The surgery has an 80% survival rate. It's scary, but if that were all, I would have taken the surgery. But there's a 90% chance it will leave me with a language disorder. I might not be able to speak, or understand text, or read books again. If that happens, I'd never fulfill my dream of becoming an editor. No way. Yuto muttered in disbelief. She was saved by stories, dreamed of a future in stories, but she would have to give them up to survive. It was too cruel. But even so, Yuto forced the words out as if spitting blood. If you die, it means nothing. So, I might not die right away, Kotoha interrupted. There was someone with the same illness who lived until their late 20s. What? It's a rare case within a rare illness, but if that's possible, I can become an editor. I can graduate from college, pass the entrance exam for a publishing company, and become an editor. Even if it's only until her late 20s, it didn't matter. Her words carried that determination. It was a gamble where the risk and return didn't match up at all. Yet, there was no doubt Kotoha believed it to be the best choice. Senpai, Kotoha said calmly, I won't take the surgery. To live as myself. Her eyes were on the verge of tears, yet filled with resolve. Section. The sound of typing echoed in the 8-tatami room. A week had passed since Kotoha was hospitalized. On that day, Yuto couldn't say a word. Even though he wanted Kotoha to undergo surgery and live, he couldn't bring himself to argue against her earnest determination. "All I can do is write," he muttered as if convincing himself. In this situation, he didn't know if writing a novel was the right thing to do. Maybe his frustration just turned into a substitute act, fulfilling his promise to Kotoha to write a novel. But no, precisely because of that, Yuto realized the heavy weight of the 3-year gap. Starting to write a novel instead of a script made the changes from his days as Fuyutsuki Haruhiko evident. Back then, stories flowed naturally, characters lived inside him, and words came endlessly as if his typing couldn't keep up. But now, it was different. Every sentence felt off. He felt like there must be a better expression. He doubted if the plot was right. The character's actions seemed uncertain. So he wrote a sentence, deleted it, and rewrote it. The next day, he deleted everything he wrote the day before and started over. He barely had 10 pages of progress. It was classic writer's block. That was the price of 3 years away from writing novels. Even if he mentally felt ready to write again, his fundamental skills had atrophied. He might regain them with time and effort, but, damn. Yuto cursed, stopping his typing, and looked up. The autumn breeze coming through the screen door was unexpectedly cool. Without him noticing, autumn had deepened. The scent of the wind, the color of the mountains, the sparkle of the river, they were all different from the summer when he created the script with Kotoha. The gradual shift from life to death heightened his anxiety. What if he couldn't finish the story, and Kotoha's life ended? Crushed by such despair, all Yuto could do was write, delete, and rewrite in a desperate cycle. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach his ideal. Not again. Reviewing the scenes he had written, he deleted them all at once. At that moment, his phone, placed on the floor, vibrated. Section. Why haven't you come to visit? In the afternoon hospital room, Kotoha complained with pursed lips the moment Yuto entered. A week had passed since Kotoha was hospitalized, and Yuto hadn't visited even once. Why haven't I? I've been waiting for you. Kotoha pretended to cry. We even had a date. Was I just a fling? Please stop. The nurse is looking at me with judgmental eyes. Now I feel even more reluctant to come. Kotoha giggled, and Yuto sighed deeply. Here, peach cans. Yay, you're so thoughtful. No, you asked me to bring them. When he was stuck at home. Come visit me. Peach cans. That was the message Kotoha had sent. Oh, it's a high-end peach can from Okayama. How did you get this? Kotoha happily opened the can with a can opener, divided the peaches onto 2 small plates she pulled out from somewhere, and handed one to Yuto. No, it's lonely eating alone. Sit down. With no choice, Yuto sat in the chair by the bed. They ate the peaches in silence. The syrup-soaked peaches were sweet, soothing Yuto's tired mind. After finishing the peaches, Yuto glanced at the corner of the room. There were piles of fruit and snacks. Noticing his gaze, Kotoha laughed. Oh, Shoko-chan, Watanabe senpai, and the others from the drama club visited me. They all came together. Surprised at the amount of gifts, Yuto asked, and Kotoha shook her head. They came in small groups. Thankfully, there hadn't been a large, inconsiderate group invading the hospital room. But all the gifts are food. No flowers at all. I wonder what image I have. Yuto laughed. Who knows? And Kotoha pouted but soon smiled softly. Thank you so much. Kotoha? Back when I was in elementary and middle school, I had long hospital stays, but no one ever visited me like this. Kotoha smiled quietly at the sight of the gifts. But this time, so many people came. Thank you. I think it's thanks to you that I could connect with so many people. Yuto fell silent and shook his head. No, that's not it. What? It's because you worked hard. You pulled me out, convinced the drama club, directed the script, and promoted the cultural festival. They came because they saw your efforts. Kotoha was stunned for a moment, then she smiled shyly and said, Even so, it's because you were there, senpai. Definitely. You're stubborn. You're one to talk, she replied, referring to his 3 years of self-reproach. Mine isn't the same as being stubborn. After chatting for a while, Kotoha suddenly asked, "Are you writing the novel?" "Huh. Oh, yeah, well, I am," Yuto answered quickly, stumbling over his words. He wanted to hide the fact that he was struggling to write. He didn't want to worry Kotoha, who was bedridden, and he felt ashamed for stumbling right after declaring he'd write a novel. But it seemed his attitude was too obvious, and Kotoha sighed with a wry smile. "You're not doing well, are you?" "No, it's not that." Yuto tried to dismiss it, but Kotoha's gaze pierced through, and he quickly admitted defeat. "Yeah, well, no, it's not going well." Yuto confessed his current writing struggles. "I see." After hearing his situation, Kotoha sighed softly. "You feel like writing but can't fully regain the sense of writing a novel." "Yeah. What do you think I should do?" Kotoha looked surprised at Yuto's question. "What? It's just. I'm a little surprised that you'd rely on me so straightforwardly, senpai." "Kotoha, you're my editor, right?" Kotoha gave a faint smile and then looked down, a gesture different from her usual cheerful acceptance of her role as his editor, showing a slight shadow in her expression. "I can't be your editor anymore." Her quiet words echoed in the room. "What? Can't be my editor? I'm sorry for being so irresponsible." "No, it's not about being irresponsible, but why?" Yuto was shaken by Kotoha's sudden announcement. He had never imagined she would voluntarily step down as his editor. "I'm transferring to a hospital in Tokyo." "A university hospital in Tokyo? Is it that bad? Do you need to move to such a faraway hospital?" "My condition isn't good, but it's not immediate. But there's a specialist in Tokyo, and they have better facilities. I'll be hospitalized for a while for tests and treatment, and then I plan to come back once I'm better." "I see." Yuto felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed to be more of a precautionary measure rather than an emergency. "But, if that's the case, you don't need to step down as my editor. I can send the manuscript by email, and we can have meetings through a call app." Kotoha smiled, a pained smile that looked like she was about to cry. "We won't be able to see each other frequently, and I'll have more test and treatment time. I might not have much time to check the manuscript. So, I'm sorry, but continuing as your editor would be irresponsible." "It's not irresponsible. Besides, I'm still struggling with the gap. I need your support, Kotoha." He felt pathetic saying it, but it was his honest feeling. In the solitary act of writing a novel, having an understanding person giving precise advice was invaluable. At that moment, Kotoha, sitting on the bed, reached out and gently touched Yuto's cheek. "Kotoha? You'll be fine without me, senpai." Her voice was quiet, sorrowful, yet filled with certainty. "You've overcome the painful experiences of the past and stood up again, haven't you?" "No. But I still." He couldn't write the novel as he wanted. Senpai is like a child who's afraid to walk even though the injury is healed. "Huh. A child? Kotoha, what are you?" Ignoring Yuto's confusion, Kotoha continued. "Take the plunge and walk on your own without relying on anyone. At first, it'll be awkward because it's been a long time. But it's okay. The injury is healed, even stronger than before. So keep walking. Soon, you'll walk without any trouble. In that case, having someone support you is a hindrance. You need to walk alone." She exhaled softly and smiled warmly. "Senpai, I guarantee you'll go farther than anyone else." He couldn't ask her to walk beside him. "Well, at least let me visit you sometimes. Tokyo is just a short trip by Shinkansen." "No, senpai." "What? Until the book is finished, don't come. Don't waste your time. If you care about me, use that time to write." That's. He couldn't agree immediately. He understood Kotoha's words in his head. But he couldn't accept the reality of not being able to see her until the book was done. Even if he rushed, it would take more than 6 months to finish the manuscript and complete the book. Considering his struggle with the gap, it might take much longer. Could he really write alone? What if something happened to Kotoha in the meantime? Though he didn't want to imagine it, the fear and anxiety of this moment being their last time together swirled in his mind. Kotoha, I. But he suppressed those feelings when he saw the tears welling in her smiling eyes. Kotoha, who had been adamant about being his editor, must have had deep thoughts and made a firm decision to let go of supervising his novel. Just imagining that tightened his chest. He felt a strong urge to meet her trust and expectations. No, more than that. Since the day she collapsed, Yuto had been shaken, but now his resolve solidified. I understand. I'll write it alone. Until the book is done, I won't visit, he said, squeezing the words out. Yes, that's for the best. Kotoha nodded with a relieved expression. But promise me something. Surprised, Kotoha tilted her head and looked at him curiously. A promise? Yes. When the novel is done, I'll bring it to you. You'll read it. Okay. Of course, I'll gladly read it then. Is that the only promise? No. Yuto shook his head. If you feel even a little like living after reading my novel, get the surgery. Kotoha's eyes widened in surprise. After a few seconds of silence, she gave a wry smile. I told you. I don't want to live with the risk of a language disorder. Even if it's Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's new work, it won't change my mind. Just promise. Kotoha's eyes widened, then she gave a troubled smile. You're being pushy, senpai. But, all right. It was a short word, but it was enough for them. A few days later, Kotoha transferred to the Tokyo hospital. Section. The sound of typing echoed in the 8-tatami room. It wasn't rhythmic, nor did it pause, just a steady, continuous sound like autumn rain. In a room with curtains closed even during the day, Yuto stared at the blue-white glow of his laptop screen without blinking. A month had passed since Kotoha transferred, and October was nearing its end. During that time, Yuto kept writing the novel. Day and night, with little sleep, he continuously typed. Besides shopping trips to the local supermarket for snacks and food, he stayed in the room. He wasn't going to school. He had informed them of taking time off due to health issues. Initially, that was a fabricated excuse, but now it was true. He lacked sleep and nutrition, his back and waist were stiff, and his eyes were dry and sore. Yet, his mind was strangely clear. Words formed in his mind before he could think, characters acted, and the story moved forward forcefully. It felt like his peak days as Wintermoon Haruhiko. No, it might exceed that. The gap he felt a month ago when he resumed writing was completely gone. The day Kotoha pushed him away, Yuto's resolve was set. He cast out the doubts and anxiety that had hindered his writing. All he could do was pour all his energy into writing. He decided to write at the cost of everything. However, this method was a double-edged sword. It was almost like he was writing at the cost of his life. Water. His voice, hoarse and unfamiliar, startled him. When did he last drink water? Or eat? Or sleep? Realizing his fatigue, his body felt incredibly heavy. Even his typing fingers couldn't move properly, twitching involuntarily. He couldn't continue writing like this. Crawling to the refrigerator, he opened the door and widened his eyes. It was empty. Damn. As he tried to stand up to go shopping, his legs gave out, and he collapsed on the spot. The coldness of the floor pressed against his cheek. He couldn't get up. I still need to. The story isn't good enough. I need to write more. I can't collapse here. As his vision blurred, the doorbell rang. But he had no strength to respond. The doorbell rang again. Lying helpless on the floor, he heard loud knocking, followed by a male voice. Hey, Hiragi, are you there? It's me, Watanabe. Open up. Watanabe, the drama club president. Surprised by the unexpected visitor, Yuto managed to croak out a barely audible response. The door. It's open. The door swung open, and fresh air rushed in. Watanabe, looking alarmed, ran over to Yuto. Hey, are you okay? It took about 30 minutes for Yuto to regain his composure after Watanabe arrived. You sure you don't need an ambulance? Yuto nodded while sipping a jelly drink. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. People who are just a bit tired don't collapse on the floor. The exasperated yet concerned voice belonged to Hikawa Shoko, the vice president. She had come with Watanabe. Yuto sat across from them at the rectangular low table. On the table were sports drinks, energy drinks, snacks, bread, and rice balls, things Watanabe had brought. They were worried about Yuto, who didn't show up to see Kotoha off when she transferred hospitals and had been missing school for almost a month due to illness, with no contact. That's why Watanabe and Shoko came to visit him. Thanks, you saved me. Even though he said he was fine, his body still felt heavy, and he had a terrible headache. He needed more rest to recover fully. The accumulated strain from the past month had taken its toll. If they hadn't come, things might have been worse. But I'm a bit surprised. I expected Shoko-san, but the president coming to see me, that's unexpected. To be honest, he thought he wasn't very well liked. We owe you. Thanks to you, we did well in the regional competition and advanced to the national competition. Really? Congratulations. Yuto had been so focused on writing that he forgot about the competition. The regional event was at the end of September, and now they were practicing for the national competition. That was good news. Hey, Hiragi-kun, did something happen with Kotoha-chan? You didn't see her off when she transferred, and you suddenly started missing school. When I asked Kotoha-chan on the phone, she dodged the question and didn't tell me anything. Yuto hesitated on how to respond. It would be easy to brush it off as nothing, but that would be too disrespectful to these two who came to check on him and saved him. However, explaining the situation would delve too deeply into his and, more importantly, Kotoha's personal matters. He didn't mind sharing his own story. Having overcome his past, he no longer needed to hide anything. But what about Kotoha's illness? Had she honestly told them about her condition and the reason for her transfer? Regardless, worrying wouldn't solve anything. How much did Kotoha tell you? There are things I can't say. Watanabe and Shoko exchanged a somber look. She said it's a brain disease and that her condition isn't good. That's what we heard. Shoko's sad voice hung in the air. Shoko was friends with Kotoha, so the revelation about her illness must have been a big shock. It's just me and Shoko who know. That's partly why we came. Watanabe spoke calmly, but there was an unmistakable undertone of deep concern. If Kotoha trusted them enough to share her situation, then Yuto felt he should explain the circumstances. Kotoha and I. Yuto began explaining to Watanabe and Shoko how Kotoha had persistently urged Yuto to write a novel. That Yuto had once been a writer under the name Fuyutsuki Haruhiko, but had quit due to online backlash. He also explained how he had continuously refused Kotoha's requests because of that. Just as he said this, Watanabe cut in, surprised. Wait a minute. Did you say Fuyutsuki Haruhiko? That one? Next to him, Shoko looked at Yuto with a mixture of shock and confusion, nodding vigorously. Yeah, probably that Fuyutsuki Haruhiko. No way. Watanabe groaned and looked up at the ceiling. So you're a real author. Shoko's face also tightened with astonishment. But it makes sense. That script was clearly not something a high schooler would write. Sorry for not saying anything. To Yuto's apology, Watanabe shook his head. You don't need to apologize. Everyone has things they don't want to share, especially with circumstances like yours. Besides, we trusted your script and your commitment to it. Whether you're a professional writer or not doesn't really matter to us. Though it's a surprise. Shoko nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Thanks. Knowing that makes me feel a bit better. Realizing he was more trusted than he thought, Yuto felt a wave of gratitude and relief. Sorry for interrupting. So, what happened next? Oh, right. Yuto continued explaining the remaining events. How Kotoha helped him find the will to write again after the cultural festival performance. But struggling with the gap, he sought advice from Kotoha, who encouraged him to write alone. They made a promise not to see each other until the book was done. You made that kind of promise. You two have such intense passion for creating. It's almost scary. Then, Shoko glanced at the stack of papers in the corner of the room. Hey, Hiragi-kun. I've been wondering, what's that pile of papers? Shoko's gaze was directed at the thick stacks of paper, each a few centimeters thick. It's the manuscript. I've done a lot of revisions this past month. Revisions? How much did you write to make such a huge pile? I think I'm on the 40th draft now. 40. Shoko was speechless. I thought rewriting from start to finish repeatedly would help me regain my sense. That was the choice Yuto made after clearing his mind. Instead of going back and forth fixing sentences like when he had writer's block, he decided to write a complete novel from start to finish. Normally, after finishing a draft, you revise certain parts to create the final manuscript. But Yuto didn't do that. He read the finished manuscript and discarded it. Then he wrote it again from start to finish. He repeated this process multiple times. Each time, the story changed significantly, and Yuto's senses became increasingly sharp. I'm sorry for changing it from the drama club script, but the heroine Hiyori's character will be quite different in the novel. Hiyori's? Originally, Hiyori was a character written specifically for the girl in front of him, Hikawa Shoko. The more I rewrote it, the more I realized that Hiyori, suffering from a terminal illness, was undoubtedly modeled after Natsume. There's no more fitting model. When I wrote the script, I never imagined she had an illness. In reality, using Kotoha as the model for Hiyori made the story shine more brightly and improved its quality significantly. However, is that okay? To use Natsume-san's struggles like that, like some kind of tool or material? Watanabe said bitterly, his voice a mix of confusion and anger towards Yuto. Yeah. As a person, it's questionable. Yuto felt the same way. While writing, he often felt like he was tearing Kotoha apart and piecing her back together. However, President, that's our value system. Shoko's voice carried a tone mixed with resignation and admiration. Our value system? Watanabe frowned in confusion. Yeah, you could call it common sense. Both Hiragi-kun and Kotoha-chan have probably stepped outside that common sense. They intend to use everything for the sake of creation. Everything. Everything means everything. Time, life, everything. Otherwise, you wouldn't write until you're unable to move. I, too, feel uncomfortable treating Kotoha-chan's life as material for a story, but I can't fault them. For Hiragi-kun and Kotoha-chan, it's the unquestionably right thing to do. Shoko's words were slightly mistaken. Yuto didn't think what he was doing was right. But, even if it was inhumane, if it was the best he could do to improve the story, he felt compelled to do it. Watanabe sighed heavily, looking dejected. I see. I can't say anything against that. So, you're writing this novel without sparing any effort for Natsume-san's sake. Watanabe seemed to understand, though perhaps not fully, why Yuto hadn't seen Kotoha off and had been missing school, writing an enormous amount of manuscript. No, I'm not trying to meet her expectations. Yuto contradicted Watanabe's understanding. What? Ha! Watanabe and Shoko looked bewildered. I have no intention of writing a novel that merely meets her expectations. If that were good enough, I'd have finished by the 5th draft. If the level of Fuyutsuki Haruhiko was enough, Yuto would have finished long ago. Then, what have the remaining 35 drafts been for? What are you writing, Hiragi-kun? Even Shoko, who had shown understanding of Yuto's deviation from common sense earlier, now seemed disturbed, as if she was staring at a monster. I told you. I'm going to change her mind. Make her want to live. To do that, her expectations alone aren't enough. I have to surpass them. This is a process of destruction and reconstruction to reach her heart. Section. In mid-December, heavy clouds covered the plain town surrounded by mountains. Yuto was drinking coffee in a secluded booth of an old-fashioned cafe. It had been about 2.5 months since Kotoha transferred to Tokyo. According to what his sister Haruka heard, Kotoha was doing well. There was no scheduled discharge yet, though. Fuyutsuki-sensei, it's been a while. Sorry to keep you waiting. When he looked up, a sophisticated woman was standing there. It was editor Inamura. No, I came early. Thank you for coming all the way to Gifu. Inamura sat down across from Yuto and shook her head. I wanted to come. These days, we can meet online, but I hadn't worked with Fuyutsuki-sensei in a long time. And more than anything, I wanted to talk about this face to face. A waiter approached, and Inamura ordered a cafe latte. After a while, the waiter brought her drink. Still, I was surprised when I suddenly received a manuscript from you, Fuyutsuka-sensei. The manuscript was completed just a week ago. He immediately contacted Inamura and sent her the manuscript. Sorry for the suddenness. No, it's perfectly fine. I was just happy that you wrote a novel again. And that you chose me as your editor. Oh, well, yes. In truth, after 3 years of not writing, she was the only editor he could comfortably contact, but he decided to keep that to himself. But sensing his thoughts, Inamura smiled mischievously. I guess my perseverance paid off. You're still as persistent as ever. Call it dedication. Inamura gently sipped her sweet-scented cafe latte. So, about the manuscript. Inamura took out the manuscript from her bag and placed it on the table. Yuto saw the dozens of sticky notes attached to the manuscript and instinctively straightened his back. He pulled his own copy closer. It was a manuscript he had put everything into. After Watanabe and Shoko's visit, he had shut himself away and continued writing, finally producing a work he felt couldn't be improved further. But whether it was publishable as a product was not for him to judge. He was prepared for a lot of feedback and held his red pen ready. We'll publish it as is. Inamura's declaration left Yuto wide-eyed. Ah, as is? Yes, as is. Revisions? Not necessary. The manuscript is perfect. We'll print it straight away, and after a little proofreading for typos, your work, Fuyutsuka-sensei, will be done. Yuto was at a loss for words at the unexpected situation. Even during his active days as Fuyutsuki Haruhiko, he had never gone without editorial revisions. There were always adjustments to the story or characters, but no revisions. Left with an unnecessary red pen, he fiddled with it in his hand until it fell onto the manuscript with a soft thud. Then, what are all those sticky notes for? Those are marking the scenes that moved me. I wanted to share them with you. That's misleading. Yuto slumped over. I wouldn't dream of altering this manuscript. When I first read it in the office. Oh no, just recalling it. Ha! Inamura-san. Yuto panicked. The woman in front of him started crying. I am sorry, Inamura said, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. She sniffled loudly. The cafe staff were eyeing them curiously, making Yuto uneasy. After a while, Inamura regained her composure. Have your tear ducts weakened? Inamura had handled several of his works, including his debut, but Yuto had never seen her cry. Don't make it sound like I'm getting old, she said, narrowing her eyes. This novel was just too overwhelming. Even the chief editor was crying in the break room. I've never seen that before. I barely know that person. But you almost called him a geezer. Anyway, Inamura deflected. This novel is that overwhelming. Then, Inamura opened the manuscript to the pages marked with sticky notes and began explaining her reactions in detail. Thank you. After listening to it all, Yuto bowed his head in gratitude. For believing in him, waiting for him, and handling his work again. Inamura-san, so when do you think it'll be published? I figured that's what you'd be most curious about. Inamura's expression turned complicated. He had explained the general situation to Inamura when he sent the manuscript. That he had created the story with a junior named Natsume Kotoha, who was now hospitalized with a serious illness. And that he wanted to somehow get the work to her in book form. It was a very personal matter, but he hoped Inamura would be considerate. He had no choice but to rely on her as a publisher employee. If we send it in now, we can get the author's proofs to you a little after New Year's, around the end of January. The author's proof, specifically the author's galley proof, is a process where the author checks the printed layout of the book, marked with editorial queries. This would likely happen twice. Typesetting and editorial work would also take time, requiring a reasonable period. Parallel to that, we'll prepare the cover illustration, design, and promotional materials. The publication will be at the end of March. End of March? About 3.5 months from now. Yuto understood that this was the usual schedule. Given the unexpected manuscript and the holiday season, They were rushing it. Moreover, it was exceptional to get promotional support. Understood. That schedule is fine. He didn't know how much time Kotoha had left, but it was likely impossible to accelerate the schedule further. By the way, Fuyutsuka-sensei, you're a senior in high school, right? Are you okay with all this? As an editor, is that something you should be saying? It's an editor's job to consider the author's life and well-being. Look, the proofing period falls right in the middle of exam season. We could delay the novel by 2 months and start after your exams. That's not an option. When Yuto shook his head, Inamura sighed in resignation. I figured. So, are you properly preparing for your exams? You spent the summer on a script, then on this novel. And this manuscript wasn't written in one go, right? It's on a level that's hard to imagine compared to 3 years ago. How many drafts did you go through? About 60. To be exact, 62. Each time, he discarded the previous draft and started anew. Inamura gaped at him. You're not joking, are you? She put her hand to her forehead and sighed deeply. Considering the circumstances, it can't be helped. But from now on, avoid such extreme measures. It shortens your career as a writer. Yes, Yuto nodded sincerely. The 2.5 months since Kotoha's transfer had been a period of unbelievable focus. But the fatigue and emptiness afterward were overwhelming, and he spent several days mostly sleeping. It wasn't something he could do repeatedly. So, are you planning to take a gap year? Or even graduate? Isn't that too harsh? You haven't had time to study, right? And you must have missed a lot of school focusing on the novel. I might barely manage to graduate. He had confessed to taking time off due to false health claims and had been severely reprimanded by his homeroom teacher. However, Watanabe and the others had explained the situation, and he was shown some leniency. He could graduate with makeup classes and assignments. As for the exams, I was diligent until summer, so I should manage the common tests. Well, I've started cramming recently. Oh dear, Inamura chuckled. Send me your exam schedule later. I'll adjust our timeline accordingly. Understood. Thank you. Section. 2 weeks had passed since the new year began. That afternoon, Yuto was diligently working on his supplementary assignments in a room warmed by a kerosene heater, necessary for graduating high school. The view from the window was painted pure white by the snow that had been falling since morning. It had been 3 years since he moved to this town, and this was the heaviest snowfall he had seen. Even the asphalt roads were already covered with snow, showing no signs of stopping. As for the novel, he had completed the first author's proof about a week ago and sent it to Inamura. The revised proofs for the second author's proof would arrive soon. Progress was smooth. Regarding exams, he had just finished the common test yesterday. He planned to apply only to universities that accepted common test scores, so he no longer needed to study for exams. All that remained was to finish his supplemental assignments, an enormous task due to skipping school for over 2 months. How do I do this? Having not used some subjects for the exams, Yuto struggled to recall the material necessary to complete his assignments. He began searching a storage box in the corner of his room for old class handouts. As he pulled out files and other materials, a black box emerged from the back. In his haste, the lid popped open. Inside was a small package. He wondered what it was and took it out. Seeing the publisher's name on the delivery slip, he remembered. Inamura-san sent this. It was something Inamura had sent months ago, which she said contained fan letters. Normally, fan letters are checked by the editor before being forwarded to the author. Since Yuto had refused to accept forwarded letters after the incident involving his sister 3 years ago, several had accumulated with Inamura. A few months ago, he didn't feel like checking them. Without even opening the seals, he had tossed the package into the box. But now, things were different. He opened the package and a pile of envelopes fell out. Oops. He bent down to pick them up from the tatami floor. Ha! He froze, unable to comprehend. A tingling sensation buzzed in his head. He had found a sequence of unexpected letters. Suddenly, a loud vibrating sound startled him. His smartphone, on the table, was ringing. Yuto, his mind still sluggish, picked it up. Hello. Oh, Nii-san. Haruka. That's rude. Oh, sorry. I didn't expect a call from you. What's up? I thought your exams were done, so I wanted to say good job. Since they regularly communicated via a messaging app, Haruka generally knew Yuto's schedule. She had likely timed her call to coincide with the end of his common test. Yeah, thanks. It's all done. Is something wrong? Your voice sounds shaky. No, it's just a bit cold. Yeah, I heard it's snowing a lot in Gifu. It's flurrying here too. Stay warm. Yeah, I know. After answering, there was a brief silence. Yuto's gaze remained on the scattered envelopes on the floor. There were about 10 of them. About Kotoha-san. Haruka started, causing Yuto to respond in surprise. Huh? What's wrong? No, nothing. What about Natsum? Have you been in touch with her lately? No, I haven't. Why? Did something happen? Is her condition? Oh, no, it's not that. I was just asking. If you're that worried, even if you can't visit, you could at least send a message. In 2 months, the book will be out. Then I'll visit her. Got it. You're so stubborn. So, what's up? You didn't call just to congratulate me on my exams, did you? Oh, right. So, during the New Year's cleanup, we found your middle school reading journal. Dad asked if you wanted it sent to you. Oh, that. Well, it's probably better to send it here than to keep it there. Got it. By the way, wasn't it Kotoha-san who found you through that reading journal? What? Oh, yeah, that's right. Why? It just hit me. Why did Kotoha-san look for a writer to work with at school? Ha! Why? Nowadays, there's the internet, social media, novel posting sites, and all that. Oh, Haruka was right. If Kotoha was preparing to become an editor, finding a writer at school wasn't a bad idea. But considering she knew her time was limited, would she leisurely search for a writer at school, not knowing if there was any talent? Time was precious to her. If so, she would likely choose a more efficient method, selecting a talented writer from a larger pool. Searching through a reading journal seemed too inefficient. Also, why did Kotoha choose a high school in Gifu, far from her hometown? If she wanted to find a writer at school, wouldn't she choose a school in a bigger city? That's... Something felt off, Yuto's rational mind noted. But he was still reeling from the confusion caused by the fan letters and couldn't think straight. So, it was Haruka who provided the decisive answer to his doubts. Maybe Kotoha-san knew from the start that Fuyutsuki Haruhiko was at a high school in Gifu. She knew. I was there, Yuto muttered in disbelief. The idea was so unexpected it left him in turmoil, but he recognized the plausibility of Haruka's theory. He recognized, but if that's true, how did she find out? Was it posted online? That was unlikely. If such information were online, there would have been issues like prank emails to the school or intrusive visits from tabloids. Or was it really just a coincidence? No one else knows Wintermoon Haruhiko's true identity and the school he attends, except for Dad and me. As Haruka spoke, Yuto's thought process began to solidify. Sorry, I know it's strange. Just forget I said anything. There's one person. Ha! There's one person who knows my true identity and the school I attend. Who is it? Inamura-san. The editor. Yuto exhaled. His thoughts were clear and defined. Rather than being shocked, he felt a sense of affirmation. Nii-san. Actually, a few months ago, Inamura-san forwarded some fan letters to me. I just opened them. Yuto picked up the scattered envelopes from the floor and laid them out on the table. Every letter was written in the same handwriting, and the sender's name was the same. The postmarks ranged from 4 years ago to about a year ago. They're all from Natsum. Haruka's gasp was audible over the speaker. It was hard to believe that Kotoha's and Yuto's encounter and the forwarding of the fan letters by Inamura happened to coincide. There was likely some deliberate action behind it. Did you read them? No, I was about to when you called. Read them quickly, Haruka. Yuto was startled by her urgency. Oh, sorry. But it doesn't feel like someone else's problem. Just read them quickly. I think there's something important in them for you. Haruka. I'll hang up now. Tell me what you find later. All right. With that, the call ended. Yuto straightened his posture in front of the table. In front of him were Kotoha's letters. Realizing he was more nervous than he had been for the exam, Yuto took a deep breath. He wiped the sweat that had formed on his hands on his clothes and took out a few sheets of stationery from the oldest dated envelope. The cute stationery, with a small dog illustration, bore handwriting that was rounder than Kotoha's current handwriting. To Fuyutsuki Haruhiko-sensei. Section. Inamura Kaho still wasn't sure if her decision that day was the right one. Standing in front of a room door in a university hospital in Tokyo, holding a get-well gift in one hand, she felt uneasy. The lingering doubt from that day still haunted her. The buildings of Tokyo, visible from the hallway, were bathed in the red glow of the sunset. Inamura gathered her determination and knocked on the hospital room door. After a brief pause, she heard a girl's voice say, "Come in." When she opened the door, a girl sitting up in bed looked at her. The moment the girl recognized her, Inamura thought she saw a mix of envy and jealousy in her eyes. Inamura hesitated for a moment but then stepped into the room, hiding her unease. "It's been a while, Natsume Kotoha." "Yes, it has. Inamura-san. I brought you a get-well gift." "Thank you." Inamura handed over the sweets she had bought near the company. Seeing Kotoha's trembling hands and realizing the significance of the wheelchair by the bedside, Inamura took a small breath. It had been about a year since she last saw Natsume Kotoha. She would never forget, on a snowy day, wearing her middle school uniform and a coat, she stood resolutely in front of the publishing house. Since that day, she and Kotoha had become accomplices. "How's senpai doing?" As soon as Inamura sat down, Kotoha asked. Inamura replied with a knowing tone, "Oh, what? Not Fuyutsuki-sensei or the manuscript. But senpai." Kotoha frowned. "They're all the same. They're completely different. And you know it. You read too much into things." Inamura laughed at that retort. It was quite sharp. "So, how is he?" "Progressing well." "Very well." A few months ago, Kotoha contacted Inamura, saying her health had worsened and she was transferring hospitals, so she couldn't stay near Fuyutsuki-sensei. She mentioned Yuto would likely send the manuscript to Inamura eventually. Thanks to that heads-up, Inamura could adjust the schedule in advance and provide the best support when the manuscript arrived. Of course, the manuscript's exceptional quality made it easier to convince the editorial team. "I was surprised. I didn't expect the play's script to transform this much." "Of course. It's Fuyutsuki-sensei." Kotoha smiled contentedly, but Inamura firmly denied. "No, it's because of you. You gave him the push and guided him. You expanded his world. You're undoubtedly suited to be an editor." Kotoha looked at Inamura in surprise, silently staring at her face. Inamura recalled the day she met Kotoha. "You're Inamura-san, right?" Kotoha had waited for hours in the cold, standing in front of the publishing house. She later learned that Kotoha had found out about Inamura from photos and articles about Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's award ceremony. Inamura, seeing her for the first time, was confused. "But I'm Natsume Kotoha." Hearing that name, Inamura thought, she's finally here. Inamura knew her name. Her passionate fan letters had left a strong impression. A girl who skillfully put her thoughts into words and accurately analyzed the story's appeal. Initially, Inamura thought she was a remarkably mature middle schooler. But after receiving several letters, she understood the reason for her maturity and felt a deep sadness. "Tell me, what happened to Fuyutsuki-sensei? Why hasn't he published any books?" "That couldn't be disclosed," Inamura replied, and Kotoha glared at her. "If you can't do it, I will. Please let me." It took Inamura a moment to grasp the meaning of those words. "If you can't get Fuyutsuki Haruhiko to write, I will." That's what she meant, and it made Inamura's blood boil. She almost walked away, but her feet wouldn't move. There was a sense of empathy. Inamura had read Kotoha's letters and knew how desperately she had come here, how earnest her wish was. As someone equally captivated by Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's novels, Inamura couldn't ignore her plea. There was also calculation. Despite all her persuasion, Fuyutsuki Haruhiko wouldn't face writing again. Inamura didn't know how Kotoha intended to achieve it, but she had a feeling it might work with her. And, of course, there was guilt. Accepting Kotoha's proposal meant understanding that she was burning her limited time compared to her peers. It also meant breaking the trust by leaking a client's personal information, something unforgivable for an editor. Even so, I chose to cooperate with her. Inamura first explained that Fuyutsuki Haruhiko had been emotionally scarred by an incident 3 years ago and was attending school in Gifu. Hearing just that much, Kotoha stopped Inamura from saying more. As long as I know where he is, I'll meet him and ask myself. She didn't ask for details about the incident or his real name. Wouldn't it be better to know everything to proceed efficiently? When Inamura asked, Kotoha shook her head. It wouldn't be fair to Fuyutsuki-sensei or you. Kotoha, who was living in Nagoya, quickly moved to Gifu and enrolled in the high school Inamura had mentioned. Her parents, wanting to support their ill daughter's wishes, didn't object. Then, Kotoha meticulously built connections with the drama club, found Yuto, got him to write a script, and eventually had him write a novel. In the end, she accomplished this almost entirely on her own in an unfamiliar town among unfamiliar people while battling her illness. Someone needed to acknowledge her efforts. Inamura thought that as a fellow trade member and accomplice, it was her duty. Hold your head high. As Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's editor, you did what neither I nor any other editor could. Inamura then placed her hands on Kotoha's shoulders and conveyed clearly, it will be published at the end of March. Kotoha, who had been in a daze, took a moment to grasp the meaning of those words. Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's new work would be published. It seemed she gradually felt the reality of that envelop her. She clasped her hands in front of her chest as if praying and closed her eyes. Tears streamed down her closed eyes, trailing down her cheeks. Thank you. Kotoha's voice was muffled with tears, and Inamura gently rubbed her back. We still need to finalize the cover design and promotional arrangements before publication. But the main text's final proof likely won't need many changes, so we shouldn't face delays. That's good. I'll make sure I stay alive until then. Not knowing how to respond to that, Inamura was at a loss. But Kotoha looked up and smiled. Realizing Kotoha's words were a joke, she was initially taken aback, then slumped her shoulders. That's too dark a joke. Hee, sorry. I just wanted to put some pressure on you. It's not funny. But I understand the sentiment. Inamura smiled wryly, her cheeks twitching. She intended to see the publication through, even if it meant pushing herself to the limit. And after that, she thought she might step down, either resign as his editor or quit the profession. Helping a girl burn through her life and betraying the trust of a client was something she felt needed atonement. You can't. Kotoha's words, as if she had seen through everything, struck Inamura's ears. Inamura-san, you need to embrace it all and support Fuyutsuki Haruhiko. Kotoha's smiling face carried an intensity that made Inamura sigh deeply. That's quite a curse. I meant it as a blessing. Realizing it wasn't a joke, Inamura smiled again, her cheeks twitching. Thank you for keeping my secret. It was a promise. Not to tell him about you. But I did forward your letters, as I said I would. That was the condition Inamura had set when she met Kotoha. Inamura had wanted Yuto to face creation with full knowledge of Kotoha's situation. She believed it would lead to a better outcome, especially considering Kotoha's circumstances. But she wasn't sure if Yuto was mentally recovered enough to handle Kotoha's situation and still create. In the end, Inamura decided on the compromise of forwarding Kotoha's fan letters. If Yuto could read them, it would mean he was somewhat recovered and he would learn about Kotoha's situation. If he couldn't read them, they would proceed without revealing Kotoha's details. Yes. But since he never mentioned it after we met, I'm sure senpai didn't read them. He probably stashed them away unopened. If he had read them, I'd be too embarrassed to live. Inamura nodded, smiling wryly. At that time, Yuto likely wasn't in a state to read fan letters. It might be different now, though. Do you want to read the author's proof? When Inamura asked, Kotoha shook her head. I promised senpai I'd wait for the book. At that moment, Kotoha's smartphone, placed by the bedside, buzzed with a message notification. Go ahead, Inamura urged her to check. Kotoha nodded slightly and read the message, her cheeks softening with joy. It's a friend from the drama club in Gifu. They're visiting me tomorrow. That's good to hear. Seeing Kotoha's age-appropriate smile, Inamura felt her heart clench. She prayed from the bottom of her heart that Kotoha would be granted more time. Section. It had been over 10 hours since Yuto opened the package. He had spent the whole night repeatedly reading the letters, and before he knew it, it was almost noon. Now, he sat staring blankly at the 10 letters laid out on the table. The room was filled with the profound stillness of a snow-covered landscape. Those 10 letters encapsulated several years of Kotoha's life. Her love for stories, her drive inspired by her terminal illness, and her efforts toward her goal of becoming an editor. It matched Yuto's imagination perfectly except for one crucial difference. Why? To an outsider, it might seem like a minor difference. But to Yuto, it was overwhelmingly significant. At that moment, the vibration of his smartphone shattered the silence. He flinched. Checking the notification, he saw an unexpected name displayed. He hesitated briefly before pressing the answer button. A terrible premonition gripped him. Hello. Oh, Hiragi-kun. It's Hikawa. The urgency in her voice made his body tense. Then, Kotoha-chan. Hikawa Shoko's words made Yuto gasp. Natsum. What happened to her? His voice trembled. He realized his worst fears were about to come true. I'm in Tokyo for an errand, so I came to visit her, but then Kotoha-chan. Normally calm, Hikawa was greatly flustered. Her words were incoherent, adding to his anxiety and fear, which felt like cold water flooding his body. Hiragi. Suddenly, the voice on the call changed. It was a low, calm male voice. President. Yes. The drama club president, Watanabe, confirmed briefly and continued. Though calm, there was urgency in his tone. We were in Tokyo for an errand. During our free time, we met up and went to visit Natsum-san at the hospital. But before we could see her, her condition suddenly worsened, and she collapsed. She has stabilized for now, but she hasn't regained consciousness yet. Watanabe explained in one breath and took a moment to calm his breathing. Her condition seems very serious. Even if she regains consciousness, she'll need surgery within a few days to survive. Her mother told me. Please come quickly, Hiragi-kun. Watanabe's voice was joined by Hikawa's desperate plea. Yuto bit his lip. I'm coming right away. Yuto ended the call, threw on a coat over his loungewear, grabbed his wallet and bike keys, and rushed out of the room. Immediately, he was hit by piercing cold. Outside, the snow continued to fall softly but thickly, covering everything in white since yesterday. The distant mountains were enveloped in a white shroud, and snow had piled on the asphalt. But he couldn't worry about that. He mounted his bike and pedaled towards the station, about 10 minutes away. Ignoring the protesting creaks of the frozen chain, he pushed the pedals with all his might. Snowflakes stung his exposed face and hands, causing sharp pain. It felt more like hail than snow. The snow entered his eyes and nose without mercy. Damn. Ignoring the pain, he bowed his head to maintain visibility and breathability, pushing forward. Fortunately, hardly any cars were on the road. Damn it. The letters he had read repeatedly floated in his mind. He could almost hear Kotoha's voice in his head. Nice to meet you. I'm Natsum Kotoha. That was her very first letter. I read you're the Blue Moon Flower Field and decided to write a letter. This is my first time writing to an author, so I apologize if it's strange. I'm sorry in advance. Actually, my mother recommended your novel a while ago, but I didn't read it right away. Knowing you wrote it in middle school, I thought it wouldn't be much. I underestimated it. Her words, a mix of immaturity and precociousness, reflected her straightforwardness. At that time, she was around the second year of middle school. But I was wrong. I regretted not reading it sooner. I was so moved by your novel. I've never cried and laughed so much before. I can't express my feelings well, it's frustrating." She then described her favorite scenes, characters, and lines with such passion that it seemed she had etched every word into her heart. But imagining the foundation of that passion made his chest tighten. His heart ached more than his frostbitten fingers and ears. She must have already known about her illness back then. "I read The Sunflower Sundial and The Bridge of Words We Crossed. So I'm writing you again. Both are wonderful works." Kotoha's letters continued. Each was a thick fan letter filled with detailed and passionate reviews. The postmarks on the envelopes were a month or two apart. Her reading comprehension, supported by an immense amount of reading, sometimes even surprised Yuto as the author. The middle schooler Kotoha deciphered and skillfully articulated the intricacies of his stories, intricacies he hadn't consciously considered. However, about a year later, the tone of her letters changed slightly. The reason was simple. Natsume Kotoha had read through all of Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's works within a year. So, her letters began to reflect thoughts on the works she had already read. She repeatedly read the same books and wrote letters about new insights she gained. Each letter showed a deeper engagement with the stories than the previous ones, Yuto realized. She listened to every word the characters said, noticed their smallest gestures, and delved into their inner worlds, immersing herself in the stories as if she were experiencing them firsthand. It seemed as though she walked through the worlds Yuto created with his words, living the stories through her own body. Her letters conveyed that depth of feeling. "Idiot." Yuto couldn't help but mutter through his labored breathing. Snow pelted his mouth relentlessly. Snow stuck to his face, freezing his tears and snot. As he pedaled the frozen bike, the creaking sound was swallowed by the snow-covered world. At first, he couldn't understand. Kotoha had limited time left, and she must have known that. "Looking forward to reading your next work." Despite that, she reread Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's existing works, and persistently sent letters. He didn't think it was a waste, but he wondered why. "Idiot." Shouting caused his frostbitten lips to crack, filling his mouth with the taste of blood. But he shouted again. He couldn't help but shout. "To Fuyutsuki-sensei. How have you been? I'm writing this letter to thank you. So there are no reviews this time. Sorry about that." That was the last letter Kotoha sent. From about a year ago. The 10th fan letter. "I'm very grateful to you, but to properly express it, I must write about myself. Please don't think I'm being too serious. I've had a brain illness for years. My friends disappeared, my parents fought, and they divorced. I read books to escape from reality. For me, books were tools to escape the reality I hated. But even escaping reality had its limits. I was thinking about ending my life. I found your novels at a hopeless time. Your stories gently accompanied my wounded self. They showed me a brightly lit world while I was in the depths of darkness. Your stories gave me the strength to live when I wanted to die. They gave me the hope to face forward again when I had given up on everything. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the courage to step into the future. I'm working hard towards my goal now. I want to become a novel editor. I want to deliver the stories that saved me to someone in the world. One day, I want to be your editor. That's my goal now. I look forward to reading your new work. And if it's not too much to ask, I look forward to creating a new work with you. So please, don't stop writing." It was different. Yuto had been mistaken all along. He thought Natsume Kotoha loved novels and wanted to become an editor because of that. But that wasn't the case. She was saved by Yuto's novels, and because of that, she wanted to become his editor. For her, with an uncertain future, dedicating her precious time to anyone else was out of the question. It had to be Fuyutsuki Haruhiko. As a middle schooler back then, she must have used her innate determination to find Inamura, likely leveraging the fan letters to get Inamura's cooperation and learn Yuto's whereabouts. She moved to an unfamiliar town and found Yuto. With desperate effort, she pulled Yuto back into the path of creation. All by using any means necessary. But that was only natural. She was offering her life, which could be cut short at any moment. She must have thought she had to do everything she could. Idiot. Why did she invest so much in a writer who had given up? Why spend her precious life on something uncertain? Why? It's me. Regret swirled within him. The word idiot echoed back at him like a mountain echo. There had been plenty of clues. He could have realized her true intentions sooner. Maybe then, her condition wouldn't have worsened so much. If he had been more firm when she got sick during the script writing. If he had read the fan letters Inamura sent right away. No, if he hadn't stopped writing in the first place, Kotoha wouldn't have had to risk her life. They wouldn't have met either. A vision of Kotoha, smiling contentedly as she read Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's new work and wrote letters, floated in his mind. Kotoha, ignorant of Yuto, existing only in imagination. With a loud crash, the rear wheel of the bicycle jumped. It had hit a sidewalk block hidden under the snow. Yuto was thrown forward, landing on the snow. He hit his back hard, knocking the wind out of him. He coughed, the pain in his back coming seconds later. The cold snow crept up his body. Damn. Countless snowflakes fell from the gray sky. A world of freezing silence. Can't I do anything for her? They had created a script together and turned it into a novel. But that was the result of Kotoha desperately pulling Yuto back. Yuto had only taken from Kotoha. He had returned to the path of creation at the cost of her life. I have to get there quickly. At least, while she was suffering, he should be by her side. Thinking this, Yuto forced his aching body up. At that moment, it felt as if a hot summer wind blew strongly. Please write your novels. Kotoha, who had suddenly appeared in the senior classroom and said that. I know. I wrote with all my might. He had poured everything she had given him into creating the best work. It'll be a book soon. Just 2 more months. In the snowstorm, Kotoha, standing in the middle of summer, smiled. Then why? They had promised not to meet until the book was finished when she transferred hospitals. He had promised to deliver the best novel. He had declared he would change her mind with the novel. But the book would be published in 2 months, and she had only a few days left. It wasn't enough time at all. If only he had more talent. If only he had finished the manuscript sooner. But no matter what he regretted, it was too late. And meaningless. He needed to be by her side, believe she would regain consciousness, and persuade her to have the surgery. That was all he could do now. But would his words of persuasion reach Kotoha? It would mean breaking the promise to deliver the book. Not just any book, the one she had risked her life to create, the one she had longed for. But even if he wanted to deliver it, that was impossible, a mere wish. Is it really? As his thoughts began to spin, Yuto suddenly questioned himself. Kotoha had given everything she had for her goal, without holding back. What about him? Had he really done everything he could? Had he used every possible means? The best novel, the manuscript is complete. He muttered. If only it could be made into a book. It felt as if the stuck gears had finally clicked into place. Before he knew it, Kotoha's vision had disappeared. He pulled out his smartphone from his pocket and selected the name from his call history without hesitation. Hello, this is Inamura. This is Fuyutsuki. Yuto used his pen name. Do you have a moment? Yes, I'm available. What's wrong? I read the fan letters earlier. A deep silence followed. Occasionally, the speaker crackled with static. Eventually, Inamura spoke with a sigh. I'm sorry. As an editor, as a person, I did something I shouldn't have. But please, let me continue until this book is published. After that, I'll accept any punishment. Can you start that atonement now? Yuto had no intention of blaming Inamura. She had only respected Kotoha's wishes. While sharing an author's personal information was ethically questionable, Yuto didn't care about that. He only cared about whether what he was about to request would be accepted, and he would use Inamura's guilt if necessary. What? Inamura's confused voice came through. Yuto continued, addressing Inamura. Can you move up the publication date? What? Move up the publication date? Yes. By tomorrow at the latest. Ideally within a few hours. What? What? No, that's impossible. We're scheduled to publish at the end of March. Moving it to tomorrow is just not feasible. Feeling sorry for the panicking Inamura, Yuto continued. I don't need the official release date moved up. Just the sample production schedule. Samples. Samples are the pre-publication copies sent to authors and stakeholders. If printing multiple copies is difficult, even one will do. I just need one completed book. Can I ask why? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Inamura asked cautiously. I promised Natsume I wouldn't see her until the book was done. I promised to change her mind with my novel and make her undergo the surgery. A promise with Natsume-san. So, you need the sample immediately because… Yes. Natsume has collapsed. She might only have a few days left. She needs surgery right away, but she probably won't undergo it, and she might refuse to see me if the book isn't complete. But the formal publication won't make it in time, so I need the sample. There was a loud thud, as if a chair had fallen on the other end. Why didn't you say this sooner? Fuyutsuki-sensei, where are you now? I'm heading to Tokyo. I should be there in about 3 hours. I understand the situation. Inamura's voice trembled. But realistically, it's almost impossible to produce a book by tomorrow, even just one. We don't have the printing schedule organized. I'll ask, but the printing machines at the printing house are in constant use, and they haven't even started making the plates. Please let me meet the printing staff. What? I'll beg them. I'll do whatever it takes, even grovel if I have to. Fuyutsuki-sensei, please. You're the only one I can rely on, Inamura-san. A long silence followed. Eventually, Inamura sighed deeply. All right. Let's go together. I can't guarantee they'll agree, but let's plead for at least one book. Inamura-san. But you're not groveling. There's no way I'll let a high school student, and an author at that, do that. This is non-negotiable. Understood. But, Fuyutsuki-sensei, you need to explain why it needs to be moved up. Can you do that? That meant bearing his and Kotoha's personal situation to complete strangers. They're human too. If they understand your circumstances and feelings, they're more likely to cooperate. It's a desperate plea. If you can't, I'll plead hard, but it wouldn't be as persuasive. There was no need to hesitate, Yuto thought. No problem. If it increased the chances, he would do whatever it took. Thank you. I understand your resolve, Fuyutsuki-sensei. Let's struggle through this together. I'll be waiting in Tokyo. Yes, I'll hurry. Ending the call, he righted his fallen bike. The wheel was slightly bent, but he started pedaling regardless. Through the snow-covered streets, he headed to the station. To deliver a novel to just one precious person. Section. Kotoha, sitting up in bed, was staring blankly out the window, doing nothing. From the hospital room, she could see the university campus across the road. Today was probably the entrance exam. High school students, looking nervous and cold in the flurrying snow, were walking by. It was a place forever out of her reach. Kotoha sighed deeply. She was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally drained. Ooh! A sharp pain shot through her head, making her groan. She had been experiencing dull pains since transferring to Tokyo, but now the sharp pains came without warning. Yesterday, Kotoha collapsed unconscious. Her condition had worsened. She remained unconscious for a precarious time, regaining consciousness early in the morning. Ignoring her worried mother and the doctor's questions, she first grabbed Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's novel from her bedside. It wasn't for enjoyment, but to check if she could still read. Her hands trembled with fear. In less than 2 months, the novel she co-created with Hiragi Yuto would be published. Until then, please don't take away my ability to read, my ability to understand stories. After that, I don't need my life anymore. She wished for that. So, when she could understand the first sentence, tears of relief fell. But she was then told that her limit was near. I won't last until the release date, will I? She muttered, feeling cornered both physically and mentally. The doctors said she needed surgery within a few days, or she might die. But if she had the surgery, she would almost certainly suffer from a language disorder. Either way, graduating high school, going to university, and becoming an editor were likely impossible dreams now. So, she clung to a sliver of hope, a miracle that she could live until Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's new book was published without undergoing surgery. If, holding the culmination of her and Yuto's efforts, she could no longer feel the brilliance of every word, it would be meaningless to live. All she had left was his stories. She had lived, burning her soul and life for that purpose. She couldn't fail at the very end. She had to keep going, until her bones were burnt out. But, what if I make it in time? If she miraculously lived until the book's release and got to read Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's new work as she wished? What then? Would she undergo the surgery? Even with the near-certain risk of losing her ability to speak. Realizing this, Kotoha breathed out an ah. She had come to understand that there was no future after that. A feeling of resignation, almost akin to certainty, filled her heart like cold water. Losing her ability to speak meant giving up her dream of becoming an editor. But it wasn't just that. She was truly weak. After her illness was discovered, she once wished to die. Stories saved her from those feelings. And those stories shaped and supported who she was now. For her, stories were the core, the life force. If that was taken from her, nothing would be left. Surely, losing her ability to speak, she wouldn't be able to withstand the despair lying ahead. Because the stories that were supposed to save her from despair wouldn't be there for her then. That thought alone was terrifying. I'm sorry, senpai. She recalled the promise she made with Yuto at the hospital in Gifu a few days before transferring to Tokyo. Yuto, saying he would make her undergo surgery by moving her with his novel, was unusually forceful for him, but touched by his determination, Kotoha accepted his words. However, that promise would likely never be fulfilled. She was probably much weaker than Yuto imagined. But, if possible, she wanted to see him one last time. She wanted to talk to him about creating stories. Though it was less than a year, the days of creating with Yuto were more fulfilling than her entire life combined. But it had been a night since she collapsed, and Yuto hadn't come, hadn't even sent a message. It couldn't be helped, Kotoha told herself. She was the one who told him not to visit until the book was finished. By then, he was already mentally recovered. When a wound is healed, one shouldn't rely on crutches forever. Walking and running alone was the only way to regain the sense. She didn't want to become a burden, always by his side. She wanted him to use her as a stepping stone and move far away as a writer. But it's harder than I thought. She bit her lip. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed. The fact that Yuto wasn't there with her weighed heavier on her heart than she imagined. No matter how much she told herself, it didn't change. She realized that she was deeply attracted not just to the writer Fuyutsuki Haruhiko, but to the person Hiragi Yuto. She had fallen for him. The thought of him not visiting the hospital, not even sending a message, tore at her heart. She wanted to see him. She wanted to hear his voice. She wanted to hold his hand. Her feelings were about to overflow. I want to see you. Once she said it out loud, she couldn't stop. Her vision blurred with tears. Sobs escaped her. The emotions she had been holding back burst forth. At that moment. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Kotoha hastily wiped her tears. Was it her mother? Or the doctor or nurse? Come in, she said, her voice trembling. The door opened. She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself, but all her efforts vanished. It wasn't her mother, the doctor, or the nurse who appeared. It was Hiragi Yuto standing there. Senpai, I'm coming in. With those words, Yuto entered. Ha! What? Was she dreaming? Kotoha, convinced that Yuto wouldn't come, was confused. Wait a moment. Without understanding, she dived under the blanket. What should she do? She didn't expect him to come. Her hair was messy, her complexion was bad, and she hadn't even put on makeup. What are you doing here? I told you not to come until the book is finished. She blurted out. It was a lie. She was just crying, saying she wanted to see him. She had so much to talk about. How did your exams go? It snowed, But did you catch a cold? Small talk like that. And then, how did the revisions go? Is the book production process finished? Have you started working on your new project? Can you tell me a bit about the new story? Though she could no longer deeply involve herself in Yuto's creative process, just talking about these things with him would be wonderful. As she thought that, I'm sorry. I really wanted to come sooner. She heard his voice through the blanket. She regretted making him apologize, but she was a bit happy. Just hearing him say he wanted to come sooner made her feel that way. Am I really this easy? She sighed. Kotoha slowly peeked out from under the blanket. Yuto was standing awkwardly beside the bed. Seeing that, Kotoha couldn't help but chuckle. Yuto, too, gave a wry smile in response. Have a seat. Kotoha sat up and offered him a chair. Then, looking at Yuto's face directly, she felt something different. It had only been a few months, yet he seemed more composed. Not quite a different person, but he had an air of maturity, as if years had passed. Senpai, did something change about you? What? Oh, Inamura-san kept nagging me to dress properly. Indeed, Yuto was wearing a grey jacket and had his hair styled with wax, looking much more put together than Kotoha remembered. But that's not what I mean. It didn't seem to be about his appearance. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Yet, looking directly at him felt embarrassing. Kotoha found herself caught in that strange sensation. She thought she was the one always doing the teasing, and it made her a bit frustrated. Anyway, why did you suddenly come? When Kotoha asked to change the subject, Yuto's expression turned serious. Yuto looked intently at Kotoha. Then he slowly reached into the paper bag at his feet. I brought this. He handed it to Kotoha. In that moment, her entire body trembled. Her body felt warm, and her heart raced. Golden sparks seemed to fly before her eyes. It was so dazzling. Even more beautiful than the light snow outside. It floated before her, as if detached from the real world. Titi, this is. It's the completed Shinigami ni Taizetsu na Koto. I kept our promise. But how? The release date is in March. With trembling hands, Kotoha caressed the hardcover. It had a beautiful cover. An illustration of two small figures walking side by side on a starry dawn beach, beautifully adorned with the title in a soft font. The author's name, Fuyutsuki Haruhiko, near the title, moved Kotoha more than anything. Kotoha realized something and quickly looked up. This is a sample copy, isn't it? Yeah, I asked to speed it up a bit. A bit. Normally, samples aren't ready until about half a month before the release. Kotoha couldn't believe it, looking back and forth between Yuto and the book. I heard you collapsed, so last night I rushed to the printing house. I begged for just one copy. So it was made from last night to this morning. Kotoha, who had been studying to become an editor, understood how unreasonable that was. Yeah, pretty much. Why go to such lengths? To see you. I can visit if I have the completed book, right? Ah. Yeah, but. Her heart raced at his reason for coming. Stop saying such embarrassing things. Ignore that. Do you remember our promise? Yuto's words felt like cold water splashing over her excitement. The conversation they had before her transfer replayed in her mind. If my novel makes you feel even a little like living, get the surgery. That had made her heart race too. It was natural to be excited when the writer she had risked everything for said such things. But she had also felt resigned. Even a Fuyutsuki Haruhiko novel couldn't achieve that, and now, after hearing the doctor's prognosis, that resignation filled her heart even more. I remember. But that's enough if you remember. Yuto's earnest gaze left Kotoha speechless. She stared at the beautiful book cover, then made up her mind and looked up. Senpai, there's something I haven't told you. She knew she had to say it. How she had coaxed Inamura into revealing Yuto's location and approached him to make him write. If Yuto had come here without mentioning it, it meant he didn't know yet. But she couldn't accept this book without telling the truth. Receiving a sample wasn't like buying a book. It was a special right granted only to those who contributed to the book. And Yuto had embedded a wish in this book under the guise of a promise. Even if it meant being hated, thought of as creepy, or getting scolded, she had to say it. "Senpai, read it." Yuto interrupted her confession-like words. "What? But just read it. You're my editor, aren't you?" Saying this decisively, Yuto stood up. Before Kotoha could stop him, he swiftly left the hospital room. Editor. Feeling both joy and guilt that Yuto still considered her his editor despite her stepping down, she stared at the closed door. Still, Kotoha thought, as long as he still saw her as his editor, she would reveal everything after fulfilling her final duty. With this guilt, she would read his novel not as a reader, but as his editor. It was the responsibility she owed for deceiving him. Slowly, Kotoha opened the book she had longed for more than anything. Section. In the hospital waiting room, Yuto sat silently, staring at the floor. The image of Kotoha he had just seen floated in his mind. In just a few months since her transfer, her cheeks had hollowed, her limbs were thin like branches, and her eye sockets were sunken. It made her exude a frail beauty, which made Yuto feel unbearable. He had heard about her condition from Kotoha's mother before coming, but seeing it with his own eyes made it more real. The shadow of death that lurked behind that beauty was stark. Anxiety made his heart pound. He was terrified of losing her. When he heard she had lost consciousness, he realized Kotoha had become an irreplaceable existence for him. So, Yuto looked up at the clock in the waiting room. It was 1:30 p.m. He had visited Kotoha's room around 1 p.m., so it had been 30 minutes. He was glad she was alive and that she had regained consciousness. And he was truly relieved that he could bring her the book. Yesterday, after jumping on the train, Yuto had checked and returned the second proofs sent by Inamura via email with intense concentration and speed. Fortunately, the second proofs were already prepared, and there had been no corrections from the first author's proof. Upon arrival in Tokyo, he and Inamura rushed to the printing house, bowed their heads, and somehow managed to get a sample printed and bound. The printing machines were run in the middle of the night when no other books were being printed. This meant several employees of the printing house had to work overnight, which was an enormous imposition. They all understood Yuto's situation and willingly helped, but he knew he must properly apologize and thank them later. But thanks to them, he was able to stand at the starting line. Yes, delivering the book to Kotoha was not the goal. Whether he could change Kotoha's mind was still unknown. Inamura praised the novel as the best, and Yuto himself thought so too. But would it be enough to move Kotoha's resolution? By now, she was probably reading the book he gave her. While Kotoha read fast, it was unlikely she could finish such a substantial novel in 30 minutes, and she would probably take her time to thoroughly read it. He was anxious. The story had changed significantly from the script they created for the drama club. He had altered the character of the heroine Hiyori and made another major change. Because of that change, Yuto had to go through dozens of drafts. What would Kotoha think of such a story? Would she cry, laugh, or get angry? He hoped it would help her heart, which was sinking into despair, even a little. It was a story written just for her. Time passed slowly. He repeatedly glanced at the clock, thinking it should be about time, only to find that barely 10 minutes had passed. He tried to kill time by looking at his smartphone or reading a book, but his eyes just slid over the words, and nothing sank in. He felt pathetic. He had poured everything into writing. He had immersed himself so deeply in writing that the boundary between reality and the story blurred. He had layered his emotions with those of the protagonist Ren and Hiyori. It was like diving into the deep sea, sometimes forgetting to breathe. For Yuto, writing had previously been a process of translating the story in his head into words. But those 2 months were different. While writing, Yuto lived within the story. He felt the breath of the characters beside him, heard their words, saw their expressions. It was the first time he had ever created like that. That's why he lacked confidence. What if he couldn't move Kotoha's heart, if he let her down? No, he decided not to think about it. It's about time. After what felt like the longest 3 hours of his life, Yuto stood up. When he knocked on the door, a voice from inside responded, come in." Inside, Kotoha was sitting up in bed, looking quietly at him. On her lap, the book lay with its cover facing up. She must have finished reading it. The agitation from earlier was gone, and her expression now felt almost cold. Her face showed no emotion, making Yuto's heart feel tightly gripped. But he couldn't stand frozen at the entrance, nor could he flee. Yuto took a slow breath and sat on the chair by the bed. "I read it." Kotoha spoke calmly, then looked down and continued. "I think it was good." "Really?" He almost wanted to ask that outright. She kept her eyes down, not smiling, and her words were dry and businesslike. He felt his mouth go dry. "What part did you like?" "What part?" Finally, some expression crossed Kotoha's face. But it was confusion, far from what Yuto had hoped for. He had only succeeded in troubling her. She wouldn't even meet his eyes. The combination of the terminal illness story and the fantasy element of the Shinigami was more refined compared to the script. Also, both the story and characters were well developed. "It's definitely the work of Fuyutsuki Haruhiko." It was a generic comment, one he felt he had heard somewhere before. It was as if Kotoha had forced herself to come up with something to say after Yuto's prompt. Gone were the precise critiques that would make him tremble or the heartfelt praises that would genuinely make him happy when they created together before. Did he fail to make her cry with Ren and Hiyori's drama? Did their banter not make her laugh? Had his novel not reached her heart at all? It was the worst possible outcome he could imagine. What he feared had become reality. Yuto closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Disappointment and regret spread coldly through his chest. He felt the heat drain from deep within his body, as if his organs were freezing. His heartfelt novel had turned out to be nothing more than self-indulgence. "I look forward to your future works, Fuyutsuki-sensei." When he opened his eyes, Kotoha wore an obviously forced smile. Yuto swallowed hard and slowly stood up. "Thank you. Well, see you." He turned his back on Kotoha and took a shaky step forward. "See you? See you when?" Did he think there would be another chance? The doctor had said she had only a few days left. If he left now, he would never see her again. That couldn't happen. Sure, his novel might not have touched Kotoha's heart at all. She might not have understood it at all. That was a shock. But if that were the case, he had to throw away his shame, his pride as a writer. Even if Kotoha looked at him with disdain or contempt, it didn't matter. He couldn't leave her side in a neat, tidy retreat. That was one of the few lessons he had learned over the past 3 years. Some things can only be conveyed by using words. Yuto stopped after a few steps, took a deep breath, and turned around. "Natsum, I." But the words that had reached his throat stopped. There stood Kotoha, her eyes wide in surprise. She was hugging the book tightly to her chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ha!" She must not have expected him to turn around. She muttered in a daze, then hurriedly wiped her tears away. But the tears kept flowing from her big eyes. "No. Why?" Kotoha desperately tried to wipe her tears, but it was in vain. Her previously cold expression crumbled. Tears and snot made her face wet, twisting her features like a crying child. Yuto was stunned. He couldn't keep up with the drastic change in Kotoha, who had been so indifferent just moments ago. The memories of the days he had spent with her flooded his mind. Kotoha, who appeared in front of him on a summer day, suddenly telling him to write a novel. Talking about creation until midnight, creating a script together. Celebrating the success of their play at the cultural festival. Confessing his past to make her give up on making him write. But instead, she helped him overcome his past wounds. But she had collapsed due to her illness. Just before her transfer, she had stepped down as his editor to push him forward. Each of her actions had come with the cost of her limited life and time. That's right, Yuto thought. There was no way she could remain calm when faced with something she had fought so hard to achieve. If it had been poorly done, she wouldn't act so indifferently. She had every right to cry and be upset. She could be angry about how things turned out. She had been hiding her feelings. And now they had burst forth. "Why did you turn around?" Kotoha protested through hiccuping breaths. She had given up trying to hide her tears, her face a mess. I was holding back, trying to read calmly as an editor. I was so close to hiding it all. Tears streamed down her face as Kotoha sobbed. This novel is unfair. Despite her words, she hugged the book tightly, lovingly. Was it boring? In response to his question, Kotoha shook her head stubbornly. You know, that's not possible. Kotoha struggled to breathe, finally finding the words. I was so moved. As you can see, I'm a mess. I tried to read it calmly as an editor, but before I knew it, I was like this. Why? Did you try to hide it? Because I didn't know what to do. She looked at Yuto almost accusingly, sniffing. It's a story I know, but it's completely different. Ren and Hiyori's tragic fate made me sad. I thought I might cry from sadness. But, this story, it wasn't like that. Yeah, it's not. The Shinigami Ren and the terminally ill Hiyori meet, face many deaths together, and their feelings for each other deepen. Eventually, they try to escape death together, but in the end, Hiyori accepts her fate and is guided by Ren. That's how the script for the play went. Yes. That was the story we created together. The memory of the summer night they spent crafting the story in Yuto's room resurfaced. It felt both like it happened yesterday and a long time ago. This story was supposed to depict Hiyori's journey to her death. So why? Kotoha's breath came in gasps. Why did it change to a story where Hiyori overcomes her fate and wins life? Her voice echoed with anguish in the hospital room. The reason is simple. Simple. Did you read the colophon? The colophon? I read it till the end. Kotoha looked puzzled. Check the colophon. What? Kotoha hastily opened the book to the colophon. There, along with the usual information about the author, publisher, and publication date, there was a dedication in the center. This story is dedicated to you. A dedication to one girl. Kotoha's eyes widened, and she was at a loss for words. That's why. It's unusual to have a dedication there, Kotoha said, exasperated, then gently traced the dedication with her finger. You twisted the story for me. Yuto gave a bitter smile in response to her question. It's true that I made significant changes to the story when turning the play script into a novel. But I don't think I distorted it. I see it as creating a new story. He gently took Kotoha's hand, thin yet supple, and held it tenderly. Shinigami aren't allowed to defy a predetermined fate of death. So Hiyori accepts her fate and lets Ren guide her to the underworld. That was the original story's conclusion. But this new story unfolds much further from there. Kotoha nodded slightly and continued, prompted by Yuto. If that's the case, they just need to prevent the fate of death from being finalized. Ren comes up with an outrageous idea. He time travels to the past and arranges for Hiyori's illness to be discovered much earlier than in the original timeline, slowing the disease's progression. He also revives a stalled pharmaceutical project for the cure of the terminal illness. In doing so, he erases the fate where present-day Hiyori dies from the illness. As a result, Hiyori and Ren are not supposed to meet, but the story ends with a serendipitous encounter between Ren, who is performing his duties, and Hiyori, who does not carry the fate of death, similar to their encounter before the timeline change. The original story had a sad but beautiful ending. But the new story was a hopeful, happy ending. Kotoha exhaled deeply. Her breath was trembling. The story is disjointed, and it's a bit too convenient. If I had seen this plot beforehand, I probably would have asked for a rewrite. And yet, the people Ren and Hiyori saved became key figures in the past. Their feelings accumulated, combined with Ren's desperate efforts. Before I knew it, I was completely absorbed. I couldn't think of anything else. I became Ren and Hiyori. This story is practically held together by sheer intensity. It's rough, and totally unlike Fuyutsuki Haruhiko. Unlike me, it's the most touching story I've ever read. Kotoha looked at Yuto with resentment, then her expression softened into one of helplessness. She squeezed Yuto's hand tightly. I found myself wanting to live. Her words echoed in the hospital room. Yuto looked at the crying Kotoha and exhaled softly. I'm glad. His feelings embedded in the story had reached the person he wanted to reach the most. What's so glad about it? It's not good at all. You understand, right? I am already. You want to struggle like Ren and Hiyori, cling to life, and seize the future, right? Yuto thought that reading the story and wanting to live surely meant that. Kotoha seemed at a loss for words, then let out a frustrated noise and raised her arms to hit Yuto. But her blows landed weakly on Yuto's chest. She pressed her forehead against his chest and kept hitting him, but it didn't hurt at all. Yuto spoke slowly, letting her hit him. I want you to have the surgery. Kotoha's hands stopped on Yuto's chest. He whispered, but clearly, I want you to live. Her hands trembled slightly. It's unfair. Kotoha's shoulders shook. I told you, if I have a language disorder, I won't be able to stand by your side as an editor. No, it's more than that. I can't bear to lose the stories that mean so much to me. I'm scared. And yet, even so, I want you to have the surgery. I want you to live. I want you to stay by my side. It has to be you, Kotoha. Don't say such embarrassing things. You heartless person. Fine, call me heartless. All I can do is write novels, but if you choose to live, I'll do anything. Not just now, but even after the surgery. Is there anything I can do? There was a short pause at his question. Anything? Yeah. Then. If I have the surgery, and I can't read books anymore. Her words trailed off in midair. When they connected to the next words, her tone dropped slightly. I want you to leave me alone. Kotoha. I can't bear to meet you in a state where I can't read books. Kotoha raised her face. She smiled ambiguously, with tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Of course, Yuto knew that wasn't her true feelings. When she hesitated earlier, she must have had a different wish. But she held back out of consideration for Yuto. No. Kotoha's smile froze on her face. Senpai? You said you'd do anything. I said anything I can do. That, I can't do. If you can't read. If I can't read. I'll be tough on you. I'll keep writing novels, making you read them, 24/7, 365 days. We'll do rehab until you can read again. Forever, for life. Multiple novels. For life. Kotoha looked at Yuto in astonishment. Yes. Wanting you to have the surgery and wanting you by my side are both my selfish desires. So I'll take that much responsibility and want to. So don't make requests that would make me unable to take responsibility. Within that, I'll do anything I can. Just say it. Kotoha stared at him, wide-eyed, then suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes had changed slightly. 1 novel every 3 months. What? Can you write a novel every 3 months? Oh, it's a high pace, but with the writing speed he gained from this project, he could manage while maintaining quality. He'd have more time once he entered university. Yeah, I think I can manage that. Oh, and one more thing. There's more. Yuto was surprised by her enthusiasm and began to regret saying he'd do anything. Can you tell me how you feel about me? He almost made a strange noise, caught off guard. Isn't that unrelated? It's important. It won't change whether you have the surgery, right? If it did, answering would be terrifying. It won't. I've already decided to have the surgery. Did she just say what I think she said? With such a matter-of-fact look. What? You're going to have the surgery? Fuyutsuki Haruhiko will write a new novel every 3 months just for me. I'd be crazy not to take that bet. If by some great luck after the surgery, I can read again, I'll enjoy a ton of new works by Fuyutsuki Haruhiko all at once. Then you don't need to ask that question anymore. That's separate. You've mentioned responsibility, forever, and other risky keywords, but you haven't answered the main question. You already know the answer. I want to hear it from you. Kotoha's eyes sparkled with expectation. The aura of death had disappeared from her. In its place was hope for the future. Her intensity was overwhelming, Yuto thought. But knowing his story had reignited her spirit made him happy. All right, fine. He looked out the window. Beams of sunlight shone beautifully through the gaps in the snow clouds. The next day, Kotoha underwent surgery. Epilogue. We'll proceed with this manuscript. Thank you for your hard work on the revisions. In the chaotic office of the publisher, Inamura said this while holding the manuscript. No, thank you for your support. Fuyutsuka-sensei, you're a third-year university student now, right? Since you're not job hunting, does that mean you're going to be a full-time writer? Yes, that's my plan. I considered getting a job and writing on the side, but to maintain my current writing pace, full-time seems best. Inamura nodded at Yuto's answer. You'll definitely be fine as a full-time writer. You've been maintaining a pace of 4 to 5 books a year, and your sales are pretty good. With regular reprints, you could probably live off royalties alone for a while. Yuto shook his head at Inamura's joke. I'll keep writing. It's a promise with her. Right. I understand. Inamura smiled, then looked at a book on the nearby bookshelf in the meeting booth. It's been over 2 years since then. Published a little over 2 years ago, Shinigami ni Taizetsu na Koto dominated bookstore sales and review site rankings. Word of mouth on social media spread explosively, leading to tens of thousands of reprints within a week of its release. Continuous reprints followed, making it a record-breaking bestseller. It was adapted into manga and film, becoming a rare sensation, and its prototype script was used in the National High School Drama Competition, where the performing school won both the Best Play and Best Original Script awards. The more poignant prototype was even published as an alternate story. Ultimately, Shinigami ni Taizetsu na Koto marked Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's comeback and established his name among those who hadn't known him before. How's Natsume-san? She's doing well. That's good to hear. Let's all go for a meal sometime soon, including Haruka-chan. Yes, I'm sure both Natsume and Haruka would be delighted. Inamura paused for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. Could you tell Natsume-san that our editorial team is always waiting for her? But if you think that might pressure her, then I'll let her know. I'm sure it will encourage her. Inamura seemed relieved and smiled softly. But Inamura-san, do you even have the authority to make hiring decisions? I've climbed high enough to push through something like that. Of course, I wouldn't hire just anyone based on connections. It's because I genuinely believe in Natsume-san's abilities. I'll tell her. She'll be pleased. After discussing the next project with Inamura, Yuto left the publisher in Bunkyo, Tokyo. Stepping outside, the July sun scorched his skin. He took the metro from Gokokuji Station and alighted at Ikeburo. At Junkudo Bookstore, he found the person he was looking for in the literature section. She was standing in the new releases corner, not picking up any books, just gazing at the colorful covers. Natsume. At his call, Kotoha, turned around quickly. With a flower-like smile, Kotoha walked towards Yuto, her gait slightly awkward, favoring her right leg. Senpai. You're early. Her speech was halting as if she was searching for words, but Yuto responded without concern. Yeah. It was just the final adjustments. By the way, what were you looking at? After a slight pause, Kotoha asked. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? What were you looking at? Speaking in segments, it seemed to have gotten through this time. There are so many of Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's books here. It's amazing. Look, there's even a pop-up display. Kotoha stared at the display, frozen. It says over 200,000 copies sold. Amazing. This book was just released recently, right? Yeah. Inamura-san was pleased too. He spoke slowly on purpose. 2.5 years ago, Kotoha underwent brain surgery. The surgery itself was successful. The affected area was completely removed, and there's no current sign of recurrence. But she was left with the feared language disorder, affecting her speech, writing, and reading. Her ability to understand spoken language was relatively preserved but still not perfect. She also had a slight paralysis in her right leg. I want to be able to read books soon. Particularly with reading, she had severe after effects, initially unable to read at all. Through her dedicated effort and support from those around her, including Yuto, she had made gradual progress, but she was still not at a point where she could read fluently. Reading kana characters, which are phonetic, took longer than kanji, which are logographic. She couldn't read the new works Yuto kept producing. Suddenly, a shadow crossed Kotoha's face. Natsum. What's wrong? Senpai. There's a place I want to visit. A place you want to visit? It's been a while. The town surrounded by mountains had a green vibrancy incomparable to Tokyo, with a strong summer scent. In the rice fields, lush green rice plants swayed in the wind, the cries of cicadas absorbed by the distant cumulonimbus clouds in the blue sky. Yuto and Kotoha had taken the Shinkansen and local trains for over 3 hours to reach their old high school town in Gifu. Neither had family homes there, so Yuto hadn't visited since graduation, and Kotoha hadn't been back since transferring to Tokyo. Why here all of a sudden? Standing on the platform of the unmanned station, Yuto asked Kotoha, who quietly gazed at the town. It was unexpected. For over 2 years, Kotoha had devoted most of her time to rehabilitation, recovering her language skills. She attended therapy sessions with language pathologists and worked on hiragana workbooks, kanji drills, reading picture books, and fairy tales at home. Yuto, as her boyfriend, had watched her tireless efforts to reclaim her words. So it was unusual for her to suggest a spontaneous trip, something that seemed like a waste of time. Let's go. Instead of answering Yuto's question, Kotoha said that. Though a bit concerned, he didn't press further. That way. They rented a car near the station, driving slowly as Kotoha directed. They passed their high school, observing the underclassmen practicing for clubs. They went through the field path where Kotoha had once fallen into the rice paddies, now slightly better paved. They drove by the theater where the drama club had performed the play that inspired Yuto to write the script. They stopped briefly in front of Yuto's old apartment, now occupied by someone else, where they had stayed up all night working on the script. They revisited the places they had cycled through together, now viewed through the car window, driving as slowly as possible. 3 years was too short to change everything, yet too long for everything to remain the same, creating a mosaic of nostalgia and novelty that brought a subtle longing to Yuto's heart. Why did Kotoha want to come back to this town? What was she thinking as she looked at these familiar landscapes? Natsum. Stop the car. As they reached a bridge over the river at dusk, Kotoha said. Yuto stopped the car, and Kotoha clumsily walked to the bridge. Before reaching the bridge, she crossed the pedestrian crossing to the opposite sidewalk. Hey, wait. Yuto got out of the car, but the pedestrian signal turned red. While Yuto was stuck at the signal, Kotoha walked to the middle of the bridge and leaned on the railing. The sight drained the blood from Yuto's face. Natsum. Her back looked painfully distant, and he felt a terrifying fear that she might disappear from the world. He shouted and ran. Dodging through the traffic, he crossed the road. As Kotoha turned around in surprise, Yuto reached her and held her. Don't do anything rash. Ha! Kotoha tilted her head in confusion. Ha! I thought you were going to jump off the bridge. I wasn't. Kotoha smiled wryly. Realizing his misunderstanding, Yuto felt the tension leave his body. That scared me. Misleading. Sorry. It's because. This is where it happened. Yeah. This is where you took up my challenge and jumped into the river. The image of Kotoha throwing herself into the river for the sake of a novel was still etched in Yuto's mind. Hee hee. Senpai's panicked face was funny. Don't laugh. I was really worried. Yuto gently released Kotoha, who had remained in his embrace. Finally, he voiced the question that had been on his mind. Natsum, why did you want to come here? The journey down memory lane was nostalgic and enjoyable, but also a stark reminder that they couldn't go back to those days, filling him with enough sadness to suspect Kotoha might be having dark thoughts. Kotoha leaned on the railing, gazing at the river glistening in the sunset. After a few moments of hesitation, she spoke. In these past 2 years, Yuto listened intently to her earnest words. Senpai kept moving forward, but I felt like I couldn't catch up. It felt like Senpai had gone far ahead, leaving me behind. Natsum. That's why I wanted to remember how I felt back then, when I had no doubts. So she visited the places where she had once passionately faced creation. Yuto wanted to say that wasn't true. In the past 2 years, Kotoha had worked tirelessly to regain her words. Even her doctors were amazed at her recovery speed, suggesting she might eventually regain her previous language abilities. Kotoha had made that much effort and progress. But before Yuto could speak, Kotoha continued. He couldn't interrupt her carefully chosen words. I realized it wasn't necessary. What? I thought if I lost my words, I would lose stories too. So she had refused the surgery, choosing death. But that wasn't the case. It wasn't. Not understanding her meaning, Yuto looked at her profile. Her serene expression reflected the sunset on the river. The stories that supported me, the novels, Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's novels, remain in my heart and still support me. Yuto held his breath. Even if words were lost, the stories she had encountered had become part of her heart. They remained there, never disappearing. Even Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's new works. I can't read novels yet, but I can watch movies and dramas, feel the stories. They might be fragments of Fuyutsuki Haruhiko's stories, but they make me want to read novels again. They give me the strength to move forward. Kotoha spoke, carefully choosing her words. Yuto felt a deep affection and reverence for her effort and held back the emotions welling up inside. He didn't want to miss a single word of her thoughts. Coming here, I realized that. Natsume. How had she come to that realization? Yuto didn't truly know. But maybe, after spending over 2 years focused on rehabilitation, coming to this town had allowed Kotoha to reflect on the past, present, and future, Yuto thought. If what she gained here wasn't clinging to the past or despairing over the present, but hope for the future, it was something to be celebrated above all else. Kotoha looked at Yuto with a gentle smile. I will definitely read books again. So, senpai, keep writing lots and lots of stories for me. A breeze blew, beautifully rustling Kotoha's hair. Yuto nodded without hesitation. Yes. I will, always, for you. Since that day 2.5 years ago, I have always written for you. For you, and no one else. Now and forever, that will never change. The summer evening breeze rippled across the river. On the bridge, their 2 shadows slowly blended into one. End of Volume 1.